that, hey, that's just maybe the way they were born. They were born without a leg. They were born with XYZ. They were born being blind. But they're not. But a form of love and the way they choose to express it is not like this thing that maybe your child will or cannot experience. So rather phrasing it more so, I think it would be less harmful if we watch the verbiage and saying that, because that kind of love that person is exuding is the same kind of love that your wife is exuding. And it is no different. The only difference is they're not the same, that they're the same sex, but the love exists. And that's there. And I think teaching that to the kids is much better than trying to reframe it as them being different kind of people versus a different kind of love. It's just a different kind of love. But you and your wife is the same thing. It's the same exact love. You have respect for yours. I'm sure they have respect for theirs. You honor yours. I'm sure they honor theirs. You want a family in life and be prosperous and want a healthy child and want your kids to be happy in life. I'm sure they want the same thing. So I think I think the framing is off. If
yeah,
I can,
no, so
let me get my new panelists in. Zombie, we'll come right back to you, I promise. New York, welcome to the group. Could I get your age, please?
I'm 19.
Good deal. On this panel, we don't discuss race, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. Tonight's topic is gay, not queer. Traditionally, the traditional gays fought for gay marriage to prevent violence, to be safe in a workplace. Today's new queer ideology is about expanding identities, institutional pressure, contested definitions, and ideas over experience. What do these traditional gays owe to the new queer ideology, that they, framework that they didn't choose? Do they have to redefine their language, affirm every new claim, give up sex-based boundaries? And if they say no, what's the price? Who pays the price? Can society now challenge or reject gender identity politics without reviving homophobia? That's what we're discussing. We are going to go back into open panel. Zombie, go ahead and take the floor.
Well, what does that even mean? Like,
So, Will, the point I was making is when you were talking at first, you said, keep it in the home. I don't even know how many times. And that's what made my blood boil. That's what was used against us when I was marching for the right to marry my wife. Just stop saying keep it in the home.
what do you mean?
Don't say that.
What does keeping it at home mean?
no, I get what you're saying. So like my beliefs are, I believe in a man and a woman should get married, right? Not, I'm saying that, hey, if you do what you want to do, that's okay. What I'm trying to say is, if you do that, what I'm trying to say is, like, don't try to, like, put it out there. Be happy, like, be proud of who you are. If you are gay, if you are lesbian, put it out there. Hey, that's great, but don't make it go to a point to where my kids have to learn about it and say, oh, okay, it's okay if you aren't different or if you are this way. Like, kids are so impressionable, man. Like, they're so, like, I have seen up and they like this. But you know what? That doesn't mean that my sons can't do that with my daughter at a young age. But what that does mean for me is, it means that, like, it is role based, but guess what? If they grow up to be who they are, I'm still gonna love them. But what I don't agree with is if somebody is gay and or lesbian.
I'm sorry, Will. I'm sorry. Just time up. I'm going to come right back to you. Transphobe, please take care of the live. I have a very important phone call about family stuff. So back to you, Will, but please, Transphobe, take over and run the live while I'm gone. I'll be back.
Yeah, but isn't that a little
I'm dealing with
gay?
technological issues. I wasn't ready for this.
Moderator.
All right, well, I'll just finish. What I'm trying to say at the end of the day is, I don't think me personally, like, I don't care if you like men or you like women and you're a man or a woman, or if you want to be called what you want to be called. Hey, that's great. Look, that's cool.
He seems nice.
Yeah, and like at the end of the day, like we really
Seems
don't.
like it's really bad time. All right, you guys good?
Will, it almost
Nobody
seems like
crashed out.
it almost seems like, are you trying to convince us or yourself? You keep repeating some of your same talking points. And not, while I do agree with some of what you're saying, or I not agree, but I do understand what you're saying, I feel like it's a great point, wrong scenario. I don't necessarily, when phrasing it like some of the stuff that you're phrasing, I don't know if you necessarily can see that it may be offensive to some people. But whenever you're like, oh, like the kids are impressionable. You do realize that straight people made gay people. So what do you think these gay people grew up around or grew up in or grew up that made them pushing an agenda? When I mean like pushing an agenda, or like not necessarily pushing an agenda, but like when you think that like, oh, as long as we don't show the kids this because we don't want them to turn that, that viewpoint is still steeped in very harmful and biases and bigotry, in the sense that like you think these people are other, but you're also trying to convince us that you don't have a problem with these people. Yet the way you frame your framework around them.
An 8-year-old comes to me and says, "Hey, Dad," and he's a boy. He says, "Hey, Dad, I think I like Tyson at school." Oh yeah? Like, well, how do you like him? Like, do you like him as a friend, or like I don't know how. Like, it's a tough situation, right? And I'm like, okay, so I'll have this conversation with him. But if my kids come to me and tells me this, and I say, well, hey man, that's cool, you can like him. Yep, I will allow that, right? I will allow that. But how do I allow that? And let me tip the counterpart to it. If my 8-year-old comes home and says, "Hey, Dad, we watched this movie or this thing at school, or I saw it on YouTube, and this dude had a tattoo on my face, and I want to go get a tattoo on my face." Okay, well, let's just go get your tattoo on your face, right? But like, what I'm trying to say is like, there's a decision to be made when you can understand how that affects your life, versus if I let my kid at 8 years old go get a tattoo on his face, that affects his whole world. But if my kid comes and says, "Hey, Dad, I think I like this boy at school," well, hey man, that's cool. I still love you. I will support you. What do you like about him and why? And he tells me, I said, "Okay, that's cool, dude. That's cool. I completely support you." But then 2 years later, but then like 2 or 3 years later, he changes his mind. But guess what he can't do? He can't change his mind about that tattoo on his face. And this is what I'm trying to bring. Like, it's like we have to put stipulations on this stuff, and we don't care.
What?
Here's the thing with
An
that.
8-year-old can't decide.
Here's the thing with that. I do agree with you in the sense, Will, that I do think there should be some restraints as far as a child saying they want to change their gender, just because things change. And so as far as saying, though, I think that the rhetoric around, oh, I don't want my child to be gay, is harmful rhetoric regardless. And I think it's surprising to be hearing it from people who are trans, who are gay, because that still feeds into the stigma and the dogma around it. I am more so don't want my child to be a pedo. I don't want my child to be a graper. I don't want my child to be an evil person. Those are the concerns of what I don't want my child to grow up to. A convicted felon or a mass skirterer. I don't want my child to be those things. But as far as what they choose to do sexually, and one, I know I can't control. Two, all I can do is be supportive. I don't know how I will fare about my child being trans. If they are, I will love them either way. However, they won't be able to make their transition while I'm still paying for anything. But if they want to, once they become 18, make their own money, do their own thing, if they want to grow boobies, whatever the case may be.
It doesn't really work like that.
But
8 years old is way too young. They can't they don't know if they can't foresee the consequences. If they tell their class that they are gay, like that could stick with them for the rest of their schooling years, and they could get made fun of. And so it's honestly best to discourage it at that age.
Yes, that's the issue. But see, that's the issue
ignorant.
that's the issue why I kind of have an issue with, like, especially when I remember seeing this one video on YouTube and people were talking about protest. I feel like they're way too young to be knowing about this type of stuff. People be talking about you should teach LGBTQ stuff in history, like in school. I'm okay with teaching history, but don't be talking about
maybe if they're like 16 or something.
Yes,
maybe
that age is fine.
Yes,
but
I agree with that. As
old,
far as like, if it's getting into the schools, as far as teaching it, I don't think that should be until a high school thing.
yeah, like high school,
Yeah.
I'm okay with that, but like I don't agree
What
with
other
it
mental
being...
illness do we teach to high schoolers in detail? Do we give them like the details of schizophrenia or any other serious mental illnesses? Is there like a specific class? I don't remember being taught about
Maybe
any severe mental illnesses in school.
Are you
I
saying
learned
that
about
people want to be
autism.
trans are
Some of
mentally ill?
our students have autism, so we learned about that.
No, so like transphobia, I think you hit the point I'm trying to make across the board, right? I didn't understand. Is a Republican man. Almost, I turned 40 this year. Like, I don't think people understand. We don't care. Like, we really don't care. If you want to be gay, bi, trans, LGBTQ, we don't. We honestly, at the end of the day, and this is where the Canadian guy up here with the Canadian flag thing said, he came in. At the end of the day, I said, keep it in your home, right? And I'm not saying keep it in your home. What I'm trying to say is, like, at the end of the day, we don't care. Be you. But guess what? If you don't accept me for being straight, then don't expect me to accept your Pride Month. Don't accept me
Will,
to
you do know that there isn't history to prove that, though. You keep making that point as like, oh, there's like hatred towards straight people. That isn't like a proven thing. That's in a bubble. That isn't like a global thing where it is a global thing to hate gay people and that laws are being made.
You say that, but why did the straight man get a label? As the host said, we can't use that term, but why did these straight men get a label other than being what he is? Like, why did we get a label?
What is your label?
Hang on. Let me address this, please, as one of the moderators. That rule's actually my rule. So the no CIS word rule exists because we do not need to adopt language for the word normal to dance around the feelings of people who are mentally unwell. Trans people can accept that it's abnormal to be trans. It's abnormal to be gay. We're less than like 2% of the population. The abnormal is just, less common, like not average.
And that's where
I don't believe in using that word because it otherizes normal people. Exactly what you're talking about. We don't need a word for a normal man.
Yeah, and that's where I'm coming from.
Hold up a second, Will. I'm going to let you come back into it. Guys, thank you for your patience, and thank you, Transfer, for running the show. For the people in request, I'm going to try to bring somebody else up. I'm going to change the panel around. Has anybody not been brought in yet except for Justin? Grednick, did you get brought in?
No.
Okay, so Grednick and Justin, we don't discuss race. We don't use the word cis. We don't ask stupid questions. Tonight's topic is on gay, not queer. Traditionally, gays fought for the right to love who we love, workplace safety, less violence, and the right to build families. Today's queer ideology is about expanding identities, institutional pressure, contested definitions, and ideas over experience. As traditional gays, what do we owe to a framework that we didn't necessarily choose? Must gay men and lesbians redefine language, affirm every new claim, and give up sex-based boundaries? And if we say no, who pays the price? Can society really reject or challenge gender politics without reviving homophobia? So Grednick, you go first, then Justin, you go afterwards, and then after that, will pick up, and he'll be able to give his comments, and we'll go back into open panel. So Grednick, Justin, Will.
You're welcome to
Grednick,
watch here.
floor is yours.
If
Please
you're willing
tap
to
the
put
screen, guys.
Chinesium on your phone, you can go to Ooshboosh 2020 on TikTok to be a part of the debate.
I can't read it all. My glasses on. You know how I feel. I am gay, not queer. Never will accept that word. I don't need to be identified as anything other than that. Never have. And trying to read the bottom.
You won't be able to. Can we challenge gender politics without reviving homophobia?
Unfortunately, I don't think we can. I really don't. Really don't. No matter what we do, if we challenge anything in the modern day, we are going to be called phobic. It's the way it is. But I will always bark back.
And that's
Thanks,
where I feel
Rodney.
that the queer
Justin?
community has hijacked it.
Yes. Justin, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it to be quiet. That's all.
Okay.
So I find queer offensive. I don't think that queer should just be a word thrown around on people. It was originally very offensive. I think that it can be challenged, though it needs to be done in stages. First, it needs to be separated. Then it needs to be made more clear what it is and everything else. And there needs to be some sort of consensus of what all this stuff even is.
Thanks, Justin. And then, Will, I interrupted you to do the intros, so the floor is back to you. After that, we will go into open panel. So, Will, go ahead and finish your thought.
Yeah, I was just coming to the conclusion, like, whoever you want to be or whatever you want to be in today's society, we have to accept it at some point, right? My only fear with that is, how far does that go? And the reason I say that is, when we put all these labels on and the labels keep going further and further and further, when, like, my thing that scares me is, when can a 50-year-old man say he's a cat? Or when can a 50-year-old man say, oh, I'm a 12-year-old boy now? Like, things are getting, no, hold on.
That's
Hold on,
already happened, though. The when, that's already happened, hun.
I know.
Yeah.
And you understand where I'm going with this. The more that we accept this, and what I'm trying to say is, hey, if you want to be or do what you want to do, hey, that's cool. But, like, don't put it out there. Just do what you want to do. Keep it at that, and, like, leave everybody else alone. But when we talk about the other guy that came up that talked about PDF and all this and whatever, what if a 50-year-old man decides that, oh, well, hey, I'm a 12-year-old boy now, and they say, oh, well, no, that's not right. Well, what do you mean that's not right? You accept everybody else. This people over here, they're cats. That's cool. They're cats. Oh, these people over here, they're dogs. We have a whole sport now that people are riding fake stick horses, and it's a sport. Like, when does this end? Because it's becoming societally, it's becoming challenging. Because at what point is a teacher or somebody that my kid knows is going to identify as a 12-year-old or an 8-year-old or whatever and do something to my child to where it's going to prompt me to do something I don't want to do? It's getting to a point, like, and that's what I said earlier. Hey, be what you want to be. I accept everybody. Like, we go to these things and we do these things. We support these people. But there has to be a common point, and there has to be a common sense point to everything going on, or it's going to get so far to where no law is going to matter when it comes to our children.
That's the end game.
I mean,
There's a man who identifies as a 7-year-old girl, and I watched a video on YouTube about it, and it's really disgusting.
There's multiple men who have identified as prepubescent children in order to gain access to girls' swim meets and girls' clubs. In Canada, I believe the laws are so liberal that they've allowed it.
Wait, what?
Disgusting.
Yeah, no, there's
You can identify as a minor?
It's true.
Yeah, that's a thing that happened in Canada. There was even actually Jonathan Yaniv. He has like 15 lawsuits
And who
against me with the
supported
British
that?
Columbia Human Rights.
Oh yeah, I
Wait,
know.
can a minor identify as an
I heard
adult?
about him.
Yeah, he even tried to put together a swim meet for kids only, where he was the only person in charge because he was an adult who identified as a kid. Yeah, and then one guy
Okay,
cut
but
it off.
wild question then. Does that mean a kid can identify as an adult and just start driving a car at like 10 years old?
Well, see, this is
No,
the problem with this.
that's
Like
the
breaking
problem.
down reality breaks
No,
down consent.
reality exists.
Yeah, right. Like males are males, and males can't become females. And so, if you're born with a schmeckle, you're a male. Very simple.
And that's where I was trying to, before I brought up what I brought up with the conversation, I didn't want to get into what I said, but like that's why I started with, like, hey, if you want to do what you want to do. But then the Canada guy goes, oh no, you offended me. And as a straight male, if I want to kiss my wife and do what I want to do, then I'm going to do it. Hey, no, that's great, bro. That's great, brother. Dude, no, kiss your wife. Do whatever. But if 2 men are kissing in public, hey, that's cool too. If 2 women are kissing in public, that's great. But there has to come a point in time to where we draw that line to where we accept what is going on. Because what if tomorrow in every PDF file in the registry says, hey, you know what? Guess what? I actually I'm gonna fight the system because of what's going on in the world. And guess what? I'm not no longer a 65-year-old man. I'm a 13-year-old boy now. And guess what? The charges that are brought against me don't matter because I'm a 13-year-old boy now.
And you know what's super funny, Will? The average conservative man is just like you. I go to all of these conventions all the time, filled with conservative men, bro, and they're just like you. They don't bully me. They're not calling me an agate. They're not beating me up in the men's bathroom. All they care about is that the males don't oppress the females and that people leave their kids alone. That's all they care. The average conservative does not care who you sleep about or with. They care about you rubbing it in their face.
Yeah, and
Like literally, it's the dog masks, it's the BDSM gear, it's talking to people's kids, it's pushing it down their throats in schools, it's erasing what it means to be a woman in law. That's what conservatives care about. They're not hateful people. I've been around them for a year and a half. I'm very visibly gay. I go to church with them. They're very lovely people. But the demagoguery around Christian conservative Americans, it's horrific.
Yeah,
It's very normal shit.
Yeah,
Wait, why do you choose to go to church with them? Question mark.
Yeah,
are you Christian?
I am.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of Christian. I just don't like Christians.
Yeah, so I was the same way for most of my youth. I literally did a post about this today about how I spent my childhood cursing God. I was raised by Catholics.
I don't curse God though.
I did. I spent a lot of my youth begging him to unalive me and then cursing him for letting me live. But I really had my life has changed over the past year and a half.
Can I end this debate real quick about Christianity? So I had a world religion class in college, and the first day, the professor made people's heads pop in this class. There were obviously gay people, whatever, in the class, and people that weren't Christians. But the question that the professor proposed was, the first day of our class, he said, "Hey, under the Christian ideology," and he said, "This is the question." He said, "I want a 2-page paper on it tomorrow from everybody." He said, if he said, "I don't care what your religion is, anything." He said, if under the Christian belief, if you accepted God, and if you're on your deathbed or you're not or you're whatever, under the Christian belief, if you accepted God and asked for forgiveness and you forgave yourself for whatever that didn't meet the Christian ideology, but you forgave yourself and asked Jesus for forgiveness, and he said, "I want to throw one name out there." He said, if Hitler would have done that on his deathbed, would he have went to heaven?
I'd be yes.
Yes, 100%. If you believe in the Bible, 100%.
In
Yes,
fact,
100%.
he was Catholic, wasn't he?
Yes, but if you believe in with the question that he proposed to everybody in that class, the way he proposed it, if you're the 100% yes. If you forgive yourself and you ask for forgiveness, 100% you would have went. Yes.
Okay, what about that doesn't end a debate that just says
Well, I'm just saying with the debate of that a man should love a woman and like whatever else. If you're gay, you're trans, like what does it matter? Like that's just what I kind of come back to.
okay,
And
I
what
get
Toby said. Like
I get that. Whenever it
I'm
comes
not
to
gonna
me
lie.
saying I'm Christian, that comes down to
Wild.
the fact that the church tried to unalive me.
Oh my.
Yeah.
in today's time, when did the church actually try to unalive you?
I wouldn't say the
that's gonna be
church, but the people of the
2023
church.
in Camp Walk on Water, Oklahoma, whenever the pastor or whatever who was speaking at the camp decided that I had to be possessed because I asked a simple question. I asked if a person has more than one identity, one who believes in God with all their heart and would unalive infinite times if ever so asked, and no torture would end up pushing away and whatnot. But they also have identity that does not believe, and no matter how hard they try, they cannot make this identity believe. Will they A, go to heaven, B, go to hell, or C, be split apart to never be made whole again? And I ended up getting exercised by around 30 adults. There was 4 guys who held down each one of my limbs. You had two guys, one guy speaking in Latin, one guy speaking in Hebrew. When somebody tore my shirt off and ended up rubbing oil on me, and then you had guys and girls that made like a circle that were singing. It lasted for 6 hours, of which I was saying Jesus, Jesus, because that's the only word I was allowed to say. And then I ended up having my life put on the line a year later in 2024. Whenever I ended up fasting for 1 week, and then I ended up having to explain myself in front of these same people now within 7 minutes. I'm going exactly 7 minutes while everyone is holding stones. And I am thankful to God that I had a few trusted adults actually with me. And then my Christian family and everything ended up taking sides with the church.
So you said this
So
went on
sorry
for
you
6
went through
hours?
that.
Boy, that was
Do you need more details? Do you
No,
need
no,
more
you
details?
said this
Something
went on
like
for 6 hours.
this happens in modern day. I'm sorry to break it to you. A lot of stuff happens in modern day that people don't know happens.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
but
gonna lie.
you said this went on for 6 hours. So
Yeah, it went on for
Right,
6
you
hours.
said-
They
you
had
said- you
actually
said-
completely moved the lunch because I was in the lunch building, and there was windows, so everyone was actually able to see.
yeah,
Yeah.
you said this happened. You said this happened for 6 hours, and there were Hebrews, and there was this and whatever. Do you know? Did you also know that you have the option to leave?
No,
this-
I'm being held down by 4 adult men.
Yeah, I don't think you heard
I'm
that.
being held down by a whole bunch of
Think he's at
cowboy
a
men.
camp.
I'm not beating
Let's
up.
bring
I'm
Ink
not
in,
stronger than
guys.
4 rednecks holding me
Let's
down.
bring Ink in. Let's bring Ink. Hi, Ink. Welcome back. Would you like to tell the panel your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Good deal. And to remind you, no race. We don't use the word cis. We don't ask stupid questions. Tonight's topic is gay, not queer. Traditionally, gays fought for the right to love who we love, workplace safety, less violence, the right to build families, while the new queer ideology is about expanding identities, institutional pressure, contested definitions, and ideas over experience. What do the traditional gays owe to the queer framework that we didn't choose? Must gay men and lesbian redefine language, affirm every new claim, give up sex-based boundaries? If we say no to that, who pays the price, and can society reject or challenge gender identity politics without reviving homophobia? I know it's a lot, but it's all kind of the same question.
I'm sorry, can you just say that last part one more time?
Can society reject or challenge gender identity politics without reviving homophobia?
Yeah, I feel like we can reject it without it being homophobic, because homophobia is just really just you're hating somebody because they are gay.
How do you think we get there? How do you think we could challenge the gender identity politics, especially since it's the Lebediqua community? It's all lumped together. How did the gays not get the blame for what the gender identity is doing?
And the trans.
And what the gays are doing too. I mean, to be fair, like queer theories infected not just trans, it's also infected the LGB. You have a whole segment of young gays that instead of assimilating into society are deciding to be a thorn in the foot of society as some kind of political statement, and they're just as problematic with their dog
us some
masks
examples
in
of
the
that.
street and the BDS. Well, the dog masks in the street and the public fetish and the BDSM and the piss pools at Pride. All of that is a reflection of queer theory. And that's not just trans people. It's not just straight people. It's also lesbians, bisexuals, and gay men, all participating in public degeneracy and debauchery because they've adopted queer theory as their leading mantra. That's not just trans.
Let me go ahead and respond to that, because I have a theory on that, and that's that I'm an older gay 20 years ago. I would say the 3 giant characteristics of the gay community at that time was defiance, resilience, and deprivation. Defiance and resilience because we very much had a system that was oppressing us. We couldn't get married. We were threatened in our workplaces. We were targeted with violence. These things happened, and they continue to happen to a lesser degree. The deprivation just because primarily the church said that, oh, that's a bad thing, so it's kind of like if anything we do is going to be bad, we might as well indulge in it. And I think that right now we're going through a transitional state where we imparted those traits onto the younger generation, but now that we have greater acceptance in society, they've just pushed those things further. That defiance and that resilience has turned into creating things in order to be fought against. And that depravity, since just being gay isn't bad anymore, well, we have to do things more. We have to get that attention because, hey, we're gay and we need our 5 minutes of fame every 10 minutes. I do think that in a transitional state, especially since gay marriage was enacted and we're actually able to have families now, I think that will change to a more heteronormative pursuit in the future. But right now it is just an absolute trash pool that we will grow out of a bit, but we're like in our terrible twos right now.
Well, I think like it's kind of sometimes it has to get bad before it can get better. And, the thing about it is like with queer theory encouraging this kind of behavior, we've had 11 years since gay marriage. And it's not like the gay community has pushed a culture of monogamy, love, and commitment and normalcy. Instead, it's veered in the opposite direction. So, I mean, if you're hoping to save the LGB from the backlash that's coming from the queers and from trans and from bad behavior from the LGB, like you would need a counter movement.
I've been talking to some younger individuals, some younger gays, and they are, by my estimation, complete and total prudes. I mean, they might as well be looking for the white picket fence as opposed to me, where I'm happy with the back room. That's what I wanted. I just want to be left alone while I do it. But I do think that even with the queer theory of pushing people towards these ridiculous behaviors, because it is, of course, based on anti-assimilation. That there is in fact a number and a growing number of younger gays who are actually going towards that heteronormity and assimilation instead. So I think that's a challenge that they have to face that we didn't have to face.
I think that's good because I think if they move more towards an assimilationist mindset and promote that image, that'll push back a little bit against the trans, the gay away demographic. Because, I mean, in a large capacity, transition is assimilation into heteronormativity. And growing up pre-gay marriage, you did not see happy, normal gays in media. Look, my memories of what gay was when I saw gay growing up, it was like when you saw a club scene and there were a bunch of men being degenerate and doing rugs and partying in the club. That's all I ever saw of gays. All you ever saw was the party. And that's not what I wanted. I think like promoting normalcy and heteronormativity, it's good, and it's good for people who want that to see that.
I agree.
But that is completely counter to queer theory. Like they literally hate the normal gays.
Do you also
Which
think?
is a problem.
Well, what you just said with like social media, when we were kids, and I was I'm 39. We didn't know the PDF scene. We didn't know all of this other stuff. But like social media pushes so much stuff now. Do you think social media has played a part in to accepting or not accepting this and getting it out there to where the public may not have been aware or not aware of it, but now the fact that everybody, you can pick up your phone, and not just with your phone, it's a tablet, it's TV now. Things have progressed, right? But do you think that's a thing that is being pushed? It just should be more accepted now or not accepted?
Wait, is what a thing that should be pushed is more accepted now or not accepted?
Should we accept it or not accept it?
Accept what?
Gay, trans, what?
Yeah,
Why?
gays, trans, PDS, like, where does it end?
I think that
LGBT?
ultimately, I think it ends at the LGB. Like, I mean, personally, I'm not here to push
LGBT and
for-
A. I could
Well, I mean,
definitely not put
asexual
asexual,
isn't
but
really
like
a thing. Like, I don't really believe in
I
that.
don't know why it's put in there, but like there's a few that just exist.
I mean, like, look, a lack of a sexuality is not a sexuality, okay? And a lack of attraction is not a sexuality. Like,
I agree with
I
that.
don't want to get into that argument. I will get really upset.
Some people are.
That's-
It
that's
is
when I was
valid
at-
though. Like some people aren't attracted to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, like, really what it comes down to is codifying, like, men and women into law and making sure that that can't be overwritten by the Marxists. I think what really matters is ending the public debauchery in the street and children being exposed to this kind of education. And outside of that, I don't really give a fuck what people wear or who they sleep with. Who cares? Right? So where does it end? I mean, it ends the moment gay rights, the moment Alphabet Mafia rights intersect with American family rights, intersect with individual rights, that's where it ends. You know, nobody cares who you want to sleep with, and nobody cares what you're wearing. What they care is that you're a Delulu man who goes into women's spaces, or that you think that drag queens need to be singing to children, or that you want children to be educated on mental illnesses like trans in schools. That's what it is.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not trying to come off transphobic here or whatever, but I'm not gonna lie here. I don't believe someone who's like 50s and their 60s is like just goes transition, because I don't know that shit's just kind of creepy to me. I'm not gonna lie.
The moment they find out what's going on, they are horrified. The moment they find out what is going on, they are horrified. The older generation might not know the extent that trans has gone, but when they learn about it, they cry. They are in pain. They do not like the idea that little girls are getting double mastectomies. They don't like the idea that women can't say no to males in their spaces. As soon as they find out this shit is going on in our country, they are upset.
I wouldn't say that, because some of them motherfuckers be.
I literally go from church to church to church talking about trans, and I'm telling you, the boomers are crashing out when they find out about this shit.
Yeah, no, you say that, and I might be the opposition to it, right? We went to Arkansas, and we went to right outside of Memphis, and to the Bass Pro Shop there in Memphis, and me and my wife and my two boys, we ran into some people in there, and they were gay, two men, and we went out in the parking lot, and they had 3 children with them, which were all girls. The gay men had 3 girls, and I honestly don't know how I feel about that they are gay but had 3 girls. And I'm not trying to get into the politics of it or anything else, but we went out in the parking lot, and I carry everywhere I go. But in Memphis, and I don't know if y'all know the crime and whatever goes on in Memphis, but we went out in the parking lot. We went and got in our vehicle, and I sat there. My wife said, "Baby, why aren't we leaving?" And I said, "Well, these 2 dudes we met over here," I said, "they're getting their vehicle." I said, they have no clue what is going on around them. They aren't looking around. They aren't trying to look out for their children or anything else. They're all willy-nilly over here, right? But like with what they're doing in the LGBT community, and this may sound stupid to people, but we have also been to Walmart in our hometown, and my wife said, "Hey, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm making sure this lady gets in her car over here with her kids." And my wife was like, do you think she's attractive?" "No, she's not attractive at all, honey." But you know what? And I'll be honest, I'm a biomedical engineer. I travel a lot for work. But I told my wife, I said, "You know what, honey?" I said, in the moment that you went somewhere, then some man or woman sat in their vehicle and saw you coming out with our 2 boys, doesn't matter their race, their gender, how they identify, or what they believe in. But let me tell you what, the world has gotten so sick. The fact that somebody sat in their vehicle and made sure that you got our 2 boys in your vehicle, if I'm not there to protect you, and got your groceries in outside of me, but also watched you. I said, I don't take it as they're watching you. I take that like we all have an obligation of we have to protect each other. It's not about who you are, and that's where I'm trying to come from. I don't care who you are or what you do. We have to protect each other, and we have to watch out for everybody.
Sometimes I wonder if because in America, a lot of the extreme liberalism is clustered around the cities. And I went from small town conservative America to a big blue city. And when you go to one of the big cities, one of the first things that ever struck me is a lot of people walk past, Nobody says hi to each other. Nobody is looking out for each other. The average person in a big city hears someone screaming down the alley, they walk quicker and look the other way. They don't want to see it. They don't want to get involved. They're not going to do anything.
The big city you came from, where was the big city you were at?
I lived in Seattle for almost a decade before trans people drove me out. I live just outside of it now. I moved from a small town in Virginia, initially to Detroit and then to Seattle. So I've seen two different kinds of cities. Detroit was actually more welcoming than Seattle. There were, and it's funny, half the city was burned down and it was at 20% capacity, but there were still like weekly or monthly little cookouts and bonfires and stuff throughout the neighborhoods. And, you know, people would invite you, and it's a very welcoming city, completely different from Seattle. Seattle is a very left-wing city, very segregated and very, like, people are very antisocial here.
Hey, Elijah, welcome in. Would you like to be introed, or do you just want to hop into the conversation?
I could be intro.
Okay, good deal. No race. We don't just use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. Tonight's topic is gay, not queer. Traditionally, gays fought for the right to love who we love, workplace safety, less violence, the right to build families. Right now, the queer ideology is focused on expanding identities, institutional pressure, contested definitions, and ideas over experience. What do these traditional gays owe to the queer ideology and framework that we didn't choose? Must a gay man and lesbian redefine their language, affirm every new claim, or give up their sex-based boundaries? If we say no, who pays the price? And finally, can society challenge or reject gender identity politics without reviving homophobia? As you so often hear, once they're done with the trans, they're going to come for the gays. Is that true, or is there anything to that, or is it something else completely? And once again, guys, please tap the screen. If everybody in the panel would please tap until the heart in the top left corner fills up and blows up. We'll get more people in here. We'll get more perspectives, more conversations, more opportunities to learn and grow as a group. Thank you for being here. And Elijah, the floor is yours.
This is very interesting. I actually believe that the gays are currently being attacked due to, you know, all the crazy, delusional, self-identifying trans people without, you know, diagnosis and actual psychological evaluation and medication. They're trying to erase the definition of homosexuality, and I think that is absolutely vile and disgusting, and we should prevent that from going any further somehow.
Thanks, Elijah. Open panel, guys. Open panel.
You said they're being
Okay, so I was just gonna bring up the fact to Elijah that getting diagnosed with gender dysphoria is way too easy these days. Like, yes, I could probably get diagnosis if I was fully evaluated properly, but the doctor literally was just like, okay, sign this piece of paper. Okay, you got gender dysphoria. Okay, here's hormones.
Yeah, that's why I
don't
said
think either of you are
thorough-
trans.
Hold on. That's why I said a thorough examination. It's different in Canada. Even though we're commonly nicknamed Tranada, my experience of getting diagnosed with gender dysphoria took years of
Yeah, this was in
psychological
Texas, so that's kind of wild.
And you know, being
That's
treated.
commie. That's commie Tranada.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
being
that's
treated for, you know, pre-existing mental health conditions to try and rule out those mimicking gender dysphoria, which ultimately they did not, and the dysphoria still was prevalent even after being treated for years for other psychological conditions. So that I believe every trans person should go through, even though it's a very lengthy process, and a lot of trans people are like, I don't want to do that. That's because you're not really trans.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily because you're not trans. I think that the process is possibly devastating for some people. Like, I was actively trying to do surgery on myself, so.
So was I. It's a very, very.
This is the part where I'm supposed to say that no one is trans. It's just an identity within an ideology.
Well, we get that, but like what we're talking about is the mental health.
Well, I mean,
mental
you can,
version.
you can diagnose the list of symptoms, but you're still not diagnosing the why.
Yeah, so how do we distinguish
Thank you.
Like people that want to accept, and like I've said, I if you want to be who you are, be who you are, right? Like I accept everybody, right? But how do I accept the weird guy down the road that's a PDF or whatever that's gonna do this and accept somebody else, but I don't know you from anybody else, right? So how do you accept and you delineate the facts of the matter, and where is that going?
There's no way for you as an individual to know if someone is genuine or not. The only way to treat people is based off of their smacks, really. It's not like you can. They're like one. There is no real true trans. There's no one condition that people are born with that makes them trans. So it's not like there's any men running around with a woman's soul or a woman's brain. That's horseshit. So realistically, I mean, it's not like the average person's going to be able to tell the different types of trans. So why bother? You just know that the men are men and the women are women, and then treat them as individuals beyond that. And occasionally you'll run into women like Elijah, who are trans-identified females and completely rational and sane and don't use men's spaces and, you know, don't believe, like, and you can call her or a woman and she's not going to crash out or go insane. And occasionally you'll run into men like Ashley.
I'm not a man. I'm a woman.
Believe that they're females and are very oppressive to women and problematic.
For using the restroom, you think I'm oppressive to women? Okay.
I do think
Or you
you're
can
an
random
abusive
in like
man,
me.
yeah. I think you're an abusive man, yeah.
You can also random in like me. I'm more like Elijah. I'm fine being called a
you
man.
Justin, who doesn't go into the women's spaces and doesn't think that he's a woman and doesn't crash out in mental conniption fits. If you use sex realism language, you can have a discussion with Justin and be honest and have a genuine conversation. But you can't with the men like Ashley who are delusional and refuse to accept reality or have any honest discussion. So it's just
I'm not a male. I'm not a man.
You're not a
I
man.
look like a female. Why would I use the men's restroom?
Case in point, right?
I only
Case
go to
in
the
point.
men's restroom for shits and giggles. Normally I use third party. I mean, not third party.
To be completely
but third
honest,
spaces.
Justin, I live in Seattle where there's a whole bunch of third spaces, and I generally use third spaces unless I'm wearing like one of my cute swanky suits, or I will go into the men's.
I don't have a problem
Yeah,
with
I'll
third
go into the
spaces.
men's room whenever I want to get
Right,
attention,
when I
and I'll
want,
only
there's
do
third
that.
spaces.
I will only use the men's room if I know there'll be no kids.
Right.
That's another thing. I don't go when there's kids.
When I don't go to the YMCA. Do you know why I don't go to the YMCA near my house? The one near my house, in order to go into the pool, you have to go through a locker room, and there's only a men's and a women's locker room. And so I'm not going to go change in the men's. I'm not going to go change. I'm not going to go through either of them because there's going to be kids in there. And like I chose a gym where they have access to the pool that you can just show up in your swimsuit and go to the pool. But I don't use the sauna services at my gym because there's a men's and a female section for sauna services. And both of them, there's going to be naked teenage
Yeah,
boys.
no, I 100% agree with that because like that's something other people also don't get. I will not go into even men's spaces if there's children involved.
Right. They don't need to see my body. Like
Exactly.
that's
Like
a lot.
a grown adult, just suck it up. Like, bro, just suck it up. But like,
If I'm wearing my feminine suit, though, look, it all depends though, because like if it's a place where you're changing and stuff, no. But like if I'm wearing like my men's suit or if it's just a bathroom, I don't care. Like if it's just a bathroom and I'm going into a stall to pee, I don't care. Like
Me personally,
I mean, it depends on the situation. Like, what am I wearing and whatnot, and like how likely it is I'm running into kids.
I feel like if it's just the bathroom and you're going into pee, you just go into pee, you know. And
No, I get that. I definitely get that. But like at the same time, it's just like I don't want that confusion to be something a parent has to explain.
Yeah.
I mean,
they shouldn't have to explain. You need to be passable in order to use the restrooms. You need to be able to go in and
I'm talking about using the men.
into women's restrooms just because you think
if
look
you
like a
pass
woman.
as a woman and people cannot tell that you're a woman based off
People
by
can't tell
looking
you're a
at
woman?
you need
Where
to be
is
using,
the line
if they
with
cannot
that?
tell that you're a woman, then you need to be using the men's
Where
restroom.
is
And if they
the
cannot
line?
tell that you're a man, then you need to be using the female restroom. If you look
Where
like a woman,
is
you need to be
the
using the
line
female restroom.
in
If you look like a man,
expression,
or if you
you're a
look male,
you go into the
then you
male
need to be using the
restroom.
male
If
restroom.
you're a female, you go into the female restroom. There is no line in policing human expression. This is exactly the problem.
Hold
You
on,
have
hold on,
all
hold on,
these
hold on.
Panelists, guys.
Ashley,
Hold up.
Ashley, what do you mean by that?
That's not the way we do things.
I'm saying that if
Hi.
you
ridiculous.
All right, good deal. So we have two new panelists. Let's go ahead and bring them in. Stay positive. Would you like to share your age with the group?
19.
Good deal. And Dee Dee, would you share your age with the group?
29.
Good deal. On this panel, we don't discuss race, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. We're going to start with Bugs, or Stay Positive, then we'll go to Dee Dee. Authentic, if you want up, I'll change the panel in just a second. Bugs, tonight's topic is gay, not queer. Traditionally, gays fought for the right to love who we love, workplace safety, less violence, and the right to build families. Today's new queer ideology is focused on expanding identities, institutional pressure, contested definitions, and ideas over experience. What do traditional gays owe to the framework that we didn't choose? Must gay men and lesbians redefine language, affirm every new claim, or give up same-sex-based boundaries? If we say no, who pays the price? And can society challenge or reject gender identity politics without reviving homophobia? What are your thoughts on that?
Ooh. Ooh, that's a really good prompt. Hallie, you can send me this prompt. I want to use this in my lives. Anyways, maybe. Anyways, yeah, I totally agree. Like, this is all very correct. Like, we should not, we should not redefine like what our sorry, we should not be fighting for like us LGBT should not be fighting for identity identity rather than because we have our own rights versus trans rights. So like basically like we have the right to love, workplace safety, less violence, and the right to build families. Like I said in the prompt. So, and it's pretty much that simple, in my opinion. So I mean that's really all I have to say though.
Okay. It looks like Dee Dee left. Give me just a second. Pop culture, could I get your age, please? And Tyler, I'll bring you up in a second. Pop culture, could I get your age, please?
Hello, I'm 28.
Good deal. On this panel, we don't discuss. Oh, okay, good deal. We don't discuss race. We don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. Today's topic is gay, not queer. Did you happen to catch me reading the entire prompt to other people?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have thoughts on that?
Like what you just said?
About the entire prompt.
Yeah, I mean, I do have thoughts. I can speak. I mean, my politic if one is free, if one person is discriminated against, no one's discriminated. Like no one should be discriminated against. I think we have to think about the people who are at the margins of society. So like as a gay man, I'm gonna stick up for lesbians. I'm gonna stick up for trans people. I'm gonna stick up for anybody that's not the most privileged within the group. And I think it's kind of, a lot of this gives respectability politics, like trying to fit within, like, I guess, a heteronormative rule book that we know that straight people, no matter, are not going to accept us. And I think a lot of gay people try to fit into that. In order to do that, they have to, like, kowtow to, like, we want to build families, want to get married. We're just like you. The only difference is that we're gay. We're not like those other gays who are, like, weirdos. We're different. And it's like we're all considered weird and freaks, essentially, when push comes to shove. Now, if you're like a gay man, you will have a little bit more privilege than like a trans woman, right? Or, you know, someone who's a gender non-conforming. But like my job is to, if I know I'm gonna receive homophobia, what is the next person gonna receive? Like, and I'm not gonna act like, oh, well, I'm a cisgender. Oh, sorry, you guys say we can't say that. I'm a biological man, so like that doesn't affect me. Like, no, I'm a gay man. I know I'm going to face homophobia. So I want to make sure other people don't face homophobia, misogyny, transphobia, all those things. If they're not free, I'm not free. That's how I view it.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to go with. So, like, I have two boys and a daughter.
We got one more person, Will. We got one more person.
I apologize.
Authentic. Did you
Hello. I heard all of it. I'm good. You ain't got to repeat yourself. I'm 48 for TikTok. And I'm going to tell all of y'all right now that Q word is a slur. Y'all don't need to be using it. And a lot of people need to start educating themselves on what the history of LGB is. understand what the LGBIA is, realize that we've got over 20 nations that are trying to separate their sexuality from this quote gender ideology, because at the end of the day, it is doing nothing but eroding and diluting what it means to be part of that community, as well as what it means to be trans and what it means to be a woman. So congratulations, you have fucked up major communities 3 times over in society. It's amazing how that happens.
So authentic. So let's say I have a daddy daughter date, right? And we're going out and we have these dances at schools and whatever. Let's say we go to a restaurant and my little girl tells me, "Hey Dad, I gotta go use the potty." Okay, baby, let's go. And we go to the bathroom and she says, "Hey Dad, I don't want to go into the men's restroom because I'm a woman." And I say, "Well, okay." But she says, "But I need you to help me because like kids are kids, right?" But so so I say, "Hey baby, no, you're right, honey. You go in that woman's restroom, but Daddy's gonna go in there with you and he's gonna help you. I also have 2 boys." But I say, and on the daddy daughter night, and we're having our night, but she doesn't want to use the men's restroom because that's where I'm allowed into. But now that I walk into a woman's restroom with my daughter, it ain't because I just willy-nilly decided, "Oh, I'm going to go do this." I walk in there with my little girl because that's where she wants to
have
go.
a problem with it, but
How old is she?
She's 6 years old.
6? Okay.
Yeah.
So you can either find a third space, or
No, it's not finding the third space. Stop the third
okay,
space
so there's
bullshit.
no finding a third space.
No,
So the
stop
last
third
time I
space
checked,
bullshit.
a
No, we are
6-year-old is
out
not
on
an
daddy
adult.
daughter. We are out on a daddy
Yeah,
daughter.
I heard what the hell you said the first time, bro. That's a child and an adult. Which one are you?
Okay, so I am an adult, but we're gonna let but I should let men that think they're women come into the restroom with my daughter if she wants to go in there and she's old enough to go in there. How do you do that?
You will
Did I
want.
say that?
There's nothing you can do about that because society has decided to tie your hands in regards to men like Ashley going into women's spaces. So there's not really anything you can do.
I am
about
not a
it.
man. I am a woman.
You are, sir.
I look like a woman.
Stop interrupting me. I'm done with you interrupting me. Absolutely done. I'm sick of it. Okay? There's nothing really you can do about it right now, but you shouldn't have to put up with it at all. But I have a question for you. How would you feel if you had a son and you're going into the men's and you see a flaming agate crossy? I mean, how would you see if you see me? I've got my acrylics on and I've got a whole bunch of makeup on and I'm going to do a fucking show and you see me in the men's doing my makeup. Are you going to freak out?
No. You know what I'm
Are
gonna do?
you going to tell your son that some men express themselves differently if he asks?
Nope. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna walk in with my son because I'm welcome in that men's restroom because I am a man.
Right.
And
right, me too.
Yeah, I do. Hey, I buy it. And like I said, we did the drag shows and all that with me and my wife. And I was like, "Hey, bro."
There's no hostility here. It's a genuine question because you're a conservative here, and I go into the men's all the time in dresses and makeup, all kinds of stuff. So
Yeah.
what would happen?
I will go in there with him. Whatever you're doing, I have no problem with that. But my question is, what if my daughter? So I said I have no problem with that, right? I'll still go in with him and whatever else. But what if I took my daughter in the women's restroom? How am I going to be labeled? How am I going to be viewed and labeled?
You don't go into a women's restroom. You're a grown-ass adult male. You don't need to be in a women's restroom. If your daughter needs to use the restroom, it's a wonderful thing that we used to do before this became a big fucking problem. It was, we covered our child's eyes and directed them into the stall and locked the stall door with us in there. It was a very simple concept. And then they washed their hands and they got the fuck out of there. It's not the end of the world.
When I was a kid, my mother. When I was a kid, my mother.
6-year-old son. I can
When I
take my
was a kid-
6-year-old son. I'm sorry, I'll let you finish.
When I was a kid, my mother would take me into the women's because she was a woman. and she would put me in a stall and I would potty. So I'd imagine that you just take your daughter in and make sure she goes into the stall and stand by the door and then take her out. If there
But
wasn't
you said that
There's
it's
also
based
something
on
called
you said
family
that
restroom.
only
that's-
males can use the men's
and
restroom.
that's where I'm trying to go with this, right?
Well, I
So
think
if
there's
I-
a difference between children being escorted into the bathroom under the guidance of their parents and adult cross-dressing men violating women's boundaries. And I think that difference is very plain, and conflating those two things is very intellectually dishonest.
So you're
No,
saying
I don't think so.
You say
think
so what
you
you're
don't
saying
think it's
is
intellectually dishonest for you to conflate you going into the women's
I
space
just
with
feel like it's a
child?
hypocrisy.
You think it's hypocrisy? So you're equating yourself to a child.
no, it's hypocrisy because if I take my son in and use a men's restroom, but
You're doing Ashley, are you equating
me
yourself
and my
to a child?
daughter on our daddy date night, and we're going to a school dance, and she has to use the potty, but she doesn't want to use the men's restroom. What is the difference? No. What is the difference? Is me being a straight man adapting to her needs as being a woman and letting her use the female bathroom? Why do I need to make her come into a men's bathroom? And when we come into a men's bathroom, it's not like we just come in and we go straight to the stall. There are urinals.
The kid's fucking 6 years old. They go to school and use the bathroom by themselves at
Yeah.
school without issue. I'm going to tell you right now, I have sons.
I agree with that.
Anytime my 6-year-old son had to use a bathroom, I would stand in front of the men's room and tell grown-ass men, hold on a minute, my son is in there, he's only 6. I can't go in. And they're more than understanding of that. And my son is singing a song, so he knows that I hear him, and he goes and makes sure that there's nobody else in there. That way I can stand in front of the door and he is safe and I have no issues and everything is perfectly fine. The kid is 6 years old. If the kid doesn't know how to wipe themselves and wash their hands by the age of 6 in elementary school, first grade, you've got bigger problems, bro.
Okay, so
Yeah,
the
I
fact
don't
that you
think-
can do
I
that,
think
you said
the
no. Hold
issue
on.
really is
You
with
said-
adult
you
males
said the
and adult
men.
females violating these boundaries. Like the thing about it is when my mom took me, and I had this discussion with David Mamont once. When my mom took me into the women's bathroom as a little boy, I was a little boy. I was a child. I was not capable of inflicting to a male, but I was a child, not capable of inflicting to women what men are capable. Not like you, Ashley. I was not an adult man.
How am I? I look almost identical.
Kid. I was a little kid, okay? And there's a difference between a parent escorting a child into that zone so they can use the bathroom and an adult violating those boundaries, which are sex-based. Males
And
can't
that's-
become females. And the violence that women experience at the hands of males, that's mature males. That's males who go through puberty.
No, there's no difference.
Sexual violence is not committed by
and that's-
pre-puberty
that's where I was
children,
trying to
believe it
go.
or
There's
not.
no
Ashley.
difference. If you are a
There's a difference
possible
between a
post-op
pre-
trans
puberty
woman,
child,
why
I'm not
would you use?
doing this, sir. If you cannot control yourself, if you're an adult man, then fucking control yourself, sir. Okay? I'm sick of this shit. It's been 3 days of this. We're not doing it. You come back up and behave. Jesus Christ.
And that's where I
We're
was
not
trying to
doing
go.
this
So,
in a row.
authentic,
You're an adult man.
blasted me for saying, "Oh well, she is 6." What if she is 4? What if she's 4? What if she can't wipe herself and needs help?
Did you not hear the first part when I answered it like 10 minutes ago? Cover her
Yeah,
eyes,
me and-
direct her into
me
a
and-
stall,
me and-
and help
yeah,
her
you
inside
said-
the stall. Right?
Yeah, you said that you asked, "Oh, if you take your little boy, you will ask the men if you can go in and do this because he's a little
No,
boy."
I didn't. No, that's not at all what I said. I never fucking went into a men's room. I took my son when he was in diapers and when he was not able to wipe himself properly, and I had to potty train him in public. First of all, we made our trips around that kind of stuff. Secondly, there are single stall spaces in just about every fucking Starbucks in this damn place. I don't drink Starbucks, but I'll go in there to use their bathroom if I have to. Third, most sporting events have family spaces. Fourth, if there is absolutely zero alternative, I take my son or my grandson with me who is unable to perform the task themselves. cover their eyes, direct them into the stall, lock the stall, perform said activity, have them wash their hands, and we leave. That's it.
Wait,
Simple
cover their
concept.
eyes. Why do you guys treat the bathroom like it's like a corn site?
I
Like,
cover their eyes going in because I don't know what activities other women are performing. I've seen homeless women in there washing the only clothes they've had. I've seen women go in breastfeeding their children. I've seen women who have had miscarriages in there. There's women who have gone in there to escape other things. Women who have gone in there to adjust their hijab and they can't do it in the presence of another male. So I
what-
make sure
Okay,
that
hold on,
talking about
I-
boys. Like, come on. Like, that's not the
So
average
if you're-
experience.
Hold on.
Come
So if you're LGBTQ and you want everything to be accepted, then why can't I take my daughter into a woman's restroom?
Because you are a grown ass man and I have an automatic hole puncher with freedom seeds. Do you really want to go that fucking route?
Well,
Yes,
most
I
women
do.
had no.
I do.
Most,
I
wait,
do,
most women
because-
had no issue with that guy. Who they were like, "Come on in," which is
Yeah, I
interesting
do.
because.
No, they're not. Not
No, I
anymore.
do have an issue
Not
with that
anymore.
because with the
Wait, are you
LGBT
well, you know that guy that went viral who took his daughters in the women's bathroom? Most women were like welcoming,
what
which
that guy
which I think
did?
was interesting because they're so quick about men being in women's bathrooms,
Do you
but they
know
had
what
no
that
issue with
guy
a
did,
father
Tom?
being in a women's bathroom
Do
for
you
a
know what
daughter.
that guy did prior to walking into that
You could
space?
split the hair, he still did it. We don't care
No,
what how.
he went to the manager and said, "Hey, I have 2 daughters. I'm by myself. Can you check and see if anyone is in there?" And then stand at the door and make sure nobody's doing anything. Because why? He had children that could not do that for themselves.
He didn't
I
go
had-
for me.
if I
He
had-
went in
hold on.
himself. He went
Somebody
in
was
himself.
standing there to ensure that nobody was walking in feeling unsafe. There is
So
a
he still,
difference.
so he still went into the women's restroom. So you agree? Why he could
Well,
have just went into the men's restroom
bro,
since
it's
y'all want
about
men to be in
Could have
men's
gone in the
restroom.
men's restroom, but there apparently were men in there, which is why he went and asked the lady if there were women in the women's restroom.
So that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
but-
So do you want people to go into the? Which one is it? Y'all pick and
There's a
choose.
right and a
What I'm
wrong
getting
way
at
to do
is,
things.
if a woman is not if a woman identifies as a male and uses a male's restroom, and I'm saying there's different kinds of this, but are you telling me I can take my daughter into the men's restroom and let her use a men's restroom, see an obvious woman that is
No, women
Well,
don't
yes.
use the
I mean, wait. Yes, you're her
Yeah,
father.
you could.
Yes, you're her
You
father.
literally could because she's
Man,
a
I
child
went into
and
the
you're her
restroom with my
father.
mother all the
Yeah,
time. My sister
yeah,
went into the
father.
restroom with her father. Yes,
Yeah.
it happens all the
Yeah,
time.
but this
Women
woman
do
can
not
come
need
into
to be in
the
men's restrooms. However, if your daughter is going in the bathroom with you and you're closing her eyes to direct her to a stall, there should not be an issue with a little girl in a men's
Okay,
room
why-
when a
okay, so here's the
father
problem.
is there
Why
present to take care of
Okay,
their
thank you.
child.
Why
Like
do
y'all
I
make
have
it
to
deeper than it
close-
has to be.
Why do I have to close my daughter's eyes?
Yeah, I don't know about all that. That's so
Why?
extra.
Because
she
you-
doesn't have to see
I'm sorry,
dinglings
have you
flying all
ever
over the
seen a
place.
men's
The
Okay,
fuck?
okay, to be real. Hey guys,
They're
guys.
urinals.
this
They're
is- this is-
designed for the biology between the male and the females. They're urinals. Men could be standing
Amber,
there with their junk out,
Amber,
pissing in a urinal. For fuck's sake, dude.
Amber, have you ever been in a fucking men's bathroom? Have you ever gone to piss in a men's?
I've never.
We
gone to
don't
piss in a
stand
men's
around with our
bathroom.
dicks out, hun. No man. Look, straight men, which is like over 90% of the male population,
Oh,
are
yeah, they're-
phobic of seeing each other's dicks.
Oh,
like
I
they are
know
so
they are.
phobic of
I know
anything
they
gay.
are.
Like they.
So why
like,
are you
don't
acting
even-
like this is
no,
a
you don't
nudist
even- like the rule of the
colony?
men's bathroom is you go in there, you do your shit, you do
And
not
you
talk
leave.
to anybody, you leave.
Yes,
You don't
I
say hello, you don't say
understand
good morning,
that,
you don't ask how
but we
lunch was,
also
you don't
have to
talk to your
understand.
coworkers.
Okay,
you
yeah,
piss
but
and
here's
leave.
trans. Here's the thing though. When they go to a urinal, they have to take their junk out to urinate. Correct?
Yes,
Whether
but it's
they're
not.
hovering on
literally
it
do
as
it
close
up
as they
against
can.
the urinal
Sometimes
so
there's not a
nobody can
partition
see
between the
anything.
urinals. I've seen all these different issues with my sons.
It's
Okay,
really
so
not
you
that
mentioned-
deep.
you
You
mentioned a
acting like it's a
sporting event.
nudist. Why are you acting like the men's restroom is a nudist
Million
colony?
times.
Like,
But also, this is like such a distraction from the core of the conversation. Children going into the bathroom with their parents was brought up as a conflation, a bad conflation with male cross dressers going into the female spaces with male identified transsexuals or male trans identified males like Ashley going into the fucking women's spaces. Okay, that's not comparable at all. Like we don't.
wait. What would be what's technically what's the difference?
Going this
The
deep.
difference is that you're sitting here talking about children that pose absolutely zero threat versus grown adults that can pose a threat.
Well, a grown man technically can pose a threat in a woman's bathroom with their daughter, correct?
Exactly, which is why a
Technically.
grown ass man doesn't need to be in a women's bathroom.
Well, a lot of women said it was fine. They said, "Come on in."
Okay, so with what you just said,
Never had an issue.
Well, what you just said, you told me to take my daughter. You just told me that a grown ass man can pose a threat. So you just told me that he can, but take my daughter in the men's restroom anyway.
Hey, you're a man. You should be able to handle that, right?
Yeah. Okay. So a trans man or a trans woman should be able to use their own restroom, then, right? So debunk
A trans
that.
woman can go into that bathroom with you, but a trans man better not, because I'll have a few words to say to her.
But like,
I would
you guys
never
treat the bathroom like
Hold up,
most people
hold up
go
a
to the
minute,
bathroom,
guys.
get in
Hold
and
up a
get
minute,
out.
Pop. Hold up a minute, Pop. Elijah, you're the trans man on the panel. Go ahead and respond.
Me going into a men's restroom? Absolutely the fuck not.
Why?
Because I'm a female, and I respect the privacy and consent of men and boys.
Thank you for that, Elijah. Thank you so much
you
for
for
having
that.
fucking logic.
Elijah.
Thank you
And
for that.
the only restrooms I will
Amen to
use
that.
are third spaces, single occupancy stalls, and only if only I'm in an emergency situation will I go into a women's restroom.
Wait, so do you look like? Oh, how do you look? How do you present? Are you look like
I look
your
like
average
a
Doesn't
man?
matter how Elijah presents.
It does.
Elijah's
I
presentation
present
has
and look
absolutely
like a
nothing to do
young-
with the fact that Elijah's a female.
Yes, but you wouldn't know that. Wait,
to make
hold
it
on.
to make you feel better.
The point is, you wouldn't know that.
So to make you
'Cause we're
feel
not
better,
checking
pop culture,
genitals.
I look like a young teenage boy.
Okay, so you would be assumed male, correct?
Yes.
Despite the fact that you are female,
Yeah.
correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if
And
you
that's
went, and so
why-
if you look like a man and you went to the women's restroom, the same
That's why-
argument
hold
could
on.
be said.
That's why I only go into a women's restroom in an emergency where, maybe my menstrual
Why?
cycle
You're a female.
decided to come back.
You're a female, though. Why?
Yes.
You're a female.
Yeah. And I prefer
All right,
third
so-
spaces.
But yes, let's just say you're not consistent. You're a female, so go into a women's bathroom.
Well,
I'll only go
one
in
of the
there if
things
it's an
that you
emergency.
can do to help alleviate the issue that you're dealing with when it comes to your 6-year-old daughter, there's an app called Refugee Restroom that gives you basically a Google map of places that have single stall or gender neutral spaces you'd be able to utilize. I hope that you take it, download it, and plan accordingly.
Okay, so I got a quick question for you. Let's say the men's bathroom has a line or whatever, but the women's restroom doesn't. And I just say, just for shits and giggles, right? I say, oh no, I identify as a woman because there's no line.
No.
And I go in that
No,
room.
that works.
Are you gonna have a problem with that?
Yeah,
Yes,
I will.
I will have a
Yeah, I
problem
would
with that.
too.
I will. If I'm in
Okay,
there
so-
and you decide that, oh my
You
god,
know
I'm a
what?
woman.
I've bitched out women at concerts because typically the women's line is pretty long in those big sporting events and concerts and stuff like that. You get women going in the men's room. No, I've bitched out a few of them women doing that bullshit. It's a fucking bunch of bullshit. And it sucks
My mom
because
did that
the man
once.
walks in there after that and a woman gets pissed off about it. They can go to the authorities and falsify something to get that man in trouble. And now that man's stuck in a legal issue because of a woman's bullshit.
This is what's happened
They
with
never do
trans-identified females going into the boys' bathroom in high schools already in America. We've had girls who think that they're boys because of the trans queer nonsense go into the boys' bathroom. And you know what happened? They experience the same bullying that boys do. I mean, like any femme gay kid knows going up, you get a whole bunch of shit, right? There's boys being boys that we bully the shit out of each other. So there's some queer girls with septum piercings and wacky hair going into the boys. They get bullied. they made false accusations against the boys, like very, very, very serious false accusations against the boys. And this is why men's privacy also matters. Like we go in there,
And that's what I'm trying to say.
like we
So
have
what
a pants knowing that there's no
what's stopping
females
me?
around to say that we did anything at all. There's only some guys in there.
What's stopping?
In
me
high
from stopping
school,
the
there was
pilot?
one bathroom that I used. It was a neutral bathroom. It was a single
can't turn it
occupancy
up. I
stall
need to
neutral bathroom. That's the one bathroom I used.
I need
Wasn't
to get one of
harassed
those
by a
game
bunch of
things
kids,
for my microphone.
for just standing in line and waiting to use that bathroom? Yes, I was. Did I care? No, because that's the bathroom I wanted to use.
Turn up the
and the
stream.
bathroom
I
was
can turn up
comfortable
the
using.
stream.
Could I have gone into the
Thank you
women's
for
in a
being
state of an
respectful.
emergency?
Well, I have a
Absolutely,
question
did.
for you.
Yep, go ahead.
What restroom do you think I should be using?
Honey,
I'm a trans woman. I'm post-op, and I've been transitioned for well over 12 years. I look like a woman, and you wouldn't really be able to tell that I was born a man.
Yep. Hey, what I'm trying to tell you is, honey, use whatever restroom you think you should. But what I'm trying to say is, as a straight man that's not post-op, that's not whatever, and I can't use your, hey, well, I was born a man, but hey, I'm post-op, I'm whatever now, and I identify as a woman and whatever. But you're in the man's restroom. Okay, that's cool. Hey, more power to you. But what is stopping me? What is stopping me for when my daughter is a 2, a 3, or 6? It doesn't matter the age. And she says, "Hey, Daddy, I don't want to go in the men's restroom. I want to use the girls' restroom." And when I tell you what, right now, I don't know if anybody in here is a girl dad. And I have 2 boys. I've had 2 boys before I ever had a girl. If my boy says, "Hey, Daddy, I want an iPad, and I want an Xbox, and I want a TV," son, you ain't getting that shit. If my little baby said, "Hey, Daddy, I want a brand new Yukon and Ollie," my little baby's getting a Yukon and Ollie. So at the same point, like if my little girl wants to use the women's restroom, I don't think there should be a difference of if she wants to use a women's restroom, and with today's society, if I let her do that, I don't think if I walk in there that any woman should judge me for letting my little girl use a woman's restroom versus forcing me as a man when we are together to take her into the men's restroom. If my little daughter at 4 years old wants to use the women's restroom, fight me. I'm gonna let her do it.
Do we not realize it's not illegal to tell your kid no?
Yeah.
Just want to bring up really quick.
It just sounds like the 4-year-old for the adults at this point.
Again.
Thank you, Tyler.
Host is speaking.
Thank you, Tyler. I just want to bring up that this entire prompt was about, can we fight gender politics without, reviving homophobia? And one of the things that bothers me is it's still referred to as the LGBTQ to LGBTQ, when the entire purpose of the post is the separation. But for the last, hour, we have been on fire, on literal fire, screaming about bathrooms.
Yeah, I mean, it's really ridiculous when we sit here and we have LGB issues being addressed, and all of a sudden the rest of the alphabet mafia has to swoop in to basically dilute and derail exactly what it means to be LGB. And then furthermore, the rest of that group has no standard of their own and basically wants to convert the LGB to ensure that heteronormativity is first and foremost in this world. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So you mentioned the LGBT.
Let's give Positive a
LGBT
chance. Hey, hold up a
mafia.
minute, Will. Hold up a minute, Will. Positive was trying to speak up, and he's been quiet for a while. Positive, go ahead. Bugs.
Wait, what?
You were trying to say something, I cut you off.
All I was saying is, all I'm gonna say is that, like, honestly, as I agree with accused, I agree with, I cannot say a name, but also, like, there's this great, like, restroom called the family restroom, which has a lot of, which a lot of public places have, So, I mean, there's that, but also not only that, is that, I mean, and as what Red said earlier, I don't want women in my restroom, and and just like women don't want men in their restroom, right? So why are we arguing over who goes in each other's restrooms?
Yeah, hey, you say they have you say they have family restrooms. No, I want to debunk this. You say they have family restrooms. Name one chain restaurant that has a family restroom. Name one Wendy's, McDonald's, whatever that has literally there are exceptions.
Tim Hortons does.
There are exceptions. It's only men and women's.
Hortons has a family restroom.
Oh, Tim Hortons in Canada. Fuck off.
Yeah, so some of the
You said fast food restaurant, and I gave you a fucking answer, man.
In some
Yeah,
of the
Tim
blue
Tim
cities-
Hortons in Canada. Okay.
Okay.
Starbucks. Go to a
Alright.
Starbucks, man.
Do I
Go to a
have to like this? Like, okay, what do I got to do here? In some of the cities, they have unisex spaces in small establishments. Usually, this isn't the case. Usually, you have family bathrooms in large places like shopping malls, airports, many of the larger places. But again, not really your problem, because the only scenario where you as a straight man would have to worry about this is taking your kid to the bathroom. In which case you should just go into the men's and take them in and, you know, protect them and make sure they do their stuff and then leave. Because you as a big full-on bearded man going into the women's would scare women. If there was any survivors in there, they might have a lot of stress from that and not feel safe, which is again the reason that male cross-dressers and male transsexuals should not be going in there either. Like, no adult man should be going into the women's bathroom unless there's an EMT issue and they're
Exactly, and no man should think they're a woman, or no woman should think they're a
be going
man.
into the man's bathroom. It's very simple. This isn't a matter of children, and like we need to stop making this conflation because parents don't need to worry about this. This isn't their problem. This is the problem of abusive cross-dressing men and women who are breaking down society with their nonsense and their mental illness.
Wait, but the thing is, that's not consistent. Like, I've seen like lesbians getting kicked out of women's restrooms because they're not feminine enough.
They will drop, or do you get dropped?
Like, there are literally butch.
I think he laughed.
There are butch women who are told you're not feminine enough to be in the. I've been told.
Even more caught. That's even more conflation of sexist stereotypes and the conflation of feminine with woman and masculine with man. Like, why are
Well,
we
that's what
sitting
she
here
just did.
saying that?
That's what she just did. She said bearded man. That you're relating that to.
Elijah's a bearded man.
He is. He's a
A
big
bearded woman.
Yeah, he's an adult, big bearded man. But like the point is that trans reinforces that, hun. Like this idea that like, oh, a male who somehow looks feminine-esque or female or woman-esque should be going into the women's bathroom because of that is nonsense. No, men need to get over the fact that atypical men exist. Women need to get over the fact that atypical women exist. These boundaries are based on sex, and there's a lot of diversity in human expression. Full stop. It's 2026. We shouldn't even be fighting over this anymore. And the only reason we are fighting over non-conforming individuals is because trans has come in and tossed gasoline on a fire that was addressed in the fucking 80s. Like literally, this was addressed before I was born.
Exactly. They dropped what the standard was. Now everybody can have these little narcissistic micro labels underneath this umbrella of trans. And guess what? Because I'm now a non-binary, pandemisexually, Therian, what the fuck ever, I fall under this trans umbrella, and you have to address my pronoun zer, and you have to allow me to do this, that, and the third, and remove women's language and remove men's language and take their accolades, take their spaces, take their legislation, and remove their equity in society just to accept me and appreciate my feelings, because it's the only mental delusion that we have on this planet that we fucking affirm. Get
But
the
this
fuck out of here.
this rhetoric also affects biological people who believe in their gender. Like, it affects, like, I've been told I'm a man, I'm a biological man. I've been told I've had, not the cops, but I've had managers come into the men's restroom. There's a woman in here. I'm not a woman. I'm just a feminine man. Oh, well, we were told, well, I'm not a woman. I've seen that on the opposite side. Oh, lesbians who are very, very butch being told,
Right.
why are you in the men's bathroom? Why are you in the women's bathroom? I'm a woman. Oh, well, are you sure? You look a little manly. So be careful what you wish for.
I completely agree with all of what you're saying, Pop. And here's the kicker. I don't care what kind of man you are. Just like you shouldn't care what kind of woman I am. The fact remains we will always be what we are despite how we dress, how we think, how we act, and how others perceive us.
Okay, but like, for instance, Elijah, he literally said, I look like a boy. So according to because we don't know who's trans and who's not, technically, until we don't really know, she shouldn't go into the female bathroom because she looks like a man?
And here's the thing, Pop Culture, you didn't let me finish. I'll only go into a women's restroom if it's an emergency, such as, my menstrual cycle showing up out of nowhere. And
Why?
I need
You're a female. You're a
Yeah, and
female.
I use third spaces, and I've quite literally had to show my ID to security guards outside of the women's restroom that has my female sex marker and my legal name that I have yet to change on it.
Why?
In order to go pee.
Why? You're a
And
female.
I'm not mad about it.
But why? You shouldn't have to. You're a female. According to the people, it's based off biological specs. So you're a female.
but
Why do you have to do all that?
perception doesn't always equal like reality, Like I can be perceived as a guy, but it doesn't mean that I'm a male.
Okay, but you're supposed to go into the women. Why you have to show your ID? If you're biologically female, why are you showing an ID to go to the female bathroom?
Because I'm compliant with what the security guard asked me to do and to prove myself so I can go take a piss, bro.
And that's a problem. And that's what I'm saying. You guys are so
It's
focused
not a problem. I was completely fine doing it.
That is a problem. You shouldn't have to show your ID to go to the bathroom.
Listen, I
That's
chose
a problem.
to pursue a medical transition, and I'm gonna have to live with the consequences of that. If
Wait,
you're
but
not
wait,
fine with
what are
me
the
doing
consequences?
that, then
You're
it's
a
not your
female.
problem.
If you're a female, then it shouldn't matter how you look. According to Authentic, it shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're a woman. You're a female.
Okay,
It
but I'm
clearly
not a
does
butch.
matter.
I'm not
Clearly
a
it
butch
does matter.
lesbian. I have
Situation where we have
pursued.
legal fiction and we have males going into female spaces, into their grape sanctuaries, into their prisons. We have created this situation where we are feeding the confusion, and we're also we're putting this animosity parallel to that confusion. It's always been the case where masculine women deal with shit in women's spaces because they're atypical. It's always been the case that feminine males deal with shit in men's spaces because
Why?
they're atypical.
I thought it's all about biology, according to y'all. It's all
Always
about
been
biology.
the case that sexism and traditionalism has people as a part of that who have a problem with atypical outliers, but that is not the responsibility of the other sex to shelter. It's not the responsibility of women to shelter feminine men from violence against them by males. It's not a thing. Male violence against non-conforming men is exactly men's issue. And all of these feminine men then going into women's spaces is putting that problem onto women, okay? And then women are then in turn getting very anxious and stressed by this entire situation, and that's increasing the backlash to non-conforming women. There's echo effects from degrading the safeguarding in society, and that's what we're seeing. We need to go back to how things were, where we didn't have legal fiction and identification. We didn't allow males into female spaces as a standard.
You know what's so interesting with that is that as a gay man, I'm an openly gay man, I've been invited in women's spaces by women. No one really had an issue with that. The women were like, they treated me like a girl. But I think it's interesting that when it's a gay man, men are, for the most part, gay men are allowed to be in women's stuff.
They're
But
not allowed.
if I
You
said
may
if
be
I was a
invited,
trans
but it doesn't mean you're
woman,
allowed.
but clearly, it's interesting. If I said if I was a
There
trans
should not be
woman,
allowed.
then all of a sudden it most likely would have been an issue. Gay men do a lot of feminine stuff. They do a lot of womanly things.
It's an issue for both trans women and gay
This is
men
interesting.
going into
Gay
women's
man, I
restrooms.
would never.
Let me respond to that because you were invited into a female's personal space, but you didn't just go into the random Walmart and go into the women's room on your own accord. There's
Well,
a
no,
difference
because I do
between with an
identify as a
indication
man.
and with an
So.
assumption.
No,
But
but,
even
but
then,
it's interesting that
even then,
women will
there's nothing
bring.
to it though. Like, look, hun, like I got taken to a bar like a month and a half ago to go watch this singer with the turf, right? And I'm in the bar, I'm wearing my jeans and a t-shirt and stuff, but I'm completely transitioned. So I had to go potty. We had a couple of drinks, and so there was a men's and women's bathroom. And the men, right, where they were shotgunning through the bathroom, there was like a little stall, but there was no door left on the stall, and then there was a urinal, and two guys were going in at once and just both standing and peeing. So I had to wait because I had to use the stall and shut the door and use the whole bathroom to myself, right?
Mhm.
And I'm standing there, multiple women said, hey, just go into the bathroom's right there. Like the women's line was not like that actually.
Right.
And but I didn't. Do you know why I didn't? Even though I
Why?
had multiple, it wasn't because my turf friend was watching me or because she was with me. It was because they don't have the right to consent for every single woman, for every single female survivor. They just
Wait, so
don't.
wouldn't that go both
They don't
ways?
have that
Doesn't
right,
that go both
you know?
ways? So the same way they don't have the right to make a decision for other women, wouldn't that go the other women who
No, but
that
I
would go
said
both
the
ways, I
space
guess.
the space is set for females. Some women being okay with males being in there doesn't mean that all women are okay with it, and they can't give consent for the women who aren't okay with it.
So
There
that
are
would go
female
both ways.
survivors
That
who
goes
aren't
both
comfortable.
ways.
There are a lot of women with disabled daughters who are not comfortable, and they can't say, "Hey, we're going to give up these female spaces to males just because they're okay with it."
But we do that. We make exceptions all the time. But it's just
I
like
don't believe consent is transferable. And the space is designed for females. So I don't think some females being okay with it means it's okay because consent is not transferable.
well, we make concessions. We make edits in society all the time. Just like, for instance, when that man brought his daughter into the women's restroom, for the most part, the most women in the comments and what I saw were like, lovely, bring your daughter in here. Mind you, he's a man. Mind you, he's a man. They're bringing your daughter in here. They made the concession because he was conforming. He was a daddy taking care of a girl, and so they were understanding. So a biological man can bring his daughter into a woman's restroom, and for the most part, women were like, "Oh, it's okay." But if a trans woman does that, it's a problem. It's an issue. That makes sense.
I think
That doesn't
it's
make sense.
problematic to establish a path for males to consistently violate sex-separated spaces. Yeah, because I believe that, and I agree that we can edit society now and again. We edit society all the time. We used to literally have a purely capitalist fire department in like the 1800s, but we realized that having to pay people to put out the fire led to turf wars and places burned down. We edited
Yeah.
society, but we shouldn't edit society in regards to safeguarding women. Like trans women are not this special class of men that veer outside of male averages. Actually, they're completely normal males. They have male rates of criminality and male patterns of criminality. And these boundaries don't exist for feelings, they exist for safety. They exist
And
for
to bring it
safety.
back to topic, it's the same thing with the LGB versus the rest of it. The LGB fought for their equality. All they wanted to do was be able to live their life with the same legal respect as the heterosexual community. And then you get all the rest of these letters kind of piggybacking off of that movement to try to not only gain privilege that they've already got, but then also leverage that movement to try to catapult things that society is just not going to accept going forward. And that's why we're seeing a lot of pushback and separation between sexuality and gender identity.
That man Will here earlier is the average conservative American that I see when I go to Turning Points events, when I go to churches. That's the average conservative American. Like their problem is with the LGBT alphabet mafia veering off into insanity and starting to break down the boundaries in society that protect children and women. That is the entirety of their problem. Like
Yeah, to me,
it's
that's
like
it gives
it's
respectability
like
politics.
assimilationism is actually better than going against the grain.
No, it's
right?
not.
It is. It is actually better to work with society as a minority population to actually improve their viewpoint of you. It is better to work with people and actually improve your image. The
Yeah,
way
but that
we
only
got
works.
gay marriage done
That only
was not
works.
by having piss pools in the public streets.
But
It was not
that
with
only
being
works
with
when
harnesses.
that only
It
works
was
when you
not with puck play
conform.
masks. It was because everybody put on their sweaters and their best normal clothes, and they said, "Hey, we're normal people, and we need to go back to that."
But
and
wait. But that
respect
only
society.
works when you are palatable, or when you're like
I
you want to be
disagree.
essentially you want to be token. You want to be the
I
token
disagree
person.
because I cannot be palatable. I can't pass no matter how hard I try. Look, I can put on a mask thing. I can get my Hugo Boss on. I can do my hair and pull it back and put it in a cap. I can butch it up as much as I can, and I will slip up and be the gayest motherfucker in the room every single fucking time. I've been trying it my whole fucking life. That's why I transed. Like, I cannot pass as a straight normal man. It is impossible for me to do. It was impossible for me to do pre-transition, and it's not possible now. And so, like, I'm telling you that when I go to these, like, I go get my acrylics done to go to America Fest. I'm not kidding. I go get my acrylics done to go to America Fest. Like, I go and I'm intentionally, and nobody gives me shit. They don't care about effeminate men. They don't care about tomboys. And it's better to work with society.
You're being intellectually dishonest. A lot of people do have an issue with feminine
They have an
men.
issue with
Yes,
it,
they
though.
do. They always talking about how
The issue
they
that
do
we
have an issue with
have,
feminine men.
but Pop, the issue that we have has nothing to do with a man being effeminate.
One at a time.
Has nothing to do with a man being effeminate and everything to do with a man sitting here and stripping it down and trying to push back on what society deems as being acceptable in a public space.
Well,
I have
that's
no
changed
problem
over
with
years, man.
anybody-
Gay
but
people
I
used to
have no
be put in
problem-
hospitals because we were mentally
they
insane.
used to.
Things
Used to,
change.
right? Used to is the
Yes.
big word there, right?
Like,
Used to.
conversion
Okay.
therapy used to be a big thing. We don't do
And
that
guess
anymore
what
as much.
conversion therapy is now? Guess what conversion therapy is now? Now it's
It's not the
transition.
same.
Now it is
No,
transition.
but the point is, society changes over time. 100 years ago, things were different. Correct?
But look, trans is not going to get us to a place of effeminate men being accepted because all it's doing is pissing off all of society. All queer theory is doing is
People are going to be
towards
homophobic or transphobic
my-
regardless if we conform.
No, I'm telling you that, like,
They are.
Look, I'm telling you.
You cannot win over a homophobe.
I can roll through a whole bunch of conservative spaces, and I can interact with 100,000 conservative people in a weekend and not have a single negative experience because I'm not a delusional agate crossy. I can be an
So
agate
basically,
crossy,
as
but
long
not
as you stay in your
delusional.
place, you will be
As long
accepted.
as I don't invade women's spaces and go push this rhetoric that men can become women and go and try to teach that to children, they don't care if you are an atypical male. The average person does not care. But all of these behaviors are exacerbating hatred in our society.
The hatred was already there. The hatred is already there.
It was, but this approach is not helping, hun. That's the point. Yes, it was there. Of course it was there. It's always been there. But it's been getting better until trans started making it get worse.
Trans, it was there in the 70s and the 80s and
Right.
even into the 90s. Okay, it started tapering off in the 2000s. We fought for gay marriage, right? The LGBA, A being ally, fought for gay marriage. It got passed, and that was it, dude. That's all the
Yeah,
LGBT.
that's
wanted.
heteronormative.
No, it's
You guys
not.
do know that,
heteronorm-
right?
How is that heteronormative?
It's
for
heteronormative
gays?
because what you're saying
How
is
is
that
it
gay people.
heteronormative
I'm
for
going to answer
gay
that.
and
Gay
lesbians?
people will be tolerated barely if they conform to traditional gender norms, like men still wear men.
No,
Yes.
it has nothing to do with the gender norms and everything to do. Look, as far as gay pride goes, gay pride used to be fun, dude. I used to go
I mean,
all
it's
the
still
time.
fun.
Used to go all the time. No, now it's just a Kink Fest 5,000.
Yeah, that's the whole point of pride. The pride is
no, it's
the opposite
not.
of pride is shame.
Pride is not
Gay
the
people
whole
were
point.
shamed
That's the
for
problem.
being publicly
Pop.
gay.
Pride was not about your kink, because if it was, straight people would be having their key parties in the middle of the street.
Straight people historically are publicly straight. It's just not a norm. It's just not an issue because they're straight. Y'all should know this. Straight people historically have done many of things publicly,
The
but
first
they don't have their
Pride Parade was a
sexuality
riot.
pathologized.
The first Pride Parade was a riot. You know that, right?
So and they were pushing back against heteronormative norms. So telling it's like you're telling gay people to go back in a closet, essentially.
No,
Go back
it's
in the closet.
not.
Be normal. Don't be too gay. Too gay.
You
It's
don't
not.
Essentially.
you don't have to wear a pup mask and a BDSM harness in public.
If that's what I want to wear, what happened to my free speech? If that's what I want to wear.
In public, because there's public decency. You
But
don't
that's
have
not,
to do
it's
that
not,
to
it's
be
not
gay.
indecency to wear a mask in public. Stop
It
being
is
extra.
indecent to be expressing a fetish in public in the streets. Yes, it is.
Well, not in my state. I don't know where you live. I live in Massachusetts. They welcome that because we're
Just
not
because
bigots.
something's legal doesn't mean it's moral.
Wait, why is it immoral? That's what I'm saying. You want people to, y'all want gay
Do
and
not
trans people to
believe it is
conform.
moral
Is
to
it-
express fetish in the public square. I don't think it's more like, look, right now it's
Like,
legal
is
to
it
be
crime?
naked. Right now in Seattle, it is legal to be naked in public. As a result, trans-identified males have stripped naked and chased signature gatherers out of the gay park. And they've been naked around the children at the children's playground repeatedly on my film, and it's all
I'm so
over
sick of
my
y'all talking about children. The biggest pedophiles, the biggest pedophiles are straight men.
Legal.
Please.
Just because something is legal doesn't mean it's moral. The average person knows it's not okay to strip naked in front of a playground. The average person knows that's foundationally immoral.
No,
and
it's not.
okay to
Morals
expose yourself to
change.
children like that in
Morals
public.
change. It used to be
It is
immoral for
not
women. Morals
It is
change.
immoral.
It used to be
You
immoral
cannot
for women to wear
sit here in
pants. It used to be.
public.
It used to be immoral for women to wear pants.
You
Cross dressing used to be
cannot sit here
immoral.
And
You
say
can't be
that it
saying
is
that it's
moral
moral
to
to do
be
that.
completely nude in public in front of children. You
No,
think
I'm not
that is
saying that.
okay?
I'm saying that morals change over time. It used to be illegal to cross dress. You do know that, right? It's no longer illegal. It used to be legal for women to wear pants. We don't no longer have those issues. So clearly, things change over time.
I'm
What was
saying
moral
that just
100 years
because
ago,
something is legal doesn't mean it's moral, and maybe we've gone too far. I believe we've gone too far.
I mean, as long as you're not like, that's the thing. Y'all always go to the children. The people who abuse children the most are heterosexual, biological men.
So, Pop,
No,
do you think
it
that it
doesn't
is?
change
Do
the
you think
fact
that it is
that nobody
morally
should be
okay
naked in a
for
public
someone
square.
to be nude in public in front
No.
of other adults?
No, but that's not a
No?
one.
Do you
That's not
think it's
happening in mass.
morally? Do you think it's morally okay for grown ass men to wear banana hammocks and tassels on their nipples and 10-inch heels walking down the street?
Wait.
yelling, Yes,
Wait,
queen, yes.
Wait.
During a pride parade?
Wait. Can I ask you, why is that an issue for you? There are women we have no issue with objectifying the female body.
I've never seen any other group, any other community perform this. MLK parade. I've gone to plenty of MLK parades. I've seen high school bands
Well,
march.
MLK
I've
parade is
seen-
not the same. The
It's-
point
it
of pride is
celebrates-
to
it
push
celebrates-
back
It
against
celebrates another
normal-
community, but we don't see that community acting an ass in public, do we?
It's so crazy that you say that when like we celebrate women who like are damn near naked. Biological women. There are women who are damn near naked. But no one's like, oh my God, the children.
Look, when I think about pride, I don't think about it as pushing back against normal. That's actually the opposite of what I remember pride to be. When I went to pride, the first pride I ever went to was in a small town in the country in the South. You know what everybody was doing? The vibe was, oh my God, you can be normal and gay. There was no public fetish. There
When you
was
say
no
normal
artist
and gay, what does that mean? What
I
does
mean
normal
that
and
they
gay
were
mean?
just normal people.
Let me get my
You would have
panelists
never
in,
known
guys.
that they were gay. They were hollies walking down the street, like at the park, and there were all of these gay tents, and there were lots of rainbow flags, but everybody there just looked like normal Americans because they didn't need to take their fetish
So you want
to the
people to conform.
Hold
You want
up,
people to
hold
conform.
up,
People
hold up,
to
hold up,
not
guys,
express
hold up.
Okay,
This is
stop.
hot. Hey, yep,
Stop.
Thank you. Thank you. Hold up, guys. I know this is a hot conversation, But let's get Liddy in. Hi there, Liddy. Welcome to the group. Could I get your age, please?
21.
Thank you for that. On this panel, we don't discuss race, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. Today's topic is gay, not queer. Traditionally, the gays fought for the right to love who they want, workplace safety, less violence, and the right to build families. The current queer ideology is focusing on expanding identities, institutional pressures, contested definitions, and ideas over experience. What do the traditional gays owe to the queer ideology framework that we didn't choose? Must gay men and lesbians redefine their language, affirm every new claim, and give up their sex-based boundaries? And if they say no, who pays the price? Is society can society challenge or reject gender identity politics without reviving homophobia? That's the basis of the discussion, even though it's kind of veered around. So if you'd like to respond to that, we'll go back to open panel afterwards. Floor is yours, Liddy.
Yeah, so as far as that goes, what I will say is we were queer first, not gay. So I think like people kind of like having an issue with
The only
queer.
context I have for queer is being beaten. With that word being
Why
said.
am I being
I would have been
interrupted?
queer first. Like, no. I know,
Are you
because
okay?
you just said that gays are queer first. You're
Okay,
not saying
so
I'm queer first.
why don't you let me finish? I'm not doing this. You're too old for this.
Yeah,
You're
hold
way
up a
too
second,
old.
Liddy. Hold up a second, Liddy. Let it finish, transphobe.
Way too grown. Anyways,
Land is plain. Or her,
yeah.
whatever.
So, as far as that goes, yes, we were queer first. And I don't think that we necessarily have to accept everything that a certain group of people are pushing, but I think that there are more sane people a part of the community than there are insane. So like this whole like worrying about, worrying about, oh, the community is just going to be like swept up and changed up and like this whole ideology thing, like it's the same thing that it's been for years. There are always going to be people with different opinions, different life choices, and that's just what it is. Like there are some good and there are some bad. But I don't think that gay people should have to redefine language or affirm every new claim or give up, sex-based boundaries. I think that if people who identify as gay want to work together with people that identify outside of the norm, then I think that that's something that we can work together to do. But I don't think that like just by default, we should have to do whatever people say or believe whatever people say.
Thanks for that,
Gay was
Liddy.
actually established before queer. The GLM, the Gay Liberation Movement, was established in 1924. The word queer originally meant odd or out of the ordinary, abnormal, something of that nature, and was initially used as a slur to the gay community. So, no, it was gay first.
Dreadnought, you wanted to speak?
Well, actually, Authentic just answered my question for me, but still, to the new person that is claiming that queer was first, when was it ever first in a positive way? Please enlighten me. And I'm 54, so in my lifetime, it never was a positive word.
Yeah, queer is a pejorative. It's only been reappropriated and turned into a positive word as a result of queer theory. That's something that's happened in the past 20, 30 years. It was literally a pejorative in most parts of this country, even when I was growing up. Like, it's literally the word they said right before they beat the shit out of you. It was called smear the queer.
It's not only been for the past 20, 30 years when grown men and people have identified as queer since the fucking 20s. Like it's not the last 2 decades kind of ideology. I really hate when y'all do that because y'all know that queer has always been a part of the LGBTQ for the longest. Gay men were called queer, whether or not people's intention was to be homophobic or whatever the case may be. We took that word as our own and we created our own community and we created our own meaning behind it. And at the end of the day, if that's not what you want to abide by, then that's completely fine. But like, it's crazy that a lot of y'all are so like put yourself up on this like high pedestal where you think like you have the right to be telling everybody what the fuck is and what ain't and what they should and should not be doing. And like I said, if it's not for you, it's not for you. But people have been identifying as queer for decades. This is not new ideology. So like, let's not do
It
that.
is new because I'm literally 19
It's
years old,
new?
and as a younger, when I was a little girl, you know, when I was a little tomboy.
How old are
so
you?
like I'm 19.
Okay.
I'm 19 years
So
old. When I was
the
a
word
little
queer
girl,
was existing
hold
before.
on. Am I talking or what? Am I talking or what, bro? When I was a little girl, I kept being called, you know, a queer, and I got my head put in toilets and stuff like that when I'm not even a homosexual by any means. So the word queer is quite literally a slur. It has always been used in a derogatory form, and I don't understand why you think you were queer before you were gay. You were just gay, and queer is a way to, you know, harm you.
I'm happy for queer to exist.
I said what I said. You don't have to agree. I really don't care.
If it in fact was a positive thing, why wasn't it not called the queer
I
community?
didn't say. Did you? You don't. It seems like when somebody disagrees with you guys just purposely don't
was the
listen.
LGBT.
What I
The
said
Q
is that
wasn't
it did.
around for a
What I
hot,
said
hot
is that it did start off as something negative. What I'm saying is that the LGBTQ took the word and redefined it, and I'm saying that's something that people have been identifying as for longer than 30 years. Like, people keep trying to act like COVID brought about the word queer. Like, it's been existing. The gay community has been using it for a very long time. Anybody in the LGBTQ has been using this word for a very long time. It's really mainly, well, I'm not even about to go there, but
Google is free, and I just
I did Google it. It said the word was coined.
That's great, Princess. I was still speaking. So Google's free. I just looked. I don't know if you know how to do math, but I'm 35.
Don't be rude, bitch.
You started it, Pumpkin.
Didn't,
So
bitch.
30 years ago, I don't know if you know how long ago that was. Okay, I'm only 35. I was born in 91. They
Good for
started
you.
using it in a positive light in when? The 90s. So that would be how long ago? Oh, that's right.
It was
that's 30
before the
years
90s.
ago.
Oh my god, the transphobic historian got the timeline right? Oh, I'm shocked.
Let me get
The
Zoe
queer
in,
has been-
guys.
queer
Let me
has
get
been
Zoe in.
reclaimed
Let me get
by
Zoe in.
majority.
Zoe, welcome to the group. Can I get your age, please?
19.
Good deal. On this panel, we don't discuss race, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. The topic of the day is gay, not queer. Did you happen to read the prompt yet, or would you like me to read it to you?
I already read it. I've been here for a hot second.
Okay, good deal. What would you like to contribute, Zoe?
So I wanted to talk on the person next to me here. I don't
Liddy?
even know what to call them.
Liddy.
I don't know if
Liddy.
they're Liddy. Okay, Liddy. Sorry. As someone who is part of the LGB, I'm gonna say queer is mostly still an offensive term, and they only just again recently put it in to change the name of it, and even so, the name is still based off of a not good concept. As gay, the original meaning of gay was happy, and so the gay meaning got a much more happier definition based off of it compared to what queer is. And I just really want to specify, because you called them out saying whatever about them not being, like, them basically being straight and talking about queers, and as an LGB person, that is not true. That queer was still very much a derogatory term.
It was reclaimed. By
So again, y'all don't listen. If y'all don't listen, what'd be the point of even trying to have a conversation? I really don't understand, because that's not what I said at all. And I did not, and I never said that people still don't use it negatively. What I'm saying is that our community specifically reclaimed the word over 3 decades ago, and I'm saying within our community, I don't know where y'all live at, and I don't really care. Where I'm
Why
from,
are you so
queer.
goddamn hostile?
How am I hostile? When y'all just got finished
You
muting
are
me,
fucking
y'all just got finished
hostile
muting me
as
and doing all
fuck.
kind of extra shit. But you just got finished doing all kind of screaming and yelling. So shut the fuck up talking to me. Seriously.
No, I will talk to you however I goddamn well.
Okay,
please,
and I'm gonna
because
tell you to
you're
shut the
a
fuck
hostile bitch.
So shut the fuck.
No, I don't have to. You are being hostile from the second you came up here.
Okay, Billy Bob, we get it. Can I finish?
Okay,
Billy
this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna give everybody the opportunity. Here we go. 2 minutes.
So
Transphobes up first.
Okay, I love this. Okay, so queer theory, so queer started as a pejorative, right? It was a word that was used to demagogue basically the gay community. And then at a certain point, people promoting queer theory captured the word and rebranded it. Now it represents an ideology that basically stands for like standing out, being against the grain, the antithesis of assimilation. It's everything that the sweater gays stood against. That's what queer theory is. Everything that got us to gay marriage, showing that we're normal, that we're not super freaks, like fighting against the stigma of homosexuality by showing that we're not the monsters that we've been vilified as. The thing that got the stigma of homosexuality was so bad that we were put in institutions. A lot of the books on my shelves were written over 100 years ago by people who literally were growing up in that time, gay scholars who were studying homosexuality and nonconformity at a time when homosexuals were literally put in institutions and put in camps. So there's this huge stigma we fought against, and we fought against it by showing them that it wasn't true. And what queer theory does is it pushes this idea that we should embrace every abnormality, every strange behavior, every paraphilic expression, and we should flaunt it in society. It is literally pouring gasoline on homophobia. It is pouring gasoline and fueling like the hatred for our community. It's why gay marriage has dropped and dipped with Americans. It's because they see this public fetish. They see the abnormality. They see the perversion. They're having it shoved down their throat. And that is the mentality of queer theory. It should be completely removed from advocacy. It is harmful to the gay community, full stop.
Tyler?
Hang on, I will come back. I'm getting ready to put kids to bed.
Okay. Fred then.
You know, I love how guarantee I'm probably the oldest bastard on this panel. And I've probably lived in and worked in more states than any of you put together. So that being said, I love when the right fighter tries to tell me and everybody else how things were back in the olden days. And I love the other right fighter up here on the panel who tries to justify and say that we are conforming. No, being polite is not conforming. It's just being a productive member in society. And my point of saying that I've worked and lived in every single state but 3 in the United States, I know all the cultures. And being a nurse and a social worker doing travel nursing, I see how people live. But you do not and will not ever convince me that the Q word has been reclaimed or adopted by our community. It's just, if you want to call yourself that, do you, boo-boo. But I say this all the time. I will tell you once, don't call me that. And why is it that the youngins say, you have to call me this, but I don't get the right to say no?
Amber's up next.
Bruh. All I know is that the gay liberation movement was established in 1924 here in the United States. I've never seen any sort of formal movement established that started with that Q slur. There is no way in the world you can convince me that because a few young punk kids that don't know their own history regarding their own community has reclaimed, quote unquote, some word that it's all of a sudden okay to say. I'm not going to say it. I don't appreciate it being said around me. I don't think anybody who says it knows their own history. And it's unfortunate that that has happened. To sit here and say it is okay to act a certain way or behave a certain way because you're part of a certain community and nobody else in public has any say so over it is also an absolute farce. I like a little bit of choking and hair pulling and ass slapping, but you don't see me and my husband walking down the street doing that kind of bullshit. It's ridiculous. You keep adult themes behind closed doors with consenting adults. You don't do that kind of crap in public. If you want to go live your best extra freak life, go ahead, honey. I've got no problem with it, but it doesn't mean you should be allowed to do it in public places. And the fact that this pride parade has gone off the rails over the past few decades because a whole nother identity has decided to hijack it and appropriate it and dilute the efficacy and the meaning behind this community is why the LGB is divorcing from the rest of it to begin with. And if you don't believe me, look up the LGBIA. Over 20 government nations have recognized it.
Thanks, Amber. Pop culture, you're up next.
Hello. I just feel like respectability politics doesn't work. I think back in like the civil rights era, it worked because we were trying to fight for basic human rights. So sure, it worked then. But a lot of scholars have said like, and people who write research papers have said that like, trying to conform to whatever the rule is it's not true acceptance. Trying to basically, you guys are giving pick me. You're trying to be pick me's for the straights. No matter if you are a masculine gay man with a masculine gay husband with 2 kids and a dog and a house behind you, or you are a freak that's a furry and gender nonconforming and heels and a thong, no matter what, you're gonna face homophobia. You're gonna face transphobia. Trying to tell LGBT people to conform and trying to kick out parts of the community that you think make us look bad is homophobia. It's internalized homophobia. Straight people do deplorable things. And I've never seen a straight person get online and say, you make us look bad. They don't do that because they're not pathologized. Why is it when gay people do things that others we don't like, oh, you're making us look bad? It's not acceptance if it's conditional. You guys are advocating for conditional acceptance. As long as you're normal, which is normity, which changes over time, as long as you don't stick out, will be accepted. That's not true. There are people that do everything right and still get called FAGs and DYKEs and TRAANYs. You can do it all right and still face bigotry. And it's so sad to see people fight to be accepted by straight people by kicking other gay people and trans people out of the community who refuse to conform. Let's be serious. And y'all also know queer has been reclaimed. That's not new. It has been claimed. Now, can it be a slur? Yes, it can be a slur, but it's not a slur overall anymore. Things change over time, y'all.
Elijah, you're up.
So I find that really funny because I'm a heterosexual. I'm a female who likes males. I have been called the F, the A, the G. I've been called the D, the Y, the K, the E. I've been called the T to the R to the A to the N to the N to the Y. I've been called the queer. I've been called every goddamn name under the goddamn sun. All right, just because I look a little different, I present a little different. I find it very funny that you're like, oh, it's all internalized homophobia because you don't like it when people use the word queer or whatever the fuck. Like, there's no homophobia of mine to be internalized. I just wholeheartedly believe that the word queer is a slur, has always been a slur, and will always be a slur. We cannot reclaim, you cannot reclaim something that has been used against you derogatorily for centuries, you know? Like, not centuries, decades, half a century, you know? It's just ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. You are not queer, you are gay. Queer is not a good word. It'll never be a good word. It doesn't sound like a good word. It's not a nice word to say. It's not a nice word to look at. My own parents, they're 48. They have told me stories about them calling up people that aren't, normal queer and not knowing how bad of a word it actually is until they got the shit beat out of them by said queer people. And I believe they deserved that. Because why the fuck are you telling people that? Like, be so for real.
Thanks, Elijah. Zoe, you're going to wrap it up.
Hi. I'm not gonna say the one word because I know Authentic said that she doesn't like the word. So out of respect for her, I'm not gonna say it. But I do want to go back to what pop culture and what Lydia were saying about how if you don't look quote unquote normal, you're gonna get hate at and stuff like that. And I'm like that can be said for anything really. You can look normal and always be bullied or criticized for it. I think today people don't care what you look like or how you act like as long as you don't infringe it on the people, like on the children, or like you don't force it upon other people. Don't care that you're trans. They care if you go into the opposite bathroom of what your biology looks in. It doesn't matter if you think that you quote unquote pass or not. That's the only thing we care about. And that's just because that goes back to biology, were the reasons why the bathrooms were separated. The one slur has always been a way to insult someone. And if it's still a way to insult someone today, that means it's still a slur. It doesn't mean that it's been reformed or anything. It still is a slur from that point. And another reason why LGBT wants to separate from the queer, trans, everything else to the Z letters is because the LGBT focuses on who they love, while the rest of it focuses on who they are and who they think they are. Those are the two differences in those things, I think. Yeah.
Thanks, Zoe. And before we get back to open panel, I'd like to actually talk for a second as well. I do think I hear where Guru is coming from. Why is it not letting me do that? Here we go.
Yes.
I am a masculine gay, I guess you'd say. Most people will say, oh, I didn't know you're gay until you told me, to which I always respond, well, thanks, I guess. But I will still tell people not to come out in their workplace. Don't come out if you can help it. Just because I am so used to getting the exact same response from everybody, from heterosexuals in general. It is the permission to exist followed by the threat. Oh, you know what? I love gay people. I'm fine with gay people. I have no problem with gay people. The permission to exist followed by but don't hit on me because I'm straight. Followed by the threat. It's always the same every time. So I think that I do definitely relate to that level of acceptance. If I tell people that I'm gay, if they find out, I'm either going to be seen as either a threat or as a token. I'm either going to be attacked or I'm going to be used as be made fun of. If they say something that's even slightly homophobic around me, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to say that." And I'm like, "Dude, you didn't say anything to me." I mean, whatever. But I can see where that's coming from. The second is, as far as queer goes, I think I would actually prefer it as a slur because I do not get down with the ideology. I don't like the redefinition of language. I don't think that's acceptable. I think it's troubling. It's troubling to me on a personal level, and as far as society goes, that's not my problem. They chose the bear. But to me personally, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that I am part of a very marginalized community, and we have an even further marginalized community kind of invading the space. I live in a dick desert. I have maybe 20 people on my grinder around me, and now there are females literally popping up on my feed, and that's very frustrating because it's like this was my safe space, and now you are muddying it up, and we're bringing more people in, and it's just turning the same thing that the gay bars turned into, where we don't have that space anymore, and one size doesn't fit all. I don't like the idea of aggressive inclusion. I never have. But that's kind of where I'm standing with it. And let's see here. You know what? I'm just going to go open panel and let you guys have it. So please tap the screen. It would be great to get up to 10K. Amber, go ahead and take the floor, and then we'll go open panel.
Well, I'm not taking the floor. Tyler did not get the opportunity for the 2 minutes.
Oh, that's right. Tyler, would you like the 2 minutes?
And trans, while Tyler's speaking, can you throw some titles of books for good reading on this topic?
Like on what? Like what?
Jinkster was asking where he could learn more about this.
Like about trans or like
I think Jinkster is asking for titles of books written by homosexual journalists when they were put in institutions or something.
Yeah,
Just
Jinx,
catch
if
up-
you want
catch
to
up to
explain
him in
it,
chat.
explain
Catch
it more
up
in
to-
the
catch up to
comments.
Jinx
Yeah,
in
take it to
chat.
the chat. Tyler gets his 2 minutes.
Yeah, you ready, Tyler?
Yep.
Okay, go.
Okay, so first things first, I really despise hearing, well, we reclaimed the word, especially because if that were the case, there are plenty of races that quote unquote have reclaimed the words. But by God, if a white person says any of those racial slurs, the world is ending. I'm against all slurs, period, point blank, race, homophobic, etc. I also really just love hearing about how, because I am a atypical masculine man who works in an atypical masculine, primarily male-dominated field, and I'm generally conservative, so is my husband, but we have 2 kids in a house, then we're just kowtowing to the straights. That I love hearing about that. To the point of Liddy, queer has always been a slur. It was a slur before gay was around. Yes, gay was not a predominant word used to describe homosexual people until the early 1900s, if I remember correctly. But queer has been used as a slur for gay people since the 16th century.
Are you done?
Yep.
All right, Jinx, do you want to share your age with the panel?
Yes, sir. I'm 51.
Good deal. And you go ahead and hop in when Jinx is done talking.
Yeah.
To the panel.
I would like to respond. Can I reply to the things that people said?
Sure. Do you want 2 minutes?
Just one. Just give me
Okay.
one.
All right, there you go.
I'm simply trying to understand the trans movement. I'm not a fetishist. I'm not anything like that. I'm trying to understand. So I was asking in good faith if there were some books, some things I could read, because when I look at it, there's no data. And I'll land right there.
There's no trans movement. We're trying to get rid of it. I don't think you should read on it.
It's
'Cause
not
it's not a good
working,
thing.
Murray.
I was gonna try to use my lavalier mic with TikTok so I could have it. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we
I'm
can
not-
hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, you're
it's a
good.
new
You're
phone
good.
and it's up on a tripod, so I wasn't sure if you could hear me. Well, I don't generally like. You wouldn't want to read the kind of books that I read because like these are all in like classical German and they're like 100 years old. Like you wouldn't be able to get copies of them, and a lot of them aren't digitized. We're working on digitizing them though. A group of friends and I, like, we're getting a digitizer, like a scanner for old books. But if you're looking for just like introductories into the subject, like I would recommend Jennifer Billick, Transsexual, Transgender, Transhuman, or Helen Joyce Trans. Jennifer Billick's like 200 pages. Helen Joyce Trans is a little longer. If you're looking into books about like the women's rights movement and how they won codifying what a woman is into law in Scotland, The Women Who Wouldn't Leashed is actually a really good book.
Okay, I've actually read that one.
Let's
but
can
what
you
was
guys
the one
do
before
that in the comments? Can we do that in the comments? Thank you. Pop culture, you had a lot to respond to. Go ahead and take the
Oh,
floor.
I wanted to just respond to Tyler. You being a conservative gay man, which, LOL, that's your right. But the fact that people, you and many people up here feel like being a conservative gay person every gay person should be conservative, or that should be the unit of measure that every gay person fits into. And if they don't fit into it, they're making us look bad to the straights, and they're the reason why we're getting pushback is delusional. You can kowtow to heteronormativity all you want, and you will still be an FAG, no matter what you do. You can have the kids, the dog, the husband, the house, the money, and you will still be not a real man and a lot of the homophobes are going to homophobe. And what you guys are saying is that there's a condition on our right to exist.
So
as long as you
misheard
are,
you misheard a lot. You misheard a lot, because when did I say that every gay should be a conservative?
No, I'm not saying that you're saying that, but
You
y'all
did. You did.
No.
Nice.
Y'all say normal. What is a normal gay? What is normal? What is a normal gay person? That doesn't make
Can I
sense.
clarify what I've said? Can I clarify what I've said? Because you seem to think that I've said that I expect gay people to conform in regards to human expression to conservative standards or traditional standards for society. Nowhere have I ever said that or made a statement that leans in that direction. I'm an effeminate male. Like I'm an effeminate man. I wear dresses and get my nails done and have makeup and shit. Like I'm all over the place with my expressions. That's not something I stated. I said I don't think that we should be in the public in BDSM harnesses with dog masks and piss pools. I don't think that we should take that to breaking down the barriers in society that are based around sex separation. That's different from saying I don't support nonconformity. And the average conservative, I said, does not care about nonconformity. They don't care about the femboys. They don't care about the tomboys. They care about males going into female spaces, into female grape shelters, into female prisons, into female bathrooms. They care about it being taught in the schools to children. And they care about the Pride Parade going from a bunch of people just showing that they're normal to a giant display of public fetish and debauchery in the streets of America where children are walking through those streets. That's what they care about. It's not about nonconformity. When I go to America Fest, a Turning Points convention, everybody says that Charlie Kirk was a Shotzi. Oh, Turning Points is a far right, crazy Shotzi land, right? I go there with long acrylics. That's what I had when I was wearing my suit. And I go there with little femboy suits, and I go there with more masculine suits, and I go out to dinner with conservatives wearing owyeyes. Nobody gives me shit. Because I don't use women's spaces. I don't break down those barriers. I don't talk to kids about that kind of nonsense. That's why they don't care. They don't care about non-conforming gays.
Wait, so when you say the kid stuff,
nobody's asking you to be a lumberjack.
wait, when you say the thing, and that's another thing with the kid stuff. Straight people indoctrinate kids from before they're even born. Bitch, we do blue, pink. I wish y'all would stop saying indoctrination to the kids and just say the gay things. Because straightness is allowed to be indoctrinated. We indoctrinate children from the day they're born. It's only an issue when it is gay or LGBT.
No. It's an issue when it is gender ideology, when it is telling atypical males and atypical girls that they might be the opposite gender on the inside, and that maybe they would feel better if they if they changed their bodies. That's the problem.
Wait, gender ideology goes both ways.
That's what people care about. They care about the sex education books with cartoon drawings of girls who have cut their breasts off. Things like that.
Wait. Gender ideology. They do gender ideology they do gender ideology all the time. Pink is for girls. Pink is for girls. That's not gender ideology. Boys play with boys. Like, come on.
I don't support forcing people into sex stereotypes.
But they do. They do.
A lot of them have moved away from that. That is not the average.
Not as a society.
That is not the average American anymore. The average American, especially the average conservative family, is not going to bully their daughter because she's a tomboy.
But they might bully their son for playing with dolls.
I don't think so anymore. That was a long time ago. I went through that in the 90s.
People still, what do you like? The idea,
the only thing that they would be worried about is that their kid is going to true now. And that's what most of these conservative parents, that's their biggest. They're like, I don't care if my son's gay. I don't care if he's swishy, but I don't want him to get caught up in this gender woo-woo.
Wait, but that is a part. The thing is, I wish that y'all would be like, the gender stuff, they have no issue with gender stuff. They have an issue when gender norms are challenged. They enforce gender every chance they get. They tell girls to do this. They tell boys. They have no issue with gender ideology. They do it every day.
I would 100% disagree.
Let's give Gredneck a chance. Gredneck had his hand up for a while. Gredneck?
Pop, you are infuriating because you talk about people in the straight community being homophobic and not accepting, yet you can't even be polite to your own community. I mean, the way you just came up at Tyler and had to throw a dig in there about him being conservative. You can't even show us respect because we disagree with you. Why do you have to be such a right fighter? You are what's wrong in our community.
Well, being a conservative gay man is kind of a contradiction because being gay and conservative is
right there.
dumb. The gay
Because
conservative people are
you
homophobic
disagree
largely.
with it.
That's
Because
wrong.
you
No.
disagree with it. Why do we have to conform to your ideals of what gay means?
Well, I would ask you the same thing. I guess it goes both.
No,
Oh, you don't
no,
like people.
I'm asking you.
You don't like
Don't
conformity
ask
all of a
me
sudden?
the same thing.
It's ironic how we sit
Oh.
here and try to make monoliths out of both communities.
Well, wait,
Don't
but
y'all
like
find
you
that
guys are not being on it. Like queer has not been reclaimed. It has. You
Why
may not
are you
like that it's been
pivoting?
reclaimed. It has.
So it hasn't.
If you go to any billboard,
Why
So it
are you
hasn't.
pivoting from the topic that I'm trying to address with you?
well, one, are you guys saying that I'm worse than conservative because I'm challenging you
I
guys?
didn't say that.
Okay, I'm challenging you guys to not
No,
be a pick me.
stick-
Y'all want to be pick me.
Stick to the
I don't wanna
damn
be a
topic.
Pick me,
What
It
makes
gives
you
pick
a
me. It
love
gives
me?
pick
What's
me.
the pick me? I'm curious. What's
Like
the pick?
you want straight people. If you just be normal, straight people will accept you.
It's normal.
I'm just me.
Stop. What's the pick me straight people normal? What is that?
Well, yeah, just be gay, but not too gay. Be gay. You could be gay.
But that's
you could be
not what
trans,
conservatives
but just
say.
don't do nothing that will
But that's
rock the
not
feathers
the
because you're making us
messaging.
look
So,
bad.
But that's
I've never
not
heard
the,
conservatives
that's not
say
the
that.
messaging
I
of
know that the
conservative.
majority
That's
of
literally not what anybody said at all. Like what
Yeah,
they've said
nobody
is
said
don't
that.
break down barriers in society, write women out of language and law, educate children on ideologies they don't need to know about, and express public fetish. And like literally, I have a
Well,
chat
one,
full of
public fetish
conservatives
is
right
our-
here. I
our
have a
First
chat
Amendment
full
right.
of conservatives right here reacting to this conversation. They're saying things like, we have corn conventions too. Straights, we just keep them behind closed doors and they're for adults only. That's the reaction to Pride. They're making normal, like they're saying, we love the normal gays. We
What
just
is a
wish
nor-
they
but
didn't
the
go
thing is,
into
what
a
is the normal gay?
They're my followers, hun. I post in dresses with acrylics. I wear fur coats. I go out in heels.
They're
Like
the
I'm very
individuals that-
fabulous.
They're
I
the individuals
use
that
the
are not
men's.
so perverted as to
I use the
public.
men's.
As to
You can, but you can do all that and
fetish.
still be called perverted.
Like,
Gay men get
you
called
can
perverted all the
be,
time.
you can
No,
be
so,
atypical. It's okay
You know
to
what
be a
the?
feminine man.
I'm curious.
Don't
You know what
care.
the upside down pineapple culture is?
No, what is it?
No. Okay. So it's a straight community of individuals that like to swing. Do you know what swinging is?
Yes,
Right?
I do know what swinging
Polyamorous?
is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We don't have upside down pineapple parades.
Because they're straight. And straight people are norm,
Because
so
they're
you don't have to have a.
straight,
They're straight.
but-
What straight people are not oppressed because of their
People are
sexuality.
kinky.
Come on, y'all.
But it's
But-
but it's
but how are
behind
you
closed doors,
oppressed?
hun.
but it's a fetish. It's a kid.
Right.
So then what is Pride Parade about really?
Pride
then?
is about gay people in all forms, not just the ones that make us look good.
Doing
Get
what?
to get to live in. Remember, we live in America. We have freedom of speech. So if someone wants to wear a dog mask, that's their right. Dummies.
Mhm.
They don't have to be. They don't have to conform.
Mhm.
Right? Straight people get straight, and this is the problem. This is my issue.
Okay.
Straight people get to be degenerates, and it's never it's
Really?
never in reference. Let me finish.
When are straight
Let
people
me
as
finish.
a community? When are
Let
straight people
me
degenerate?
finish. Let me finish.
As a
Straight people.
community,
Straight
when are
people.
people?
Let me land it, and then you can cuss me out. Straight people, when they do bad things, it's never, well, all straight people do it. Or all straight people need to be condemned. Or all straight people need to get their community together. Because we don't do that to the majority. When gay people do things we don't like, you're making us look bad. Straight men abuse children the most, but you will never ever hear a straight person say, oh, well, straight people got to get their community together. They're making straight people look bad. Because that doesn't, they attack the problem. They don't say the straight community needs to do better. Straight people can do bad things, and it's never in reference to their sexuality. But when gay people don't even do bad
Yeah,
things,
You've said enough. You've gotten it
Yeah.
all. When has the straight community had any kind of a kink or fetish fest publicized?
Publicized? I mean, it's not. I mean, outside comparison to
A
Pride.
family-friendly fetish fest. When has the straight community ever hosted a family-friendly fetish fest?
Wait, what? Are you talking about like Pride? Is that the?
Yeah. And I'm talking about like the piss pulls in the public streets in LA where kids are at Pride. Yeah.
I mean, Pride. Straight people don't have an equivalent to Pride.
I mean, when is it okay to publicly fist somebody?
Hold on.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't
Hello?
happen in mass. Y'all need to stop being hyperbolic. People are not going around fisting other people
Wanna
in
bet?
mass. In mass.
bet?
I recorded
Do you
lesbians
want to
dancing
bet?
on a stripper stage in front of children 2 years
can
ago
show
at
you
Pride.
Okay,
In
so
front of
where are
children
the
2
parents?
years ago,
Where are the
naked
heterosexual
in front of children.
parents? Where are the
They're
heterosexual
right
parents?
up says that those kids were had heterosexual parents. That's
Where are the heterosexual parents? Parents are supposed to parent. So if you don't want your child to do something.
Sorry, Pop, I did cut you off, but I think you'll appreciate this. Right now, Pop is pretty much our only op, even though I do agree with Pop on some things. So let's make sure that we are not dogpiling on Pop. I know that we might have issues with what he is saying, but let's try to keep the conversation civil and make sure that we actually give him a chance to respond. For the same amount, Pop, do try to shorten your answers as much as possible, because apparently you do have a lot of people that want some clarification. So we're going to go ahead and give the floor to Pop and let him respond, and then we're going to try to do this in a civil manner. But let's not dogpile, because he's getting a lot of heat right now, and I don't want him to get flustered and freak out, because be respectful. Go ahead, Pop.
My only argument for this whole conversation is that every standard that you hold gay people to, you should hold straight people to. And the problem is we don't do that. Straight people are allowed to F up. They're allowed to be pedophile. They're allowed to be some murderers. And it's never in reference to their sexuality. It's never in reference to this. They don't say let's ban. They don't ban straight people because a man rapes a girl. They would never do that. But let a lesbian do something wrong.
That's not true.
Like, come on. We deserve the right. There are bad gay people that do bad things. It happens. But that doesn't mean that the whole
straight
community.
People that do bad things, and we chastise the straight people just as much as we chastise the gay people. As last I know, public nudity is for everybody.
Right.
Sexual.
But are you going around telling straight people, oh, you need to get your community together?
Let me tell you what. If
Are
some
they
straight
out there doing it in
motherfuckers,
public?
if some straight motherfuckers strip naked in front of my signature gatherers to chase us out of any venue ever, I will film it and plaster it all over the internet and call them exactly what they are, just like I did the trans people at Callie Anderson. But you know what? That's legal in Seattle for them to be naked in public in front of the playground like that. It's legal here, but only the gays are doing it. Actually, so far it's only been the trans queers. It's not been like normal gays at all.
Please.
I've never seen like a homosexual couple participate. I just want to make that very clear. I've never had a homosexual couple participate in stripping naked to chase signature gatherers. That's only been the trans community.
It is a crime to be, it's a crime to be nude, right? You cannot be nude in public space. That's for everybody. Gay, straight, black, white, male, female. It's a crime.
It's legal here, but you only see the trans and queers doing it.
Then Pop, if it's a criminal activity, regardless of the community a person's in, then when a person performs said activity, they should be chastised. Agree?
I do agree. But the problem is, hold on. The issue is when a straight woman does it, no one's saying straight people come get your people. It's an individual. She's an individual. Straight people get to be individuals. Gay people do not get to be individuals.
So gay people do it for a whole month and call it Pride.
A whole month? What about the rest of the year? That's predominantly straight.
Oh, girl, it's not a whole month anymore. They scaled the prides back. We have pride celebrations all through the month here in Seattle and the greater Seattle region. And then we have a pride in every city for the next 4 freaking months. I just went to a pride event last week.
Ridiculous.
Okay, and my thing is, what's wrong with that? Even if that's, let's say it's in a 1 month straight, what's wrong with that?
That one was behind
what is wrong
closed doors
with
in a
it is
gated
when-
community in a conservative town full of Christians. And the only people people who were allowed in were people who were visibly queer or gay. They let me in because I had transitioned, obviously, right? But there was a drag show with children in front of the drag. Like, that's what they were. What they were hiding was a drag show with children and Antifa tables and a bunch of nonsense. You know. So I mean.
But that's a problem. Those are individual people, but you're saying the larger community. Again, when straight people do bad things, we don't say straight people do this, right? Straight men get to be individuals. Straight women get to be individuals. That's the thing. Is culturally we don't. Y'all always pathologize gay people.
Straight pride.
We don't need a straight pride because straight people are the norm. They are the majority. They are the most privileged.
I released clips of trans and queer people doing stupid things all the time. And I also release clips of based homosexuals all the time. If I ever had a reasonable trans person approach me and say something great, I would also clip that and post that on the internet. But if you go look at my Instagram, it's like 36,000 conservative followers over there, mostly conservatives. And there's a bunch of normal gays making normal statements like I don't support men and women's sports and things like that. I also post that. It's not about demagoguery. It's about there's a huge section of the community that is behaving in this radical, unhinged way that is destructive to our public image. It's destructive to our safety.
When you say public image,
marriage, yeah, public image matters.
Meaning, so again, when you say public image, are the trans girls and the gay boys and the lesbians that don't conform, are they making you look bad? Are they making us look bad in front of the straights?
No. The ones who are going into women's spaces are. The ones who are going into women's prisons are. The ones who are doing public fetish are.
Okay, and so then what? A homophobe.
Yeah, they're making the gay community look bad.
A homophobe is a homophobe is a homophobe.
They don't need to. I don't think they're homophobic at all. They're not homophobic. You know, the conservative Americans go and eat dinner with me. We have a great time. They meet my partner.
But you don't think it gives tolerance? It doesn't give tolerance.
It's not about me hating you because you're gay. It's about you acting an absolute ass in front of children in public, dude.
Yes.
Like, let's
That's
be
not
so
unique. That's not unique. That's not unique to gay people.
It's not a unique thing. So when someone is acting an ass in front of kids, I'm going to speak up and say, "Hey, cut your bullshit out."
Okay, so it's not a gay problem.
When the gay community
we agree.
One thing.
Bring in my new guest, please.
Okay.
I know. Hi, the problem. Welcome to the group. Could I get your age, please?
38.
Good deal. On this panel, we don't discuss race, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. I know you've been in the panel or in the request for a while. I'm sure you've been listening. Would you like to respond to the prompt or to the conversation?
They can finish the conversation. I'll just go down when they're done.
Transphobe?
When the gay community gets together and it waves a bunch of flags in the streets and it says, "This is who we are, this is what we're about." And when you go and look at that scene, what you see is a stage of lesbians stripping naked in front of children. That damages your public image. When what you see is piss pools and dog masks and public fetish, things that straight people would say should be behind closed doors where you need an adults only venue to safeguard children, that damages your public image. When you are getting behind the destruction of women's rights and safeguarding women in our society on every single level, their grape shelters, their prisons, like their bathrooms, their changing rooms, all of it, that is destructive to the gay community. Nobody gives a fuck if you're a flaming agate crossy. And I'm telling you, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. I surround myself with straight Christian conservatives. It's all my friends, straight Christian conservatives. All I do is go to straight Christian conservative areas, churches, America Fest, Turning Points events, all the time. Nobody is cruel to me for being a flaming gay.
But that's basic to me.
My nails on.
To me, that's basic. They're treating you like a basic human being. That's not revolutionary because they're not calling you
and they don't have a judgment of me because I'm not participating in all that nonsense. And the reason is because it's not about being gay. It's not about being gay. It's not about being flaming. It's not about being an effeminate man. It's about being naked around children. It's about public fetish. It's about the destruction of women's rights. That's all it's about. The majority of Christian conservatives, the majority of conservative Americans do not care otherwise.
Wait. But the thing I'm trying to explain to you is that them treating you like a basic human, they treat you like a human being, as they should. I do not give.
Bless, because they're great people.
As they should. So that's not you should treat people decently. Correct? They should not be applauded because they didn't call you a FAG.
They should not be vilified as homophobes because they're not comfortable with men and women's spaces. They should not be vilified as homophobes because they don't want BDSM in the public streets. They should not be vilified as homophobes because they do not want this shit around their children. They are not homophobic. They are normal Americans with basic decency and boundaries that the queers and the trans people have refused to respect. That's the situation.
Right. The queers and the trans people.
The
Okay.
issue
So,
of
I mean, the children
respect.
stuff, I agree. I don't think children, I think children can know gay people
Let's
exist.
take a quick break, guys. Ashma, welcome to the group. Could I get your age, please?
Hi, I'm 22.
Hi, thank you for that. On this panel, we don't discuss race, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. You just joined up. Did you have a chance to look over the prompt, or would you like to respond to the conversation?
Yeah, so I'd like to make a comment on the whole gay, not queer argument. I'm familiar with the transphobic historian.
Are you homosexual?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Why?
Just see. I want to weigh your relevance, to be honest. That's all.
What's my relevance to the conversation? I'm an intersex homosexual.
Homosexual is fine.
Yeah, so that's my relevance to the conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
But yeah, I don't really see a reason why involving transgender and other gender non-conforming people underneath the LGBTQ label would be harmful.
Okay. Zoe, were you trying to get my attention?
I
Floor is yours, Zoe, then open panel. The floor is yours, and then we're going to go
ahead,
into the panel.
Zoe. So I wanted to ask Pop this for a hot second, but I never was able to get a word. Pop, you said the word queer has been reformed, yes?
Yes.
Okay. When a word is reformed, it means it's no longer used as a way to insult, as a way to slur, as a way of anything else. However, you said that it is still used as a slur. So because it is still used as a slur, the word still is not reformed. It is it might be in the process of being reformed, but it is still not reformed as for the fact that it's being used as an insult.
Well, you should know. You should know about colloquialism. So, like across different minority communities, words that were always a slur have been reclaimed. So, like the B word. B word for a woman is a slur, but many women have reclaimed it. Can a man call a woman a B word and it be a slur? Yes. But do women call each other B words and it's empowering? And for the most part, it's a good thing and it's not insulting? Yes. Like, you guys got to learn how to walk and chew gum at the same time. If I call someone the Q word, you're a Q word, that's a slur. If I say the Q word community, it's not a slur.
Because it's about intention.
Right. It's about contact.
It's about the
I'd like to
intention of the
respond to
context
Ashma
of
now. So, Ashma, you were saying that you don't see why the LGBT community should separate from the gender politics community?
From the gender politics community?
The TQ.
The gender, okay, gender politics community. Okay,
sure.
I'm
So my
just-
answer to that is that it's a matter of responsibility, and I mirror the my brain's done, but that's fine. To me, it's like in 1935, the United States founded Alcoholics Anonymous. Most people are familiar with it. But by the 1950s, they were having a huge amount of problems with substance abusers coming into the program. They didn't know how to deal with the substance abusers, and the amount of them coming in was keeping the attention from the alcoholics that are in the program, getting the attention they deserved and being able to get help. So they had a huge fight. It was a nasty breakup. There was yelling. There was butthurt. It was just the same as if two people were breaking up. But then they went on to form Narcotics Anonymous. Now, decades later, thousands of arguably not millions of lives have been saved because these programs recognized their limitations and they decided to separate in order to make sure that their members were able to get the materials, tools, and resources they need in order to live the best life and navigate society in the best ways possible. And they couldn't do that while they were together. The same thing with the LGB versus the TQIA, or what I call the gender politics community, is that if you come to me as a gay man and say, should I come out at work? I'm having a hard time understanding why my family is reacting to me this way. I can say I can give you feedback on that. But if you come to me and say, I feel like I should be a girl, then I'm not going to have any insight on that. I have no experience. I have nothing to offer you other than my opinion, and our opinions are going to be varied. But for the most part, we simply don't get it. That's why they need to have their own separate community, to make sure their members get the focus, materials, tools, and resources that they need from people that are like them, that understand them, that have traveled that path. And it's not fair for the LGB community to have to carry this burden when we really don't have anything to do with it. And we accepted the T, but the T has outgrown us. They have included heterosexuals in the movement, and they've included a lot of other stuff. It's time for them to fly free, little bird, you're out of the nest. But it's not hate. It's responsibility to us, and the most responsible thing they could do for themselves is to form their own structure.
Which, okay, that's understandable, right? Like, of course, I don't think that heterosexuals should be included underneath the gay and the transgender umbrella, right? But I would like to identify the differentiation between a gender incongruency and a sex incongruency, right? So are you familiar with the terms like HSTS and AGP?
This is going to be a conversation you'll be having with Transphobe. Transphobe, you're up.
Yeah, we know the terms.
What's up?
Do you know the difference between HSTS and AGP?
Yes.
Ashman would like to follow up.
So, sorry, I have to get positioned right. Of course, I don't think that AGPs and, like members of those specific type of like psychological disorders should be allowed into, the LGBT spaces, right? Like, I don't agree that there should be, whatever autogynephilic males who get off on dressing like women, right? But I do think that there's a distinction, right, between genuine transsexuals and people who are just claiming to have a gender identity because they have a incongruency with the societal expectations that have been placed on their sex.
I have a clarifying question.
Okay.
Can trans women be lesbians?
No.
Can trans men be gay men?
No.
Okay.
Because it's, again, I'm sorry, I would like to clarify something. No, I'd like to clarify something.
Okay, go ahead, clarify something.
Because it would automatically make it autoandrophilic and autogynephilic, right? Which you wouldn't fit under the category of a true transsexual if you had the sexual desires for the opposite sex.
Okay, so first of all, like the issue with trying to exclude autogynephiles from the LGB is because a lot of them are bisexual. That it's very, I don't know how you would even go about that. Like it would just be like, okay, we're going to exclude a section of the bisexuals who have this specific.
I think that they would just be considered bisexuals who have autogynephilia.
I don't understand like how you could exclude autogynephiles from the LGB with that. But then like to the idea of like true transsexualism, I don't believe it exists. There's no evidence of true transsexualism existing. Like autogynephilic transsexualism goes all the way back to Magnus Hirschfeld. It's observed in Hirschfeld's writings. That's all the way back to the origin of transsexualism. And the two types for transvestism and what later became transsexualism have existed together, running parallel to each other the entire time.
Right. So
like,
I reject.
If you're going to break down transsexualism into different, if you're going to break down, so transsexualism, what became transgenderism, is a system of medicalization. So prior to that system of medicalization, what they were observing was always transvestites. Oh, it's because you could only really change your clothes. And there were different degrees that they were observing. So I'm going to use transvestites periodically, especially when I'm referring to historical times. Like that's the times that when we use that word where it matters the most, because that's the only time where we didn't have medicalization. Everything pre 1910 is all transvestism in different cultures. Okay, no medicalization. Once we had the invention of medicalization, though, both demographics transitioned. For 100 years, both demographics have been transitioning. We've never diagnosed the differences. We cataloged the differences under the ICD system all the way up until ICD-10. We actually had an asexual, transsexual, heterosexual, transsexual, and homosexual transsexual noted in the ICD-10 code or ICD-9 codes, and for several different generations of ICD. So we cataloged them for a while. But true transsexualism, this notion that like there's this one condition that makes someone trans, that's never existed throughout trans history. It's always been a mixed bag. And homosexual
which is what I'm saying.
transsexualism has no biological marker or indicator. All evidence that we have for homosexual transsexualism shows that it comes from environmental factors. It comes from trauma. It comes from the disjointed impact of existing in a sexist traditionalist society as an atypical individual. Like in autogynephilic transsexuals, to be clear, autoandrophobia is the condition that's always qualified them for the diagnosis. That's why the further back you go, the more likely it was for an autogynephilic transsexual to be an anatomic autogynephile, because anatomic autogynephiles have the worst autoandrophobia. It is a genuinely like obsession with their body that they form from the dopamine reinforcing an image of a woman onto their brain. It breaks them. There's no true trans.
So,
I'm done.
right. So you don't think that a sex incongruency is something that's that we are able to. Sorry, I'm trying to like coalesce my thoughts right now. So you don't really think that we can, identify true sex incongruency?
I don't believe that there's one condition that causes a naturally occurring sex incongruency. I think what we have is a mixed bag of demographics that all have discomfort with their bodies or with their place in society for a variety of reasons. And autogynephiles have and always have fit into that mixed bag, and so have homosexual transsexuals. And homosexual transsexuals have been largely understudied compared to autogynephilic transsexuals, because autogynephilic transsexuals have always been the majority. That's always been the case.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. You taught me something new today.
Yeah, in America, if you look at sexual orientation studies for trans-identified people in America, and you're going, like, of course, there's always going to be outliers. Not saying that every single person who has gynephilic attraction in transitions is de facto in that category. But if you go with the rule of thumb, you can get some rough averages, right? In America, it's over 80% have gynephilic attraction. In Scotland, it was like 92%. So only like 8% in Scotland were homosexual. And like that would be like trans-identified males reporting that they were completely heterosexual, obviously, right? So we're going off of them reporting their sexual orientation, and HSTS would always report heterosexuality.
Now that you're absorbing that, let's go ahead and get Ghostly in. Ghostly, thank you for your patience. I know you said you're 24. The rules of the panel are we do not discuss race, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. The topic we are talking about is gay, not queer. Traditionally, gays have fought for the right to love who we love, workplace safety, less violence, the right to build families. The new queer ideology has focused on expanding identities, institutional pressures, contested definitions, and ideas over experience. What do these traditional gays owe to the framework and ideology we didn't choose? Should we have to redefine biology? Should we have to affirm every new concept? And we have to give up rights to our same-sex places? If we decide not to, who pays the price for that? And finally, can we challenge or reject gender identity politics without reviving homophobia? Your thoughts on that, and then we'll go into open panel. Everybody please tap the screen. Ghostly, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I am 24, and I agree with everything on the left side of the screen of what we have fought for in the past and what is all we need.
Okay, do you want to elaborate on anything?
I don't think that trans has anything to do with the homosexuals and what we have fought for in the past and what we have achieved. And I think homosexuals, us, quote unquote normal ones, are very content with the state of our rights today.
Okay. And let's try this really good. Ashley, go ahead and take the floor. When Ashley finishes, we're going to go open panel. So Ashley, floor is yours.
I think they both can coexist. I think that gay rights and trans rights can coexist. Are they different topics? Sure. But, I respect gay people and I would love to have them as an ally to the trans community.
Open panel, guys. Ari, you're going machine gun with your keyboard.
So,
Oh my
I
God,
would
yeah,
like to
yeah.
ask Ari a question.
there's
I
no
would
such
like
thing
to.
as trans rights.
So I would like to make a statement to
There
a
is.
transphobic historian.
Okay, then spit it
Here's
out.
who's listening.
Okay, I don't understand why you're being so. Oh my God, what is y'all's problem?
Then spit it
anyways,
out.
Is TikTok is like
Get
it's
to
a
the
10-second
point.
attention span thing. Like you gotta go really fast. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I can see that now. It's like the goldfish over
Okay,
here.
so go.
It's
Anyways,
the TikTok.
I completely
go.
reject. I completely reject the concept of transvestitism, right? Like, I think that the concept that there is a gendered type of clothes again insinuates that there is a correct way to be male and female, which I just completely reject, right? Again, it's pushing sexist and misogynistic social norms. So I mean, again,
That
I'm
was
gonna.
the framework they used at the time. I'm a gender abolitionist, so but I do speak within the historical context.
Well, yeah,
of it.
I've been in gender critical and gender abolitionist spaces, especially like the radical feminist and turf adjacent spaces. So I completely understand, but because I used to consider myself to be not gender critical because I feel like that again falls too far into the conservative whatever view framework of things, right?
You can go into the horseshoe theory. You can go into the horseshoe theory.
The horseshoe theory. Hello.
Yeah, you'll be on the other
out.
side, and you'll be pushing the same sexist traditionalist norms that you're against in the trans side. Is the thing.
By pushing the concept that there is such thing as a transvestite that is pushing sexist gender norms.
Well,
To say
but
that there is a correct and an incorrect
term
way.
we used.
I understand.
Like in the early 20th century, you're going to use the
understand
term. The book says transvestites on the title. Like, if I'm going to address Magnus Hirschfeld's work, I have to use the word transvestites.
Which I understand. I'm telling you my personal framework for things, right? Like I'm saying that it is
His
again.
feelings mean more than yours.
Jinkster, what are you talking about? First of all, this is so weird. You guys are weirdos. Anyways, I'm trying to have like an intellectual conversation, right, and learn more.
You might want to start by not being disrespectful to the panel and calling us all weirdos. Now have your respectful conversation, but be respectful while you're doing it.
Right. Okay. So again, with Magnus Hirschfeld's, theory of transvestitism, again, it's just pushing sexist and misogynistic social norms, right? So again, I'm going to assume that says protect the femboys on your gay against groomers little.
It does. Although, I've got to say, I really do wish our shitty society could come up with a non-objectifying sexualized term for feminine males. That would be nice. I wish it wasn't always an otherizing concept. But it is how it is. But I do like the sign, and you need something. Here's the thing. Right? You can have values and positions, but the way you communicate needs to be something that's effective at reaching the average person. And I think people really lose sight of that. Like they lose sight of effective communication and trying to always be very clear with their values and principles in their language. It's important for me to be able to communicate with people. It's important for me to be able to describe history. And so while I can live a life as a non-conforming male and try to be a gender abolitionist and argue for things like that, at the same time, when I, am addressing Magnus Hirschfeld in history, I'm going to use the term transvestites. And I also think this gives a lot of context that we don't have today, because at this period, during this period, being a gay man would get you put in a camp. It'd get you put in a hospital. You'd get a lobotomy. It was a living hell to be a gay man. Magnus Hirschfeld was a gay man, and the only sign that he was a gay man was a scarf that he wore around his neck. You dressed out otherwise completely like every other man. And back then, the flag that you were a little gay was when men wore a scarf. That's how they told each other, right? And so to be someone who went completely across the spectrum in that period was a phenomena. Like it was not every effeminate man who did something like that. It was not every gay. There was so much societal pressure against it. So it's good to look as a lens at what humans are like operating in such a restrictive fascist society. And like also, like Hirschfeld himself, like went through a very interesting journey. Like he existed basically during the Weimar Republic was when the Institute was founded, and it was at the peak of liberalism in Germany, and then to the fall to fascism, like into Nazism, and then his institute was burned down. And you can still see, even at the peak of liberalism during the Weimar Republic, they were making songs about how uncomfortable they were with Hirschfeld studying like human sexuality. They were so uncomfortable with him. He was a Jewish gay man studying human sexuality in 1910. And sure, it was the height of liberalism when he started doing that in the Weimar Republic, but the whole society slid towards conservatism. And the viewpoint of him was never good and only got worse during that time. And so I think it's good to study it, and it's good to be able to convey what it was like to people.
All right,
Wait,
I have a question.
Can I just ask you a
Which makes
question?
sense. So
Really
sorry,
bad
she was
joke
responding.
inserted here. The gay men wearing the scarf. Is that why they called it an ascot?
Okay, so I'd like to respond to what.
Transphobic. Like before we get lost in the sauce, like, can I get the name of that book again, or the name of the author?
What book?
The one you
It's called
were
The Erotic
referencing.
Drive to Crossdress.
Yeah, it's The Erotic Drive to Crossdress. Transvestites, The Erotic Drive to Crossdress by Magnus Hirschfeld. It was translated by Michael Lombardi Nash. Chapter 2 is the chapter on differential diagnosis.
I would like to defend
I'm
myself
writing
for
as
just a
fast as
quick
I can.
second.
Can you say it one more time? The author's name. I'm sorry.
Magnus
Hirschfeld.
Thank you. I'm just trying to learn. I'm just trying to learn.
Okay, good for you. Anyways, so transphobic historian, I would like for you to know that I am not a TRA, right? Like I don't self-identify myself as being a TRA, but what I do think is an important thing to do is to reduce morbidity, right? And at least according to the studies that I've seen, right, if someone has a genuine, and of course you've like told me that there is zero, like a specific condition where someone can be identified as being a transsexual or as being, having a gender incongruency other than them just telling us that they do. I think that according to the studies that I've seen, like the Finnish study, right, like it does, no, sorry, not the Finnish study, but I've seen several studies where it does decrease the morbidity rates in adolescents, right? So, I mean, I think that we should live in a society in which tries to like honor, right, life.
Okay, so when you say morbidity rates, are you talking about the unaliving thing?
Yes.
Yeah, can you expand on that?
So, like, I want to say something real quick. So it's interesting because when WPATH took over, WPATH, right? The World
Yeah, of course.
Professional. Okay,
Of course.
cool. The world, yeah. So this is the transgender health guys. They're the people who put all the standards for transitioning people. That's the simplest way I could put it. So WPATH took over from the Harry Benjamin standard, and if you look at the Harry Benjamin standard, there is a chart. Right? 6 types. It goes from transvestism to transsexualism. And as it goes up, they start noting symptoms They start like it talks about their sexuality. They talk about like their discomforts in the charts and in everything under the Harriet Benjamin standard. Body mutilation and self-unaliving was only observed in type 6 true transsexuals. There's 2 categories labeled true transsexuals, 5 and 6. These were the categories that were obsessively wanting to remove their primary genitalia. So they had some kind of primary genitalia discomfort from blank reason. And these were the categories of people who actually had this observed. So for all of transsexualism, from the point of invention till WPATH took over, self-unaliving and body mutilation was only observed in type 6, which is the smallest segment of trans-identified individuals. It's literally the most severe cases. And other than that, was not remarked on at all. So like,
were
this
those the
is something-
homosexual, transsexual, like the ones that it didn't?
It was actually both.
Okay.
All categories had autoeroticism noted. All categories included either asexual or homosexual. And asexual was like if you look at like Blanchard theory and how autogynephilia plays out, analloerotic autogynephiles are some of the most obsessive and uncomfortable. Like they're very uncomfortable with their bodies. Like
Yeah,
Anne
those are the ones
Lawrence.
that are most likely to actually do SRS. Like
And
those
Why
the
are
ones that
they
are-
so?
Yeah.
Why are there so many asexual? Like Red Rose is
And-
one of them. He's an asexual autogynephile. Like why are they asexual when
Well, this is
the
why.
whole thing's a fetish?
This is why, because analloeroticism is a byproduct of extreme autogynephilia. That's how I like to describe it. It's like a severe case. And what happens is all of their external attraction is inverted back onto themselves. So with Anne Lawrence, all of his attraction that he would have had towards women has been inverted onto himself, and he has no external attraction to other people, only himself as a woman. That is, his entire existence has been inverted in that way. And these types of autogynephiles are most likely
Okay.
to transition. They don't have like. This is where the asexual AGP comes from, Martha. It's very. And it's
Okay.
tragic. A lot of these people never have partners. They never have. They grow old. They unalive alone. Like it's very.
It's because their fetish takes over their
Well,
personal
like
life.
Red
It
Rose,
takes over
Red Rose,
everything.
like he also was in sex work. From what I've seen of him, anyway, he like married a woman, blah blah blah. He went into sex work, and then he is now asexual. So it's like a progression. I think it just like they just burn out their sex function from being so sex addicted.
Well, yeah,
and then they have to
yes.
go to more and more extreme measures in order to try to get any titillation or any kind of arousal. And then it gets to this like self thing where they're turning themselves into the object of their highest fantasy. And then that burns out and they just become these like,
I think you're only
I don't
looking at
know.
one angle, Martha, because like there's this other angle that you have to take into account, and it's the comorbidity. Autogynephilia at its base layer, what it is dopamine and serotonin being released to the self-image of oneself as a woman. This is what leads to the split into the autoandrophobia, the obsessive phobia of your body as a male, right? Like, and so usually this happens like with like men like David Mamet. This happens through slow, progressive escalation, right? But with some people like Anne Lawrence, with some of the more obsessive ones, there's comorbid health conditions that are compounding with that, such as OCD or things that like add to obsession, add to deep ruminating thoughts, or dopamine deficiencies. Like if you exist with a condition that's causing persistent dopamine deficiencies in your life, like the dopamine from autogynephilia is going to be more impactful. Ergo, the escalation pattern is going to look completely different. It's going to look completely different because they have deep ruminating
I
thoughts.
forgot
and
about
dopamine
that. So like people with ADHD or like
it's
other
gonna be
things like
hitting a
that.
button,
Yes,
and that button's going to be
exactly.
very soothing with less. So they're going to need less stimuli to get the same effect as a normal, like more atypical man with autogynephilia, and they're also going to be more impacted by that dopamine, which is how some people with very little corn influence or very little, like a short period of escalation, end up completely consumed by autogynephilia to the point of having severe body discomfort. It's the
But
compounding.
then how long can they milk autogynephilia for? Like, how long can they get any kind of dopamine
I don't know.
retrieval? Like, from, like how long can the autogynephilia really give them that medicine?
I don't know.
Which, I mean, Ali, I would like to make a comment, though, that you did answer my question about the...
Like, I feel like it would burn out, like, pretty fast, like in a year or two, but it doesn't. It seems to persist.
no.
I guess because there's such a large journey that they could go on, and they can do more and more things, and then they can, like, push more and more boundaries and stuff, and it just kind of... There's a whole world of autogynephilia that they can sort of play around in for years and years before it starts to wear off, probably.
8 to 10 years for regret from double gonadectomy on average.
I'd like to bring Dot in, guys. Dot's been very patient for a while. Thank you for that. Dot, what could we call you?
Alex.
Hi, Alex. Could I get your age, please?
25.
Good deal. Are you pretty much? I know you can't really see the prompts. I'm going to give you the shortest version. Can we counter or can we challenge or reject gender identity politics without reviving homophobia?
Yeah, just go back to simple definitions of words and we wouldn't have to worry. Don't try cushion bullshit.
Good deal. So just feel free to jump in when there's a spot. Martha, the same thing for you. The shortest question possible is, can we reject or challenge gender identity politics without reviving homophobia?
Well, we can, but the LGBTQIA plus blah 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 Wi-Fi password, they wholeheartedly accept and embrace trans ideology, and so because they've tied themselves so thoroughly with the trans cult, they are now intrinsically like combined. Like, so if you bring down the trans cult, you're absolutely going to drag down the LGBT or whatever. You're going to drag them all down together because they're all they've all intertwined themselves. And like, there's, what is it, like 86% of the LGB supports the trans cult. Like Gays Against Groomers, LGB Alliance, LGB International, etc. These people who have rejected the trans cult are a minority of the like people who identify as LGB, right? So if they keep tying themselves to the trans cult, then yeah, like I have started to become very, very mad at the LGB. You know, you see these pride parades where there's naked men with their gynecomastic tits hanging out and there's children right there, and the LGB are not running in front of these men going, what the fuck are you doing? Get your clothes on, you disgusting pervert. Get the hell out of here. You're dragging down what we are. You're making us look like perverts and pedos. You're fucking us over. But no, they're not doing that. They're just cheering. They're cheering them on. So they're all they're inextricable.
Are you familiar with Fred Sargent and what happened to him?
No.
Fred Sargent was one of the 4 individuals that actually started the very first real pride parade in New York. He was one of the originators. He was an older man. It was in, I believe, Connecticut. And he took a sign to a gathering, I believe it was in 2010, that said queer or gay, not queer. A group of queers, as they define themselves, circled him, knocked him into the ground, kicked him, and poured hot coffee on him. This is one of the founders of the community. So, yeah, it's definitely a far away from where we started. But all right, guys.
And I know that there's people who reject it, like, but they're a minority now, right? It's the majority of the LGBT support the disgusting, fetishistic, perverted, not just the trans cult, but the pup play fetishists, the age regressor diaper fetishists, BDSM, like all the other communities, they've all become this like big umbrella of queer, as you said, and they all support each other now. And there's no protests. Like when the NAMBLA tried to march with the LGB in the parade, they were booed and rocks thrown at them and get the hell out of here. What are you guys doing here? We don't want you marching with us. They're not doing that to any of these disgusting perverts that are marching with them now. They're not doing it. They're just letting these men with their dicks hanging out in front of children's faces.
Yeah, they're appropriating
moves,
it.
like that they
Martha,
created.
It's because if they did that, we would
they're
be considered
absolutely
bigots. Like, and then if we try to go into the gender,
step
gay
up.
people, I know. Can you listen? If
Would you
gender
rather be a
critical,
P3 or a bigot?
Literally.
right? I know, but I would just like
Amen.
to.
The bigot. I'll be the biggest
I'm not
bigot.
saying that I am. I'm
Really
not saying
quick,
that I am
guys.
weak.
Ghostly did have something to say. So Ghostly, the floor is yours, and then we'll go back to open panel. Please try to be respectful. Ghostly.
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree with what I think Martha was saying is that, yeah, kids do not belong in the pride events these days with men with their junk hanging out, women with their tits hanging out. It's like, I don't understand. And I mean, I'm a young gay person, and it's hard for me to fathom the quote unquote community these days, like what it is, where I fit in. It just doesn't make sense.
We don't have a community anymore. I'm sorry.
Well,
So wait,
they are rewriting your community too.
But wouldn't
They're
that be a
like-
part? Wouldn't that be the straight people's parents? Like, where are the parents that are? Why are they not parenting?
Yeah, stop blaming the parents for being a degenerate pervert in front of kids.
Okay, but
Anyway,
here's something that I would
think
like
the
to comment and say.
homophobia is going to come from being seen as because the LGB fought to not be seen as perverts, right, and preds and stuff. But now that they're conflating themselves with perverts and preds, like the homophobia will absolutely fall.
Exactly.
This is something that I did want to comment on. Especially whenever I was first starting to get into gender critical, and gender abolitionist and radical feminist spaces. It's extremely difficult, especially to fit into gender critical spaces, because even they have a problem with like if I was to say gender ideology pushes the idea that there is a correct and an incorrect way to be a male and a female, when in reality a man is an adult human male and a female is an adult human female. Like, they would still even have a problem with that, because they would say, oh no, you have to adhere to certain gender criticals.
That is
I don't know
not
which
true.
kind of
That
view
is
been
not
on that.
true at
That would
all.
not be
What are
true.
you talking about?
Maybe not
I can tell you.
TERFs, and maybe not.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Why would they have a problem with that? The whole thing is saying that
With
you're
the
not a woman
conservative
because you do
gender
stereotypes.
criticals, what do you mean?
and
Like,
shit.
yes,
No.
they do.
That's
There's no conservative gender criticals.
I have met several conservative gender criticals. Yeah, like.
Well, I don't know if they
maybe
call
not-
themselves.
maybe not
Okay,
the
I guess I
Mercs
don't really
and-
know who the gender criticals are.
Well, I'm saying not the MRFs and the TERFs. Like,
but
no,
they
I
wouldn't be
think-
radical feminists.
I that's why I made the differentiation between gender critical and TERF and MRF, right?
The queer-
that's why I made
Yeah,
the-
gender criticals suck.
The
Like,
queer.
that's why Ghostly. Can I finish what I'm saying right now?
Okay, what are you
So
saying?
what I'm trying to say, right, is that it's extremely difficult to find a space within those spaces, right? Because there's so much ridiculous discourse, right, around, especially again the gender critical spaces, because the gender critical spaces are not going to respect, feminine males as being a part of.
Sorry, real quick. You guys stay strong. Much love. Get this transphobia bullshit out of here, or this trans ideology bullshit. Stay strong, and let's rise up against these bitches, these pedos. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks, Alice. Good having you. Please follow and come back.
Oh yeah, let me follow you real quick
follow
before
that
All right, love you guys. Stay safe out here.
Good night, Alex.
Good night.
All right. Do you guys want to do a live show?
like if you're talking
I'm
about
gonna give you the
conservatives,
opportunity.
they have traditional.
Yeah, do we want to do a live show? I got to change my layout.
I'm down. I'm always down.
Sorry, could you, Martha?
What
Could
does
you
that
continue
even
what you said?
mean? I don't understand.
Live show.
Oh my god, what are we talking about?
I guess the topic is up to you. Why don't you set the stage? What are we talking about?
Oh my god, like what? I just go off of other people's madness and then I criticize them.
You know, I
can't
hear. I can change it. We'll just go straight to I will come back to you
go
later.
to Martha and then put me
Yeah.
after Martha or after the people who crash out about Martha.
Oh shit! There we go. Ah. There we go. Okay. Oh. Sorry, Ashley. I'm gonna wrap you up too. There we go. What are we talking about, Martha?
That's also the people who crash out after. It's so true. Oh my god, there's been so many live showtimes that I've done, and then everyone just crashes out about me. Like it's just like person after person after person. Then I don't get to rebuttal them all. But anyway, sorry. Yeah. So what I was saying to Aish is that the conservative, they have gender norms that they value. I also, like, I'm a little conservative that way. I consider myself a radical feminist because I'm anti-porn, anti-prostitution, anti-surrogacy, and anti-gender ideology, but I'm not like anti-natalist the way a lot of them are. I'm not anti-man, and I'm also not anti-gender norms. I think that the gender norms have evolved because men and women are quite different. And I don't think it's great that there would be a ton of feminine men, because we do need men to be quite like masculine in order for us to have the infrastructure that we have in society. It takes a lot of sacrifice and discipline and doing the hard thing. Like all the sort of masculine traits they're not easy, right? They're not. Femininity is more like fun and, you know, nails and hair and makeup and niceness, and like it's more of a luxury, right? But masculinity is like very crucial for us to survive. So the more masculine men, the better. Now that's not to say that like feminine men shouldn't exist. Of course, there's going to be feminine men. There's room for that in society. So I think conservatives, they value like masculine men and they want to like pass down those values. But what the problem is if you try to force a feminine man to be masculine, that's ridiculous. You're just going to cause harm. You're just going to traumatize that boy or that man. Encouraging masculinity in men is positive, but only if it's like something that's going to be somewhat natural to their disposition or whatever.
Ghostly, you're up. Ghostly? Jingster, you're up next.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Sorry, microphone was off. Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. I think I am surrounded in my life personally with a lot of conservatives who, you know, respect gay people, and they don't apply the same, you know, expectation of gender norms. Like a lot of conservatives fucking love the lesbians who do the hardcore labor jobs, right? And you know, that's not traditionally a woman's job, but they respect that. They respect hardworking people, and they respect, you know, feminine men, and they just let them do their own thing. I think people think too fucking hard about these things. And a lot of this stuff is just on the internet. Like you go into the real world, people don't think this hard about these things, you know?
Thanks, Ghostly. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Jinx, you're up next. Jinx?
Are you there?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. So I've been listening, and obviously I'm just here to try and learn from everybody, and obviously the smartest person on the panel is your co-host.
Second smartest.
You come up with some really good topics, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm jealous. I try to come up with them, but yours are always way better. But we live in a world that kind of demonizes men right now. Like, just regular, I'm just a regular straight guy. The world kind of demonizes that because I'm an oppressor, I'm a this, how do we bridge the gap in between that? Because I'm trying to learn about everything new. I'm old, I'm 50. I'm trying to learn from all of these new ideas and everything. But if you don't learn and conform, then you're a monster. So how do we get from being a monster to coexisting with everybody else?
Good question. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Pop, you're up next.
I wanted to respond to Martha about the feminine men thing, because this is my issue with many people when it comes to the trans conversation, is that On Monday, it's about biological smacks, and then on Tuesday, it's about gender performance, right? Because whether a man is feminine or not, a feminine man can build a house, technically, if we're doing biology, technically. Because like you said, it's just, the femininity is just hair, nails, and makeup. The biology doesn't change, but you know, and everybody else here knows that it's not just about biology. It's about how men and women perform their gender, or AKA smacks. That's why when a boy does womanly things, people don't say, oh, he's still a man. They say, you're a girl. You're acting like a girl. You're being feminine, and that's a problem, right? They don't just revert to, he's still a man or he's still a boy. It's an issue because he's not doing what boys should do despite being XX or XY. And I wish people would be more honest of the fact that it's not solely about biology. Y'all only run to biology when it's about like bathrooms, right? But when it's other things, it's, oh, well, that we can't be too many feminine men. Why would that matter? Because according to y'all, they're still men, right? Y'all pick and choose when it's about performance and when it's about biology. My argument is always both. It is simultaneously because of the way that the patriarchy and gender norms are set up. You guys pick and choose when a man is a man and when a woman's a woman. Again, I've been called girl all my life, although I'm not a woman. But if I said I was a woman, then all of a sudden I would earn all those male privileges that I didn't have at the beginning of my childhood, right? One moment I'm a girl because I'm not acting like a man. And then if I said, well, actually, you're right, I am a girl. No, you're a man now. What happened? What happened? Pick a side. And that's what I always tell the straights. They need to pick a side.
Ishma?
So I would just like to make a comment on what the girl with the turf, like Martha, was saying. So Martha, there's always going to be masculine men, right? Masculine men are always going to be the majority of adult human males. That's just how like the world works, right? But when you say that, oh, it would be negative if all of them become feminine, I don't think that, I mean, again, I understand that that's a hypothetical, right? But it's a harmful hypothetical to even bring up because it's not a possibility. Like it's not even something that's even remotely possible on our planet. And again, what I was saying in the comments about, sex roles and gender roles in and of itself, gender is the constructed ideals of a society that are based on your sex, right? They're baseless, misogynistic, and stupid. Because I mean, it's goes back to the whole like divine feminine and divine masculine thing, right? Where it's saying that there's a correct way or a divine way to be a male, and there's a correct and divine way to be female. Again, it's literally just asserting the exact same point that the gender ideologues like to make, which is saying that, oh, you're not acting like a male, so then you must be a female, or you're not acting like a female, so then you must be a male. Like, this is where this sex and gender incongruency comes from, is by having these ridiculous and misogynistic, backwards caveman stereotypes about someone's sex. Like, and yeah, I just did want to, like, again, say that there will always be masculine men and feminine men, but I also reject the idea of masculinity and femininity. I don't really think that there are such things as being masculine and feminine. I think that males can do the same things that females can do, and females as well, right? I think there's just biological, like differences between the sexes. And I think that that's what should be focused on, not like random assigned roles that we have with people.
Thanks, Ashma. Oh, good God. Tyler, would you like to speak?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. Transphobia, you're up next.
Oh, perfect. I was getting ready to say I now have something to say. Throughout all of human history, women have actually been an oppressed class because they're female. It's a sex-based oppression. And, the traditionalism and the sexism in society has been built upon that. And I think it's really cruel for feminine men to put responsibility for oppression that we experience onto women. I don't think it's the right thing to do because like the oppression, the degradation that feminine men get, it doesn't come from women. It comes from being put adjacent to women as the foundational second-class citizen in the human race. That's what it comes from. So like the right thing to do, I think, is always to advocate for feminine men with men and not push that responsibility onto women. And we're always going to exist. There will always be atypical outliers to human standards. The vast majority of TERFs, the vast majority of conservatives do not care about effeminate men at all. If we're not using women's spaces, writing them out of language and law, indoctrinating children into gender ideology, or participating in public fetish in the streets. I'll say that again. That's all they care about. Every single time I post a picture of me in a dress going into the men's bathroom, J.K. Rowling likes it. Every single time. She follows me knowing that I wear dresses. All of the conservatives who follow me online follow me knowing that I'm very flamboyant and atypical. That's 70,000 people so far. So, like, it's not an issue. It's just not an issue. Just be a decent person and respect society.
Thanks, transphobe. Ashley, you're up next.
I am a trans woman. I am a female. And I think there is a big misunderstanding about what trans actually is. So, trans is a medical disease. It is like diabetes or a peanut allergy where your body cannot process testosterone or estrogen in the same way that a typical person would. Okay, so in the case of a peanut allergy or in a case of diabetes with sugar, like, yes, most people can eat peanuts, most people can eat sugar. It is the same thing with trans. I am a trans female. I am female. And my body cannot process testosterone the same way most people's can. Okay? And so it is a medical disease. It has nothing to do with gender, has nothing to do with being masculine or feminine, has nothing to do with dysphoria. It has everything to do with my body's rejection of testosterone because I am a female. And trans children are actually more oppressed than women. I know so many women who are BITCHs and they're just bad moms and they're hoes and they're just not good people. But I've never met a bad child. All children are perfect. And so trans children are actually the most oppressed people in our society. In that, it has nothing to do with being masculine or feminine. Trans women are females.
I am so glad that I made this an encore.
Yeah, there's no males that are females. Anyway, so just to like rebuttal a couple of those things, there are like gender norms are often just normal. Like they're just like how women typically are and how men typically are, and then how we cooperate with each other. And then we like often will make cultural norms on that. Like we'll create different ways on how we dress, and like these are like culture is not a bad thing. We don't have to like the idea that you guys subscribe to is queer theory, and queer theory like wants to destroy everything. Like it views all norms as oppressive and patriarchal and settler and colonial and patriarchal. Yeah, I already said that. Sorry. It's a very destructive ideology. All it does is destroy. It doesn't construct anything. It's just it just breaks things down, and it says that anything that's stable is the enemy of queer theory. And there's nothing wrong with culture. There's nothing wrong with having a culture. There's definitely a lot wrong with like social norms that are oppressive though, right? And prescribed. I think that people being typical, male and female people being typically this way or that way, and then us working together and utilizing our synergistic complementary natures, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But saying that you have to be that way, even if you're not, that's what's not fine. And so comparing what I'm saying to what the gender ideologues are saying, no, they're saying that if you're not that way, then you're not a man. I'm not saying that. You're just as much of a man as anybody else if you don't nurture masculinity and you nurture femininity. What I'm saying is nothing in the universe of gender ideologues.
Panel guys, try to be
Wait.
respectful. Don't jump on at once. Go ahead and start us off, Pop.
Wait, I just think you did say, Martha, like, oh, we can't have any two. This is what I say, y'all. The straights are not consistent. Why can't we have too many feminine men if they're male?
Well, because
that's what you said.
I'll tell you why. Because masculinity asks for discipline, sacrifice, stoicism. It asks for the hard
Females
stuff
can be
to
all
be
of
done.
those things as well, right? Like you
Right,
don't have to be an adult female to
but when
have
we're
those
talking,
attributes.
but when we're talking about
Again, it's this
masculinity,
sexist, weird, regressive rhetoric, bro.
no,
Like,
it
you're
isn't.
just
Because
like the
again,
TRA.
holy shit, let me speak.
Like, you're not even a real
It's-
radical feminist. It's crazy.
Okay, whatever. I'm not a real anything. Who cares? Anyway, no, like male people have the bodies to uphold the infrastructure of society, right? So asking a male person to stand up on an oil rig for 14 hours a day and do something that is like takes brute power strength and takes that discipline, takes that sacrifice, that's not something that's just going to come naturally to people. Like you do need to encourage masculinity, and there's lots of cultural practices we use in order to encourage masculinity because it is very crucial, and the male people are the most suited to do this because their bodies can withstand it, because their nervous systems can withstand it. Like,
Right, but being male
I don't
doesn't
know how
also
many
inherently mean being
women could stand up on a fucking oil rig for 14 hours a day in the freezing cold or the boiling hot sun to do these fucking oil rigger jobs. Like, we need men to be able to have the sacrifice, the discipline, the stoicism, etc. And because they have male bodies, it's also dangerous to encourage femininity, which is more openness, which is more like less control of their emotions. Because hey, if they don't control them, they'll fucking kill us. They're bigger and stronger and more sexually driven and more aggressive, right? So having that tighter control on their male bodies is something to encourage. Like, stop pretending that males and females are the same, and therefore our conditioning and how we condition males versus females should just be the exact same, because that's stupid.
Wait, but you're
conflating it. No,
you,
I
hold
would
on.
like to make a
But you
statement.
said that
Wait,
boys
wait,
can't have too many feminine men. If they're
I don't know
males,
what
then
you're
it shouldn't matter.
Guys,
I don't know what anyone's saying.
Martha, when did you
Post
become a
talking.
naturalist?
No, I don't know. I don't know what
No,
I am.
I'm going back to what we're saying.
Bioessentialist. Yay! So I would actually like to bring something up. When it comes to the people that are concerned about women's spaces, which is of course a very noble thing to consider, I would have to say I'm going to go a little bit with Jinx on here because I listened to what he had to say, and it appears to me that it kind of started in my generation with the Me Too movement. It started off as a noble cause, but it was abused, and it was used to terrorize men. You scared the hell out of men. You followed that up a few years later with the do we pick the man or the bear? We're going to shame men. These men are terrorized of being men anymore. They're afraid if they show any masculinity that they're not going to be men. And now we are trying to keep men out of the bathrooms because these men are so emasculated by society that now they feel the only way they can exist anymore is as women. So how can you convince men to be on your side when you made it very clear that you prefer a bear? Okay, you can unmute.
What being trans is at all.
I mean, a bear isn't going to
guess
kidnap
anyone
me
can
and
transition.
keep me inside of a. Ashley, no one's talking to you. A bear isn't going to lock me up and keep me inside of a room and kidnap me for years on end. I mean, but a bear would just
But am I
end
gonna
my
do
life
that?
immediately. A bear would just end my life immediately. So I think anyways, but that's not even the point. I would like to address Martha's extreme bioessentialism and her relation to.
You don't even know what bioessentialism
We're making up
is.
words now.
Okay, so if I say I don't like to talk about
Bioessentialism.
that, you don't get to come in and say that's not the point. So at least one person should address my concern that men have been demasculated for several
Can
years now, and they've now gone insane. Yes, follow up, Jinx.
You're a gay man. You're a gay
I'm
man talking that.
I am just a
You
regular
are,
straight
you
guy.
are gay.
No
I'm
shit,
gay.
dummy.
Why
So
would
are you
be
the
here
are you not the
for
emasculation?
so long? Like, you've been here for 5 hours.
I'm not trying to attack anybody. I don't know what just happened there. I'm just a regular straight guy. I'm trying to figure all this out. I'm 50 years old. You guys are all moving way faster than I am, and I'm just trying to ask questions. I'm not trying to attack anybody.
With you, host, that the men are being emasculated, that masculinity is being demonized. I think that masculinity is crucial. Like without it, we're just laid bare. We're laid bare in so many ways, defense-wise, infrastructure-wise, protecting of the family, protecting of women and children. Masculinity does take discipline, though, and it does take sacrifice. It's much easier to flounce around in your femininity and go get your hair and makeup and nails done and, have the luxury that masculinity provides, right? And the only way we can even have femininity is if there are people willing to be masculine. And what males and females can both be masculine and take responsibility, but male people have the bodies for it. They are the ones who can defend better. They are the ones who can uphold the infrastructure better. But they have to be encouraged to do that through things that cultivate
When you
masculinity.
support the natural life for women, my chat's dying to know if you support the natural life for women. Like, are we going to take that to the next level and say that women should be at home raising children and not working?
No, because some people aren't good moms.
Children are much better off.
I think that Ari asked me the question.
In the house and housing education, we wouldn't have this problem with people indoctrinating children in schools if mothers were in the home taking care of their children and educating them. None of this would be a problem.
Yeah, so I think that
That's
I think that
misogynistic.
can I answer the question? So I do think that women thrive. Like, I think that the best scenario is that women are raising the children at home. I think that is amazing. I think that not all women should have to do that if they don't want to, but I think that our society, like through feminism and stuff, has demonized that as like not valuable, just taken for granted, not rewarded, not glorified, not romanticized. And what men do is glorified and romanticized and highly valued. Oh, and what women bring to the table naturally, as far as providing a home, being the mother, being the wife, this kind of like traditional role that like women are very, very suited for. It's basically demonized. It's basically like, oh, you're not doing anything with your life then. And oh, you're just like, it's not, society isn't rewarding it, and culture isn't like glorifying it and being like, oh, the mother, like, whoa, yeah, that's fucking amazing. But they're glorifying like sort of what, the career or what, like the ambition and that kind of thing. So I'm not saying that it should be prescribed. Like, here's the thing that you guys keep calling me this or that, but like, I don't think gender roles should be prescribed. I think that however you are and however you want to be is totally fine. But the way our culture brainwashes people into being anti-natalist, anti-family, anti-masculinity, anti-tradition, anti-culture, anti-things that cause harmony and stability between the sexes and in society. And we talk about that as if it's oppressive and terrible and we should abolish it and pretend that men and women are the same. We're not the same. We did not evolve the same. Men are not mothers. Women are not fathers. So anyway, as for the bioessentialist claim, bioessentialism means that your biology dictates your destiny. If you have this biology, you're going to be like this. You're going to talk like this, act like this, walk like this. You're going to be a mother. You're going to be a construction worker. You're going to be whatever.
That sex
no,
has
I'm
to
not.
predetermine masculinity and femininity.
No, I'm not.
That's
I'm
literally
saying
you
that
did.
men are.
Why are you
no,
lying,
I'm not.
Martha?
How many
You literally
times
did.
have I? How
Feminine
many
men and
times?
masculine women are atypical and abnormal. It's rare. It happens. It'll always be a
And
thing.
it's fine.
But our
It's not a
society
negative, though.
is centered
My point is it's
around
not a
the
negative.
averages. That's how it
Exactly.
Martha is saying. She's not
Exactly.
saying that feminine men are evil or masculine
No.
women are evil. She's
No.
saying
They
that
should
what
not
we
be the
have
majority.
in
No one-
masculinity.
Yeah, I don't.
and
It would be a
femininity
disaster if it
should
was the
be
majority.
preserved.
I think
Absolutely.
men today are just as masculine, if not more, than millennial men.
No, that's not.
Men today are
That's not even what we're
fucking.
talking about, bro. We're literally
Definitely
we're
not.
literally
I don't know how anybody who likes men could say that. That's not.
There's an
true.
assault
you
both physically
like,
and
can
culturally
you-
on masculinity.
Is it an assault? Or is it that which one is it? You can't say that gender cannot be prescribed and then also spew that toxic, they're trying to tear down masculinity. Which one is it?
Yes.
Hey,
literally.
How is that a dichotomy?
Mark,
Which one is
no
it?
dichotomy.
There are a lot of women. There are a lot of women in my community and in my following who chose to take care of their children and be mothers, and they aren't looked down on in the church or in the conservative Christian community. They're amazing women. They're builders in the community. They lead all of the different groups. They're the organizers behind every Republican convention. They're the backbones of everything. And they take care of the children. They raise amazing children. They're there for them through their growth and development, and their kids aren't being indoctrinated.
Marriage is away from males.
And that's a cultural, that's a feminine cultural norm.
Marriage is a
And if you
away
don't do
from
that, then the
males.
kids are being raised by institutions and daycares and schools and
Wait. But
babysitters
that's
and
not,
shit, and that's
those
not
women
positive.
are the norm. They're not.
Can I
They're not
say
oppressed.
something?
That's the norm. Women are expected to do those things because they're
No,
women.
it's actually not the norm
How is
anymore.
it
There's over
toxic to
60%
let
of
men
women
do
now
that?
aren't having kids. Over 60%
So you guys have
of
to
women
pick it,
now.
Martha. You got to
Again,
pick a side.
marriage
You
is a
can't say that gender
No,
roles
I don't have-
cannot
No,
be.
you're saying she has to pick
Marriage
a
is
side.
a form
I
of
don't even know what
slavery
side
for
you want me to
women.
pick. Like, what are you even
Because
talking
you
about?
can't say, well, gender norms can't be prescribed, but then say, oh, well, masculinity is being torn down. Come
But
on.
why am I prescribing it if I'm valuing it? Like valuing
If she
something
can-
and
Oh my
prescribing
God,
something,
just simply
valuing
say that
something
it should exist
and
is
prescribing.
misogynistic.
Why is that
Martha.
misogynistic? What's
Martha,
It's
misogynistic?
misogynistic
What is
because
woman
females
hating?
Oh my
should
God,
not
can I
be
say
forced
something?
to
Can
be
I
in-
say
mind you,
something?
What
be
is
careful.
woman
She's
hating
not
about
just
anything
that
that
she
I'm
supports
saying?
masculine
What's woman hating
and that
is
she
to
sees the
prescribe
benefit
certain
in
rules to
masculinity.
certain people
I
based on
haven't
their
prescribed
sex.
anything to
You
anyone.
quite literally are. You're saying that it is
How?
a positive thing for females to take a certain role and for males to take a certain role.
How is
Yes.
positive
You are quite
prescription?
literally the definition of a bioessentialist.
Okay, stop
You are not
labeling
a-
me.
I'm
A bioessentialist,
I'm
a
telling you what you're saying.
bioessentialist is literally someone who says that because women are this, they have to do that. I have
you're
never
making the
fucking
prescription.
said that.
You're making the
She
Ever.
also
prescription
said
I
that
said
if men
that-
want to be
society.
feminine, they shouldn't be
Ashley.
forced to be masculinity.
Bro, okay, first of all, Ashley, no one's talking to you. Anyways,
Okay, well, you're making stupid
Oh my
points.
God,
She
and you're
didn't
a
say that.
tranny.
And I
Shut
don't even
up,
agree
then.
with Martha. And you're not even making
you're
any
literally
sense.
a tranny. I don't care. Anyways,
Wait,
Martha,
wait. I think the thing is that you just gotta. I think it's like you said that gender roles shouldn't be prescribed, but then you said, well, the masculinity thing. So which one do you want to? Do you want to?
What is-
Do you hold on? Do you
Okay.
want to uphold masculinity or not?
There's upholding it and prescribing it are not the same thing. Saying that you have to do this. Look, if we want harmony between the sexes, right? If we want like children being raised by their mothers and not institutions and not fucking daycares and not fucking babysitters and growing up goddamn psychopaths, if we want infrastructure and defense and we want the masculine protecting the women and children, if we want society to keep going, then we do have to cultivate masculinity and femininity in the sexes because those cause the best outcomes. That doesn't mean that subcultures can't exist or people who are just naturally not that way, that they can't find a home in our society. We can glorify motherhood. We can glorify being masculine to men without demonizing it if you're not. You
But
don't
that's the
have
norm,
to
Martha.
demonize it.
That is
Can I
the
say something,
norm.
Martha?
What you're talking about is the
Culture,
norm.
Pop culture. Shut up. It's my turn to talk. Yeah. So
Oh my
something.
God.
Yeah. Okay. So something I've noticed from my lived experience is that there are a lot of women who don't like what is expected of them of womanhood, and so they transition into men. And there are a lot of men who don't like what is expected of them for manhood, and they
That's
transition
not what
into
being
men.
trans is.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll leave it at that. You can give your opinion on that.
but there's cultural pushes, right, that are demonizing things like motherhood and saying that you're wasting your life, it's slavery, it's anti-feminist, it's bad, you're being taken advantage of, you're being taken for granted, it's a terrible thing. Look at motherhood, it's so horrible and boring and shitty, and like there
I'm
are
gonna go play
cultural
Roblox. Bye, guys.
there are cultural norms like that, or not norms, but there are cultural agendas, I guess, propaganda, if you will, and ideologies that push that kind of thing, or that masculinity is toxic and it's dangerous and it's violent and it's horrible and it's Donald Trump and it's Epstein and it's this and it's that. Like, they're tearing down the gender norms in a way that is actually oppressive and toxic, because if you tell women to stop having babies and stop mothering children, you fucking destroy society. If you tell men to stop upholding society and stop protecting women and children, you destroy society. You leave the women and children open for fucking predation. Like,
Martha,
this
if
is
we
just
lived in a society that actually honored the female role, right? If we lived in a
Yes, I
society
want that
no,
too.
I know, but can you listen, please? If we lived in that society, then sure, your argument would make sense. But here's the thing: we don't, though.
That's what I want to see, though.
We do not live in
Look,
live in
there
a
are
society that. Can I talk? Oh my god!
yes.
That's all you do is just talk. You really are masculine.
Stop chastising me and just go ahead.
We do not live in a society which honors the female, right? We do not live in a society that actually does that. So for you to make the argument that, oh, these things that are, you can say that you're not prescribing them, but I mean, unfortunately you are. We live in a society that prescribes gender roles, right, that are sexist and misogynistic, that say that, oh, a woman has to be doing this and a male has to be doing this, and that's because men are big and strong, and so they should be doing this job, and women are weak and submissive, so they should be doing this job. Again, it's the exact definition of bioessentialist crap that the gender ideologues are pushing, is because, if you're
let me
a
ask you a
boy,
question.
if you're a boy, oh my gosh, and you like feminine things, you must be a girl then, because you're
I'm not
fitting into
saying
these
that. Don't you dare compare
it's
me.
literally the equivalent. You're doing
It is
the equivalent.
not the equivalent. No, it's
If
not,
I-
because
if
I'm
you
not.
read- if you read
If you
that
actually
kind of
listen to me,
literature-
if you actually tried to listen, I have said over and over again, if you are a naturally feminine male, no one should attack that. But when we encourage men to be masculine, we allow for society to be protected and provided for, okay? Yes, men are suited for that. Women are not suited to stand up on a fucking oil rig for 14 hours a day in the blazing sun or the -40, okay? They're not going to survive that, but male bodies can survive that. Women are not going to go to
bodies are built
war.
for servitude.
They shouldn't be on the front
When
lines.
men are
and
not-
shouldn't be
In
at
fact,
war.
Women are not going to go to
male
war
bodies will be
and
built for
protect the
servitude. Why do you
entire
think that men
fucking
make such
society.
good soldiers?
Holy
like
shit,
can you listen?
It's not sexist to acknowledge the differences between males and females.
Exactly.
That's not sexism. Like,
Exactly.
erasing those differences would
It
be
is
very
sexist to
harmful. What our
prescribe those
society
roles.
I didn't
not
say
about
prescribe it.
prescribing a role. But there are
You are saying
boundaries
that
in
men are
society.
this way, so
There
then
are
therefore they have
boundaries
to-
in society. We have
Who's
a lot
going
of
to protect
boundaries
the
to
fucking
safeguard
world if
women.
men aren't?
Obviously,
Right.
Wait,
Who's
the
gonna
thing
do it?
is,
Who's gonna
what
do
you're
that?
describing is
There's a
normal.
reason
Most
men
men,
get drafted
most men are
and women
masculine.
don't.
Martha,
You
who
guys
do you
don't
Most men are
understand
masculine.
Martha,
that
who do you need
they're
protection from?
biological difference. They're the large gamete carrier. We literally can't
Martha,
afford
who
to
do you need
lose too many
protection
women
from?
as a society.
Wait, but
Our entire
the thing is,
population
most
protects
men
them.
are masculine. What you guys are
can't
describing is
send
the
women
norm.
to a world war.
It is the norm. It's not.
You literally can't. If you send women to a war, like for example, during the world wars, if we sent women to the front lines and European countries had the casualty they had with males, with females, their countries wouldn't exist today. Their population would be gone because you can rebuild a nation with enough women and a couple of guys, but you can't rebuild that nation if you lose the carrier of the large gamete. Period. Full stop. There are extreme differences between the sexes, and we have moved away from acknowledging that in our society. We need to bring back these boundaries. We should not have females on the front lines in war. We also should not have males in their spaces, and they need to be protected because they are vulnerable. And that is not sexism, that is reality. They are intellectually and spiritually are equals, but they are also fundamentally different from men.
What you're talking about is the norm. What you're talking about is the norm.
I'm talking
No, it
about
isn't the fucking norm.
biology. I'm talking about
Can I
biology.
ask you a question? How would anyone have any rights if it wasn't for the norm?
But hold on. What you're saying? Look, you guys are talking about most men are masculine. It's so masculine.
They're
We call
not anymore.
Hold on.
It's
It's so
under
masculine.
attack.
You went completely
Hold
past what I
on.
just
Hold
said.
on. It's so masculine. We call it traditional masculinity because most people
Because we used to have traditional norms that
Because
encourage
you
masculinity.
need men.
And now we don't.
According to y'all,
Let's flip-flop,
males,
man.
regardless of gender, regardless, which one is it? Are males or not? Like you guys jump back and forth about
like listening
Males
to you,
are
I'm
males.
completely
Duh.
confused.
Okay, so regardless of how they act, they're males.
But they weren't males
without
anymore because of
men-
how they act.
The
We
point
have
is,
declining
most
sperm
men
count.
and women are traditional. You
We
have
do
to.
have declining sperm counts, and we have the impacts of pollutants on the uptake of hormones that is impacting men and women both. This
Yes,
is
but
very
like
real.
the average man is not a feminine twink, and the average woman is not a Bo Dagger Dyke. Like, come on.
Nobody's saying they are.
But without traditional men, you wouldn't have the rights that you have.
Okay, but most men are
Pop.
straight.
So you
and-
need
and meet the
traditional
standard.
men.
Okay, Pop, let me try to explain this to you for the last fucking time. Masculinity asks for sacrifice, discipline, stoicism. It asks hard things. Femininity is luxurious. Femininity is like you can just express and you can, like you can nurture and you can, it's like it's a lot easier to relax into femininity. And the only reason why femininity can even flourish in men or women and the children also like flourish in the feminine force and are nurtured within it is because masculinity gives the safety. Masculinity allows the safety for some people to be able to relax into femininity. If we don't have enough masculine men making the sacrifices, diving down into the shit of the sewers and dying, we don't have even one moment of luxury for femininity. So we have to have norms that encourage men to be masculine, because otherwise, if we're just
We
like,
do.
hey, if you're like, do whatever the fuck you want, just go in hair and makeup and nails and just flounce around
Wait,
in your
we do.
femininity, we lose protection and provision and
we
our
do.
society crumbles.
We do. Most men meet masculine standards. That's why it's called normative gender
Why
roles.
would they? Why would they? It's harder. If you're not having cultural norms like rites of passage and things that cause men to like hold themselves or each other to a masculine standard, if it's not there anymore culturally, why the fuck would people do the harder thing
Wait.
than the easier thing?
Martha, wait, Martha. When you're saying that,
right.
we are doing that. Most men they go through a Boy Scout. That's why when men don't adhere,
We don't
they're
have
called
the
out
Boy Scouts
because most
anymore,
men
Devon.
meet the standards.
The Boy
Most
Scouts
of
are
them.
gone.
She's 100% right.
You guys are acting like most men are
All
feminine.
of the
That's not
prestigious,
true.
Without
all of
men-
the prestigious men's military academies in the United States of America now have women in them. Every single one.
That means,
The Boy
and what does that,
Scouts
and what
is
does that
gone.
mean? That means what?
What does that
and this
mean?
is like
That
gives
means we
misogyny.
as a society have stopped recognizing the differences between the sexes in regards to war. Something that is catastrophic.
You
if
can-
we ever actually have a
Y'all don't know how to walk and chew gum at the same
Do you
time.
know what happens during a catastrophic? If we lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers and women were 50-50 in that, our society would crumble. And we have now incorporated women into our war machine as if they are fundamentally no different than men.
Wait, is that a bad thing? I mean, you don't support women's rights.
Do you not know what the word catastrophic means?
Wait. Is that
for our
are
population.
you against women's rights?
I'm
That's a
against
right. You
societal decisions that will put our society, like literally crumble our society and our population if we go to a major war. The war machine in our military is to protect our country. And if we go to World War III with women all through our front lines and we have a massive casualty event, that really damages our ability to replenish our population. It really damages our entire nation. Women are not this sacrificial thing, or the gametes don't play out like that. They carry large gametes, men carry small gametes. You don't need a lot of men to rebuild a society or population. You need a massive amount of women to do it. And for example, in World War II, Russia lost like 33 million people. Okay? Million. Okay, their armies were decimated fighting the Nazis. If their military was filled with women, they wouldn't exist today. If the militaries that fought the Nazis in Europe were filled with women, those countries would still be recovering from World War II because they would have lost so many European women.
So wait, are you a gender apologist or not? Do you want to enforce gender or tear it down?
I think women are spiritually and intellectually are equals. And I think they should be able to participate in society in that way. But I think we should cherish and respect the differences between the sexes. And I think that plays out in various different ways, which means taking additional care to protect women in society from male sexual violence. That means making sure that women aren't put on the front lines in a war. You know, there's a lot of different areas where that means teaching boys don't hit girls, because boys need to understand that the average male is 150% stronger than a woman, that we have burst strength that's astronomically larger than a woman's, and we could seriously injure them if we put our hand, because like if you don't teach boys that, we won't know that. We're just
But you can do both.
Hold up a second, guys. Hold up a second, guys. Neo, welcome in. Can I get your age, please?
Hi, host. I'm 19.
Good deal. On this panel, we don't discuss race, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. Did you want to respond to the prompt or hop into the conversation?
Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you. I agree with what Trans is saying, and if you don't agree with it, then you're probably like stupid, because I think it's really good logic.
Good night. Sorry, Neo.
I think it's really good logic to explain that like everything she said is true, and she's using really good logic. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Thanks, Neo.
That's a fool. That is that. You
That's a
guys
fool.
do
Can I
this.
ask you a
You
question?
guys do this thing where it's like, in one moment it's about biology, and then the next moment it's about performance. And I just wish you guys were more consistent.
Okay, I don't know what you don't. I don't know what you don't understand, but like we have a culture that needs to help us work together to survive and evolve, right? So let's take a tribe. Let's take a tribe. We've got women and we've got men in the tribe. Usually a culture would cultivate masculinity in those men, go and take them out. Like it would be part of their cultural norms for them to go and hunt and fish and do warrior things so that they could protect, right? So that they could spear the other tribe that's going to come and try to grape all the women and enslave them and take them, right? So the women need to be protected so that they can have children, because when women are pregnant, women are birthing, women are rearing children, they are not able to go out and hunt and fish and warrior.
Martha,
okay?
that is
Please
the
listen
norm.
to me. Please
Hold
listen
on.
to me.
That is the norm.
Please stop interrupting. So in order for us to have any kind of evolution or continuation, men need to protect the women and the children, right? If they don't do that, then we don't have women and children, because they get fucking killed and they get fucking raped and they get enslaved. So if you want to have a society or a culture that survives, then the strong people who aren't pregnant a lot and nursing and rearing children, they need to be doing things that support the cultivation of this human species, right? So in order to have the men want to do the harder stuff, right? The harder things of sacrificing so that the tribe survives, sacrificing so that they're doing the work and the hard stuff and they're dying in war and shit. To get them to want to do that, you have to have norms in society that glorify that and culturally make it so that men want to do that. They're not just going to naturally want to go and die for women and children. They're not going to naturally want to go stand up on the oil rig for 15 hours a day in the freezing minus 40 degree weather, unless you have it be something glorious that men can do for their country, for their civilization, for their women and children, for their society. It's not something that just comes naturally. Oh, I just want to go do the harder thing. If you encourage men to do their nails and hair and makeup and do the fucking and flounce around in femininity, you will destroy society.
But what you're talking about
Martha,
is
can I ask you a
normal.
question?
That is normal. Most men do those things. That's what I'm saying. Most men and
Why
women do
would they
those
do
things.
them if there's nothing
Let's let
to
Jinx
reinforce
go.
that?
Let's let Jinx go, guys. Jinx?
Martha, can I ask you a question? Where do all rights, like where men make up the majority of society when it comes to laws, right?
Influence on them because of the
I mean,
amount of power.
I'm sorry. What I meant was like throughout history, right?
Yeah.
And so men got together and said, we want to give rights to this person. We want to give rights to this person. We want to give rights to this person. Men did that, right?
Well, men are the majority, so duh. They have the most, and they have the most power.
Nobody's fucking talking to you.
We live in a patriarchy where men control.
Nobody's fucking talking to you.
And are in control. Duh.
Nobody's
Transphobe.
fucking
Transphobe, you had
talking
your
to
hand
you.
up. What's up, transphobe?
Okay,
But
wonderful.
men,
So here's what I'm
men
going
got
to do.
together. Men were the
Here's
majority.
what I'm
Men
going
were the
to do.
strength, and
Hold
men
up,
got
Jinx.
together and they
Hold up,
said,
Jinx. Hold up,
Here's
Jinx.
what I'm
Hold up,
going to
Jinx.
do. All right, thank you. I love you, Holly. So here's what I'm going to do, because Martha's up here and people get very contentious when Martha's up here. Martha and I agree on a lot of this stuff, and I don't want it to devolve. So we're going to have a very cordial conversation. I think we're all adults here, so we can all talk without interrupting constantly when someone's trying to make a point. That's not necessary. So we're going to do that. And if you do come off mute and interrupt aggressively like that when someone is talking, I'm going to mute you. You can get offended and drop down, but that's just what we're going to do. We're going to have a cordial conversation. Okay. And I just want to note that, like, Jinx here, straight, normal guy, he has said that he feels bad and that society often makes people like him feel bad. Straight, normal guys feel bad for who they are. And that's very true. Like our society has shifted in a way to make what is normal bad. And this is, again, we've talked about queer theory. We've talked about this uplifting of the abnormal, promoting it as a statement against capitalism in America and against the patriarchy. Like, that is all something that is operating in our society today, right? And it is bad to demonize normalcy. It is bad to demonize naturalism in human nature, okay? That doesn't mean that you have to bully or be cruel to the atypical outliers to that nature. There will always be atypical outliers. Always going to be tomboys, always going to be femboys, right? We don't have to bully the femboys and the tomboys, but at the same time, we don't have to uplift it to the point where we are demonizing normalcy, where we're demonizing naturalism, and like we're breaking our society. Like we need good, strong men. We need women who are raising healthy children. Like, our society needs to function. This is the society that brought us to the point where gays can be gay and not be unalived, you know? Like the oppressed minority demographics that all of the liberals are worried about, they only have safety because we've achieved this level of society. And if we destroy normalcy, we will destroy that society. And then we will go back to the primitive where all the feminine gays are just being slaughtered and where all the minorities are again, like the disabled people have no shot. You know how it goes, right? Like we have a society right now where people, like I literally lived my life with epilepsy as a feminine gay in America, and I crawled across this country and went back to school and built my whole life together and found love, and now I have money and I'm doing great, and I did all of that as someone who in a primitive society would have just died because I was so weak.
Let's get our new people in. Welcome back, Shori. Thank you for your patience in coming back. Would you like to, and I'll get to you in just a second now.
God bless America.
If you say so. Just to remind everybody that we don't discuss race on this panel, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. Shori, if you'd like to introduce yourself and jump in. After that, we'll get No in.
I'm Shori. I'm 34. Did you want me to answer like the backdrop or just kind of?
Would you like me to read it to you?
Yeah, the text is a little bit small.
Sure, no problem. The topic today is gay, not queer. Traditionally, the gays fought for the right to love who we love, workplace safety, less violence, and the right to build families. However, today's queer ideology is about expanding identities, institutional pressure, contested definitions, and ideas over experience. So what do the traditional gays owe this ideology in a framework we didn't choose? Should gay men and lesbians have to redefine their language, affirm every claim, and give up their sex-based boundaries? And if they say no, who pays that price? And finally, can society challenge or reject gender identity politics without reviving homophobia?
Oh gosh. Okay.
It's
So
a lot, but it's all the same question.
yeah. Well, I don't think any group owes any sort of like debt or what have you to any group, I guess is a good way to put it. Maybe we can go down that line a little bit more. Must gay men and lesbians redefine language? No. Affirm every new claim? No. Give up sex-based bound? No, absolutely not. And then if we say no, who pays the price? That's going to depend. We might have to explore that a little bit more. And then, can society challenge gender identity politics without reviving homophobia? I think it's possible. I think there can be a healthy balance between what people might quote unquote say is like the normal gays versus like kind of what people might perceive as queer insanity. I think people can find a potential healthy balance. I think that's kind of what we're going through right now with these growing pains. So yeah, but I think it's possible to find that balance.
Okay.
Not if you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Pop, you had some interesting points on that where you said that there's always going to be an argument between biological and perspective. Could you share that with Shori and see how you guys respond? And then after that, it'll be open panel. Pop, are you there? All right, it's open panel, guys.
What were you about to say, Martha?
Oh, I was just going to say what I wrote in the comments. Not if like the LGB doesn't stop supporting and intertwining themselves with gender ideologues, right? Like the homophobia, because of the growing fatigue and distaste and rejection of such a harmful ideology, such a sexist, homophobic, misogynistic P3 ideology. If the LGB doesn't stop like intertwining themselves so thoroughly with this cult, the homophobia is going to be what follows, right? Because they're going to reject the trans ideologues and the trans people doing the predatory behavior, and they're going to associate that with the LGB and the LGB support of these people, right? So like I'm mad at the LGB when I look at a pride parade and I see a bunch of naked, disgusting autogynephilic men with their gynecomastic tits hanging out and their dicks hanging out, and there's children 4 feet away from them, and there's no LGB people running in front of these guys going, get your fucking cocks out of these children's faces, get your disgusting ideology away from kids. And the fact that they're not running out there and saying, get some clothes on, get out of here, stop marching with us like that, you're making us look bad. The fact that they're cheering them on, the fact that they're not stopping this cult from hurting women and children and the LGB, like they're just getting dragged right down with them, and the homophobia is going to come from that.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you on that manner. I guess I was making it a point of like society, like at large, so to speak, not just kind of our issues within the community. There are definitely some things I see where you're coming from. I think that there is very, very slowly a growing movement of LGB, without the T. Obviously, that is going to be like pulling teeth at this point in time because we are.
86% of the LGB supports the TQ plus groomer cult.
Yeah.
The vast majority of the LGB, and they're not just cheering while the queer theorists go and do this public debauchery. They're centering it in their movement. Like you have parades of naked fetishists, and not just trans. That's gays too. The naked bike parades, the pup play, the fucking BDSM harness, the piss pools.
Yeah, I've been to my handful
The
of
leather
prides.
daddies.
You don't need to tell me.
Furries,
It's
diaper
the whole
fetishes.
community, the furries, the diaper fetishes, all of this public fetish. And you need to understand, normal people got to the point of allowing gay marriage because sweater gays were going out in their sweaters and being like, we just want to have our partners. We're worried about healthcare access. We're worried about, life decisions, things like that, right? That was what they won the public on. And then the queer theorists come in and all of the gays jump onto that bandwagon. And now they're in the public with the public fetish. And the average straight guy is looking at this and they're like, okay, well, I thought you guys just wanted to get married. I didn't know you wanted piss pools on Main Street. And that's it.
Yeah. No, I like I said, I do want to reiterate. I mean, that's also why part of the reason, I don't go to Pride like anymore because of kind of some of the things that Martha has listed. It's like, and I also hate the fact that, how should I say it? Like, I kind of always hate the fact that conversations, when it comes to those of us that are not heterosexual, is constantly revolved around sex, so to speak. Like what rights are we gaining by kind of what Martha said, or kind of what Ari just said, with the puppy play people and people walking around completely nude. Like, if it wasn't in the Pride parade, and it was like an average Tuesday, this would be unacceptable behavior.
That's not true.
And so I don't get why so many things about homosexuality, so many things about queerness, so to speak, is so focused on the kinks or some of the fetishes or what have you. Like, what are we actually gaining by these public displays of, for lack of a better word, debauchery? Like, I wouldn't accept this behavior from
We have the right to freedom of speech.
I will come to you, Pop, I promise. Carly, welcome to the
Pop, we called your name like 3 times and you didn't answer.
This is
Me?
true. Yes,
no,
your
Pop.
age, please?
Oh.
Come your age, please.
I'm 26.
Good deal. On this panel, we don't discuss race, we don't use the word cis, and we don't ask stupid questions. The topic of the day is gay, not queer. Traditionally, gays fought for the right to love who we want, workplace safety, less violence, and the right to build families. However, the new queer ideology is all about expanding identities, institutional pressure, contested definitions, and ideas over experience. What do the traditional gays owe to this ideology in a framework we didn't choose? Must gay men and women accept the redefinition of language? Must they affirm every new claim, and should they give up their sex-based boundaries? If they say no, who pays the price? And finally, can society challenge or reject gender identity politics without reviving homophobia? I know it's a lot, but it's really all the same question. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that y'all need God in your life.
Which God?
The one and true God.
Oh, you're talking about Dionysus. Okay, well, cheers. Have a good night. Pop, go ahead and respond.
So one, we do. I thought, especially as conservatives, I thought people had no issue with the right of free speech and people to express themselves how they see fit. Everyone else gets to do it. So if someone wants to walk around in a mask that's a dog, who cares? That's their right. Someone wants to pretend to be a dog.
Walking around in a mask
right.
is not Pop. Walking around in a mask is not speech. That's not.
It is protected speech, actually.
No, it's protected. It's protected expression.
Right.
Like, I don't believe that if there's a pride parade that there should be some psychopath that goes and, you know, takes the Second Amendment and just pews that entire parade,
Well,
drives through a pride parade, like what happened. What happened? There was a pride parade recently,
Germany.
and somebody drove.
Germany.
Yeah, in Germany, and somebody drove through on a
14
vehicle,
injured, one
harming
dead.
some people. I'm
And
not
just-
saying.
yeah.
Wait, Pop. I'm not saying to unalive people just because they're at a parade and they are nude, right? What I am saying though is that for the betterment and the gain of rights for lesbian, gay, bi, and dare I say to some extent trans people, let's look at the social optics of it all, right?
talking about
Why
respectability
is
politics.
again? Wait, Pop. Wait, you
You're
made
talking
a
about
state. Wait,
respectability
Pop.
politics.
You made a state. It's not about respectability politics because I wouldn't accept that behavior from heterosexuals either.
Yeah, but they're not the ones fighting for their rights. So
I was just gonna
here we
bring
are.
that up.
But wait,
Pop, if me
our
and my
rights
girl,
as-
if
Go ahead,
me
James,
and
go
my
ahead,
girl, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it just this point has been on my tongue for the last hour. Pop, if me and my girl just decide to get freaky in the park right in front of everybody, you're good with that?
Well, one, no, but that's across all sexual orientations.
Do you see the hypocrisy there?
How is it hypocrisy? I'm not advocating for gay people to have sex in public. Duh.
But that's what they're doing.
No, they're not. Not in mass, anyways. Individual
Yes, they
people.
are.
Individual
Pop,
people who are doing that.
Pop,
lock
they
them
did
up.
it
That's
on the
indecent
White House
exposure.
lawn.
They're
Pop,
literally naked
Pop,
fetish
did
parades.
they
all
do it on
up
the
and
White
down.
House lawn?
They're literally naked fetish parades all up and down the streets for over a month in this country right now. There is literally fetish and sexual displays occurring on the White House lawn when the community is invited. And you know what? You know what this is a byproduct of? This is a byproduct of the queer theory. The
Wait.
queer theory. No.
Can you show me? Can you show me
We've
this?
already had this discussion. I'm not doing
She
this.
can show you the correlation.
Nope, you
wanna
too,
see these
Mr.
naked
Straight Man. You
people.
too. This is an egalitarian. We're gonna not interrupt me while I finish my thought. We're not doing it. We've already. Nope. Don't even do it. Don't even fucking do it. Okay? This is a byproduct of the queer theory, right? Taking over from the assimilationist old school gays. Men like Holly, who are very normal. And the queer theory came in, and the queer theory said that we're oppressed and that we need to make a stand against that oppression by highlighting abnormality. And y'all motherfuckers got carried away. And now there's public piss pools on Main Street. That's what's going on. And it's not cool. And there's no rights you're getting with that. All you're doing is you're degrading the rights that the assimilationists got. And guess what? You're not fucking oppressed in America in 2026. This is one of the greatest countries in the world to be an agate crossian. Full fucking stop. You got too many fucking rights out of your movement because you got fetish in the public streets and piss pools, and you got men invading women's spaces and women's prisons and women's grape sanctuaries. The LGBTQIA mafia got too many rights, and now you're still marching through the streets with your public fetish, which honestly I'm fine with because it's pissing everybody the fuck off.
Wait, so I would like to see. Wait, can you show me where there are gay people naked on the White House lawn? And
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Yes,
I would like to see that. Send me the link.
Wait,
yes, we
Pop,
can,
it happened-
motherfucker. Yes, we
I would
can.
like
Pop,
to see
it
it. I
happened
haven't
a few
seen it.
years ago.
You
They did
dumb-
a
I did
trans visibility
administration,
day.
honey.
They did a trans visibility day a few years ago under Biden, and this person is actually a pretty famous influencer. It's a trans woman by the name of Rose Montoya, who
There
took
we
off,
go.
took off his blouse, and obviously, I don't know if he naturally developed that through hormones or if he got, breast surgery or what have you, but literally ripped off his blouse, showing his boobs on the White House lawn. And then come to find out, allegedly, this is all alleged because I know Rose is a pretty big influencer. And then come to find out that Rose also allegedly raped a trans man. His ex-partner came out and made a video about
What does that have to
an
do with
alleged
that?
SA event.
That's irrelevant.
Transphobic, can I ask you a question?
Like, that's irrelevant.
How many
Yes.
people were arrested during that
Yeah.
little event? because you probably know this way better than I do, but I know at least 11 people were arrested during that event.
What event?
The White House lawn thing.
Oh, I don't know.
So
no idea. It's just naked gays and trans tits all over the White House lawn. It was a spectacle. It was just
But even it's like that is like I don't think that's a good thing.
Taken this gay civil rights advocates that fought to get gay marriage and invited in the White House, well, none of them would have done that.
None of them would have fought for that.
Because according to you, they were being
would have been
normal
on
gays.
point. They would have looked amazing. They would have been respectful.
And respectable.
Donald Trump is the first president to come into office and be pro-gay marriage coming into office. He also started an international campaign to end the murder of homosexuals around the world and to end the criminalization of homosexuals around the world. And he promoted multiple gay men to cabinet positions where there's never been gay men in those positions. Didn't flout it, didn't tout it, nothing, just did it based on the merits. Okay,
You know what's interesting? You guys are so easy to be sold to.
Came to the White House during any they would have just been normal and nice.
But normalcy to you is conformity to heterosexual standards of
it's not conforming to have sex on the White House lawn.
Hold up, Pop. Are you serious?
Dr. B, welcome to the group. Could I get your age, please? You can come off mute, Dr. B. Dr. B. There you go. Hi, can I get your age, please?
My age
How old
is.
That's not an age. That's a song. Go ahead, Pop.
Clearly, there are bad people in the gay community. Duh. I know that. Anybody can be bad. The problem is you guys will always be like, oh, well, those people are making us look bad. And it's like respect, and that's respectability politics, right? When you're trying to get things, right, we have to be our best dressed. It's part of the civil rights movement. That you got to be our best dressed. And if you're not your best dressed, you're making the minority community, the larger minority community, look a certain way. We deserve rights, whether we are RuPaul, whether we are Matt Damon, or whoever that guy is from White Collar, whether you are the trans girl down the street in the hood, whether you are, it doesn't matter. We all deserve basic human rights.
I agree with you, but how far do you want to push it?
Well, everyone else gets basic human rights, and they don't have to act right. They don't have to act right.
But everybody's having sex on the White House lawn?
Well, clearly they should have been arrested for indecent exposure. That's not unique.
Okay, but that's what. Oh my God.
But you're acting like conservatives. You're acting like conservatives expect you to be a lumberjack and a wife beater and to never have anything pretty and to be like the He-Man that you're never going to be when all they really want you to be is not be a delusional agate Crossy that invades women's spaces and indoctrinates children.
Well, the delusional agate Crossy.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I've been called those
I'm not
things.
saying that you're an agate Crossy.
I'm sorry.
Not saying that you're an agate Crossy, but that's what they have a problem with.
I'm sorry, but
historian, they would probably call you the same thing if they got mad enough.
Look at this picture. This is me. Like this is literally me.
Right,
Do you
and
see
so
me
you're
conforming to
conforming.
male standards?
You're
Hello.
yes, you're conforming. Yes, you conform.
Me and this woman.
What the fuck do you like? I'm wearing
You're conforming.
a red cocktail dress, bro.
Right.
Me and
You're
this
not.
woman
You're
went
not in
at
a. You're not
it
in a
last
BDSM outfit. So I guess if you were to wear a BDSM outfit,
no,
How does
don't
being
do
in
that.
a BDSM outfit have anything to do with expression?
No,
Excuse
because
me?
what the thing is, you guys are saying that certain types of expression will make the community look bad. They're already homophobes.
Expression in public makes everybody look bad, bro.
Yeah,
It
but
makes
you're not
the whole
saying that. You're
society
talking
look
specifically
bad.
about LGBT.
Because the
And
straight people aren't doing
Because
that. They do it behind closed doors.
Straight people have great children and great women, and they're not responsible.
Else up, and now you're shifting the entire.
I'm not shifting it.
We're
Why
talking
are you
about
using
public
straight people
fetish.
as a unit of measure?
Because they're not in the streets in BDSM gear, and you're arguing
They're
that you
not
should be
fucking
in the
on the
streets
White
in
House
BDSM
lawn.
gear. What?
The
They're
people that
on the White
get
House
committed
lawn.
the people that get committed of rape are straight men. Like, why are you acting
You
like
are
gay
absolutely
people
right.
are?
But you know what? They're not. They're not fucking on the White House lawn.
No, we have
No,
please,
but you guys
please.
were.
Please,
You guys
there are
were.
plenty of straight people that have done deplorable things, and they're not representative of their community. Ted Bundy, y'all forget about him.
You guys did it. Hold on, man. Calm down.
Keep up.
No, slow down.
Like, why do you guys keep acting like
did
straight
it.
people
You
are
guys-
so perfect?
You guys did this.
I didn't do nothing. I did not do anything.
Own
Straight
it.
people are not
Own it.
born
This
pure.
is your people.
They do bad
This
stuff
is your
too.
people. Own it.
It's not my people. Mind you, the most pedophiles are straight.
Why are you shifting the goalposts? We weren't talking about that.
Because you guys are acting like gay
No,
people are
slow
like.
down, Pop.
You guys are
Slow
acting like
down,
gay
Pop.
people created
Why you moving the
pedophilia.
fucking goalpost?
I'm not
We
moving
weren't
the
talking
goalpost.
about that. We were
And
talking
I
about
will
something
never,
we fucking
ever
saw. We
say
saw
that.
with our own fucking eyes.
Excuse
know
me.
that.
Nobody has said anything about conflating homosexuality with P3DO. Like,
Well,
and
No,
I
nobody did that
literally
except for
study
Pop.
sexology, so like I go.
So
against
why are
that
you saying
kind
that
of
they're
narrative
making
all
us
the
look
time.
bad? That's
Because they
respectability
fucked
politics.
on the White House fucking
Words
lawn,
in
bro.
our mouth.
So why aren't you?
I'm,
So
how
why
is
aren't
that
you
not
saying?
bad?
But why aren't you?
Public
Why aren't you
public
saying?
sex?
Why can't they be
you-
individuals?
Why can't
Why
you
do they
fucking
have to
control
display
yourself?
public debauchery?
Why can't
Why
they be
can't you
individuals?
control yourself?
Why can't they be
So it's
individuals?
individual. It's expressing your individuality to fuck on the White
No,
House
I'm
lawn.
saying why do they represent the whole gay community? That's my argument.
Because when they were invited, that's what they did.
So why? Well, no.
They were
Because-
invited as representatives.
No.
That's
Because
what
when
they
and this is
fucking
what
did.
and that is
It's
homophobia.
what they did, Pop.
And that is
Excuse
transphobia
me.
and that's homophobia.
Excuse
Because when
me.
straight
How?
people
When
do bad things, it's not all of them.
When an activist from
It was
a community-
everyone they invited.
Excuse me. Hello. When an activist from a community gets invited to the White House, the place where the president and all of the most important people in our country sit and talk, right? When an activist from any community, the Somali community, from the Palestinians, from the Jewish community, any community, period. That person usually goes to the White House with the thought that what I do will reflect onto the people that I am representing. That is what advocacy is. That is what it looks like. That is what it is. When you take that and you say, okay, you know what? I've been invited as a part of LGBTQ or as a part of trans this to the White House. And you go there and you get naked on the White House lawn in front of national news cameras. Guess what? You made the decision to make your community look like fucking clowns that do not deserve respect. You have shit on a historical monument. You have disrespected the country and the people who run the country. Like, it is just so insane that you cannot understand that.
Because I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe to
get that this is a
respectability
TikTok
politics.
live and you got no decorum here, but you would have no decorum on the fucking White House lawn.
I don't subscribe
you
to
don't
respectability
deserve to be
politics.
in the halls of respectable society then.
I don't subscribe to respectability.
This is why
politics,
people with
so
this mentality do not deserve to be heard.
I
Not
don't
in
subscribe to
Congress,
respectability
not by the
politics.
government. Like, we should not be importing queers to listen to what they have to say before we pass the policy. Fuck that shit.
Well, I don't. You're a respectable queer. I'm not. Sorry. I deserve rights. I deserve rights whether I'm respectable or not.
Well,
That's
if you
my
want to be
argument.
listened to, you should respect society and others.
Well, that goes both ways. Do straight people respect us by
People ain't gonna
default?
respect
No.
you if you're wandering around with the BDSM harness in public.
Wait.
no matter what
And this is why I
community
say,
you come
why
from.
not? Why do I have to conform to get respect? Straight people get respect out the gate. Do they
No,
not?
they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
And when they
Respect
do
is
bad
something
things,
that's
they're not
earned.
pathological. When they do bad things, they're not pathologized. They don't represent the whole straight community. But when it's gay,
I've never heard the phrase straight cis white male. Oh, broke the rules 2 different ways. I'm sorry.
well, I mean,
but
it's like because
that's why those rules exist, right?
Because I guess we can't talk about race. Don't know why. Whatever. Anyways,
Because everybody, because it becomes so contentious.
Well,
We're all
we live in
about
a
demonizing normal people
we
nowadays.
live in a
and then
racist
creating
society. I
victim-
know it's
We're all about
sad. I
demonizing normal
know.
people and then creating oppression and victim Olympics, and we're not doing all that. But
How's
that
that
is
a victim?
literally the whole thing. You are literally stuck in this victim mindset in one of the greatest countries in the world, crying about how you have pushback to public fetish in front of kids. Like
Oh,
it
please.
is the
That's such a rage bait.
peak
Please.
entitlement right
That
there.
entitlement. And
Peak
another thing to you.
entitlement, these privileged motherfuckers that can't appreciate what they have.
Another thing to you is just because America gives us very basic human rights does not mean we can't strive for more. Like, I wish that y'all would stop doing that.
More
Like,
than
What more
what?
would you like?
More
like,
All right, guys, it's been 5 hours. I'd like to shut down now. I will give you another 5 minutes to wrap up, but we are going to shut down in 5 minutes. I'm going to put a timer on transphobe. You can go ahead and come off mute, but we are shutting down in 5 minutes. Go ahead.
This is the greatest country in the world. And what more could you want? Literally, the conversation right now is BDSM in public. You want more being BDSM in public, meaning fetish pride parades around kids, meaning transitioning people and taking them away from their parents if their parents don't want them transitioned. The level of privileges that the LGB mafia has gotten in American society is too much. It's gone too far. You have gays renting women's wombs. You have men going into women's prisons, rape shelters, bathrooms. You literally have women being written out of law. You've got schools indoctrinating kids on gender. You have government taking those kids away from their parents and putting them in the foster system and transitioning them when their parents don't want them transition, all ignoring the fact that nobody is actually trans. It's an ideology. It's an ideology. Period. It's an identity. It's not something you're born with. Trans people are made, not born. And then you're up in here for 5 hours crying about how people are complaining about your public fetish parties. Are you fucking serious? We need to strip back these rights to the point where people are not oppressing others. And the point where people are not oppressing others is where all of the male crossies are not going into the women's bathrooms, where the shit's out of schools, where people can fucking have their children and raise them the way they want, and doctors aren't sterilizing kids. Full stop. I don't give a fuck what you wear.
wait,
You need to
but
stop
that
fucking-
goes both
Stop
ways.
oppressing other people.
That
Nobody
goes both
cares what
ways.
you wear. Nobody cares what you wear. They care that you go into the women's
That
spaces.
goes both
They care
ways.
that you're indoctrinating kids. They care that you're sterilizing them. That's what they care about. They care about the public
The
fetish.
thing is, hold on,
You
the
know
kids,
what?
the
You can wear
indoctrination of the
clothes, you can
kids, they
wear
don't care
nails.
about
There's
that.
public decency. There is a
They don't
thing
care about
called public
indoctrination of
decency.
kids. They don't care. They have no issue with indoctrination of kids.
If
The
you-
only
if you
issue is
cannot
when the
be
kids is not
decent in
when it's
public,
not
you do not
straight.
deserve to be respected.
Yes, I do. And that's the thing. The difference between me and you is that I think gay
If you have
people
no
and
respect
trans.
for society, you don't deserve to be respected.
No. You think
If
that
you
you
have
have
no
to
respect for
earn.
society and
You
others,
think that you have to
you do not
earn
deserve to
basic
be
human
respected.
rights. I think they should be
you
given
need
to
to
you
operate in
because you
society in a way
exist.
that is respectful of others and does not infringe upon their rights. And if you insist on going in the public and with public fetish displays and BDSM bullshit, then you can expect your rights to be stripped and for no one to respect you.
That's
Period.
respectability politics, and I
It's
disagree.
not respectability
It is.
politics. Not wanting public fetish in the streets is
That doesn't
not
mean you lose your rights.
respectability politics.
That doesn't mean
That
you
is
lose your
insane.
rights. That doesn't mean you
Hey,
lose your
Trent,
rights.
can I talk to you for a second?
This is what I'm. Hold on. Let me just say this.
Hey,
and
I
I'll
don't
leave.
want to talk
You do
to
not,
you.
you
Shut
do
up.
not have a
Let me
right to
just let me
women's
just land this.
spaces.
You
Men
everybody
do not have a right
deserves.
to women's spaces. Gays
Every-
do not have a right to
Final
rent
word.
women's
Let me just get this
Final
out.
word.
This is all
Everybody,
politically
Okay,
correct.
everybody deserves basic
You
human
don't have a right
rights.
to tell
You
people
sh-
how to
you-
raise their kids.
Well, that goes both ways. I guess I agree with you. That goes both ways. I guess. Right, I agree with you. Just like if the straight people want to do this, fine. See, that's the thing. You only have an issue when it's gay or trans. Straight people have been indoctrinating children since inception, but it's okay because y'all view it normal. Anyways, my argument is that I'm just gonna land this. You're auditioning for your rights. I think you should have them by virtue.
I've got every right I need, honey. Literally, I've got a Tiffany on my finger. I've got a male partner. I'm a male. I wear whatever the fuck I want. Like, what right do I not have as an agate Crossy in the United States of America in 2026? Which one?
Wait. You have rights.
Name one.
Wait, I didn't say you didn't have rights. I
Right.
think I
I
said
don't
I
have.
didn't. I didn't say you didn't have rights. I said that they should be given to you regardless if you perform a certain way. You told me that you think that certain gay people shouldn't have rights because they're in public in mass.
I told you that it went too far and it needs to be wound back. Public
rights
decency
taken
laws
away?
need to be restored because they're not. They're not. Like, I'm sorry, but you don't have a right to go into female spaces. You don't have a
Well,
right
in
to
my
be
state,
nude
you
in
do.
public around children.
Wait, in my
Public
state, you
fetish,
do.
That's not a right. Well, it needs to be wound back and taken away from
In my
you.
state, they don't
I'm
discriminate.
sorry. If males are in female spaces and that's a right that we have right now, that needs to be taken away. That's one that we can take away. Okay?
Okay.
You know what, the public fetish, the lack of public decency laws, that's another one. We can take that one away too. And you know what? All the gender education in school and the transitioning of kids, we can take that one away too. And I'll be happy. By all means, let's take them away.
Well, that means you wouldn't be able to exist publicly.
What do you mean?
Like you're trans. They would erase you from public life. You wouldn't be able to exist the way you
How?
do.
What do
because
you mean? I don't use women's spaces. I walk around in dresses right now, bro. This video is
Yeah.
all over my
And
Instagram.
by your logic,
36,000
your right
conservative
to do
followers.
that
This
should
video
be
is all
strict.
over my Instagram of me in dresses.
And your right to do that should be stripped from you.
I never said that. I never said at any point that we should police what clothing people wear as far as gender.
But the
I
thing
said
is,
you
the thing
shouldn't
is,
be doing public
historian,
fetish.
the thing is, that's 1 degree away from what you're talking about. And this is the thing. I always say this: the boomerang
No,
always.
it's not.
It is. The
Forcing
boomerang always
women into
comes back.
pants and
is.
forcing women into skirts and men into suits is not 1 degree away from saying let's not have BDSM in the streets.
Okay.
That
Because
is
we
not.
live in a okay. Y'all always say this. Y'all always say this. And then when they start snatching everybody's rights away, y'all start, oh, we didn't want it to go this far. Well, it's too late now. Well,
You have to be able to draw a line. The line is BDSM in the street.
go ahead, Jinx. I'm
Indoctrinating
done.
children.
Good night, Pop. Please follow. We're going to have the same conversation probably 2 more days this week.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you soon. Have a good night. Jinx, you wanted to talk to Transphobe?
Yeah, so we got into it last night, right? And I just want to apologize. Like, I obviously I was hearing what I wanted to hear without like actually hearing your point, and I just want to apologize to you.
That's okay. It happens. No hard feelings.
No,
It was nice to enjoy the space with you tonight. Thanks for being on the same side. That was good.
I was 100% wrong, and I just want to own that shit.
No, it's okay. Like, honestly, I don't like. I just get in and I start arguing with people. No hard feelings at all.
And we were, and it was 2A going both ways, right?
Oh, you're both being bitches.
Oh,
we
yeah,
were,
I
we
remember
were.
now. Okay, yeah. No, I get it.
because we were both saying we were on the same side. We were just using it against each other.
Yes.
And my thing
You
is
were
like,
the guy that I got in the argument that I would use my 2A rights.
Yes,
you would
and I
use
was
your
like,
2A
but
rights if
wait.
I was in the men's bathroom in my
and I
dress.
was and I was just saying, wait, but that can come back at you, you know. But the thing about like this live, and especially this host, the way that he runs his panels is amazing. It's very thought provoking, and I get to be
a lot
in.
of effort into that.
Well,
A lot of effort into that.
yes,
Win for Holly.
I do believe that, and I get to be in a room with people that are way smarter than me, and I'm just trying to learn because I don't understand any of this. It's a whole new world, and I'm just trying to learn.
Perfect. Well, with that in mind,
It
this is what you should read. Don't read Magnus Hirschfeld. Read this, The Gender Trap. Okay.
Okay, and that's so I wrote down what you said earlier, you fucker.
Read The Gender Trap.
Okay.
Screenshot it, Jinx. Screenshot it.
Yeah,
No, I got it. I got it.
Okay.
Read that.
Okay.
That's perfect for beginners.
Thank you guys, and thank you for being gentle with me. I'm not the smartest person, but I am trying to learn. I'm not trying to ever hate or spew hate on anybody. It's just it's a confusing world that we're living in right now.
No, there's a lot of hate that flows around on these panels. Don't worry about it. Whatever you put out will come back, and even if you don't put it out, it's going to come for you anyway. So, just be yourself.
Everybody knows my story, right? Like, I lost the love of my life to somebody that transitioned a 7-year-old. It's a hard thing to deal with. I'm just trying to learn and catch up.
I understand.
I want to thank everybody for viewing tonight. Thank you to both of my panelists. Please remember that I do go live Monday through Friday at 11 p.m. Occasionally, we have been going live on weekends. It really depends on my co-host up there bullying me into going live instead of laying on my couch and playing video games. But Monday through Friday, tomorrow we will having an encore, the same prompt we have tonight. I did not expect it to go quite as well as it did. I thought it would be just more of a fun live, but my goodness, it got violent. But Monday through Friday, 11 p.m. Eastern time. Right now it is 3 a.m. for me, so you can kind of do the math. I think it's 5 hours back from whatever time zone you're in now. I look forward to seeing you there, Transphobe. I hope to see you there as well.
Okay, yep. That's how tired I am. It's midnight. Well, thanks for coming, guys. Yep. Polish, it was good to hear from you. You're freaking hilarious. Bourbon Rose, thanks for being here. Leslie, I'm gonna go to bed in a minute and probably derp on the internet just for a couple minutes and then go. I've got to remember that I have this one muted when I'm on here because I'm restreaming the debate to over here while I go. So like I've got a couple of different accounts going on, and things going on to restream them. But yeah, that's, jeez. We always get a couple of the crazy gays in there that think that they're oppressed and need like to keep pushing some agenda. Like we've got to keep going. We don't know what we want, but we need the public fetish. That like we've got to make a stand against something. Like every single time. I swear to God. Like, what are you doing? You're making everything worse. You know, and this idea like, oh my God, that we get judged for our stupidity is homophobia. It's like, no, don't go to the White House and strip. Please don't do that. As an advocate for others, please don't go to the White House and strip. Thank you. It's not homophobia. It's, you know, like, yeah. I can't stand the queers. That's it. Like, I'm gay, and I can't stand the queers because queers not got anything to do with who you sleep with. It's a political ideology. It's this mindset, and it's completely counter to assimilationism. It's completely counter to working with others and working with society. It's this victim mindset. That's what it is. It's the victim mindset. You go, oh, we're so oppressed, and we need to highlight all of the abnormalities and every perversion and every weird thing about us in order to like stick it to the system. It's like the most hard R liberal nonsense ever. And it's literally a line of political thought that invaded a couple of decades ago. That's what it is. And they all talk about how we took the word back and we took back the word queer and we're rebranding it. What they rebranded it with was Marxism. That's what they rebranded it with. Like queer theory is literally a Marxist ideology. It hates America, it hates capitalism, it thinks that people like me are super oppressed, even though this is the greatest country in the world to be someone like me. Are you kidding? Do you know why it's the greatest country in the world for someone like me? Here's why. Because I'm allowed to be myself. I'm allowed to be with my partner. I can express myself how I want. I can speak my thoughts. I can worship in peace. And as long as I mind my own business, I'm good. And the best part about it is, as someone who's 5'5", 130 pounds, schmeckless, no testosterone in my body, I have my 2A rights. And if anyone ever wants to hurt me or infringe upon my safety and my family and my home, I can defend myself. I have the ultimate equalizer that doesn't belong in the hands of the government. It doesn't belong in the hands of the military. It belongs in the hands of the people, and it liberates everybody from oppression on a very basic fundamental level. Women ultimately in America can always pull their little concealed wherever they put it, you know, like they've got different ways to put them. They don't need like all the holsters and the cargo pants. I've seen them slip it all over. I'm like, where did that come from? Right? But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're a 7-foot man if the little old lady is gonna pull out a Derringer 357, right? So this is just the best fucking country ever for that. Like, it's the foundational rights that we got when the country was made that actually make it the best country for someone like me. And we don't need anything else. We never did. We just needed to embrace the values that got us here. That's it. That's my TED Talk. I shouldn't say that. I'm going to get in trouble. Love you guys. Have